Alrighty, folks. Welcome on in to the Central Committee stream. Welcome in. We are now in the 8th straight or 7th straight? 8th straight? I don't know. 7th straight stream. 8th straight. On the Tibetan Plateau, Chinese has installed a 60 to 17 gigawatt mega solar panel that has turned the Alpine Desert into a micro oasis. More moisture, more grass, and soils with more carbon. Well, yeah. We talked about this, actually. We talked about this a few weeks ago. There's a story in the New York Times. Remember that? Nice DSA drip, Mike. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome for having this amazing drip. It's official, Mike. Am I a weekend streamer? Here's what I would say. Expect me to be streaming. Yesterday, chat, right after the stream, I went to the DSA meeting in Los Angeles. Met a few of you there. And the one thing I'll say is the amount of people that are flooding to DSA, there's just such a huge opportunity. Mike, I said straight women were mentally ill at a party and everyone found it funny as fuck. Thank you. Then I shit on Obama and everyone got mad at me. Are you dumb? Are you dumb? Of course they did. Obama is the political equivalent of a teddy bear. It's like, if you go after Obama, you're like ripping their binky out or something. It doesn't matter if the binky has lead paint on it or not. The baby's still gonna cry. Now, I don't know how, and we're not gonna be able to shake that unless he does something so clearly bad. Like, why isn't Obama in the Epstein files? Come on, not even once. See, he's down in fucking DC. He's not a New York guy. Obama's not a New York guy. That's the problem. He's more of like an LA guy. He's more of a Hawaii guy. You know, he sits in DC. He likes Chicago. Like, that's the only reason he's not in the Epstein files. It's just not his spot. He's not all about New York. He's like he's like a Chicagoan, right? Like, Chicagoans frequently have that situation where, you know, they feel a little bit, how do you say, an inferiority complex. Did you see Lutnick's email to Epstein? Yes, we talked about it yesterday. We're going to talk about it more. Mike, look at this wild toad shift to the BBC and their China coverage.
This is the factory of the world. It is the biggest manufacturer in the world. Just give you a few examples. You know, if you're looking at the future of our planet, China is the lead in renewables. It produces everything from around 60 to 80% of electric vehicles, solar panels, wind turbines, electric batteries. China makes more robots than anywhere else in the world. China has and processes more rare earths than anywhere else in the world, about 90% of rare earths, for instance. And these are the kind of extracts, these minerals that are needed to make anything from an electric vehicle to your smartphone to Bluetooth speakers. So when it comes to the future technology, when it comes to the things that we've kind of got used to, China really is. And that is one of the reasons why so many countries are flocking here. And China is saying to all of these countries, look, I'm here, I will offer you a deal, we'll sit down and negotiate. I think the other thing, China doesn't see alliances in the same way perhaps that the West does. It doesn't demand fealty. It doesn't demand you adopt its ideology.
I think this is the thing that a lot of Americans cannot understand. And the reason why China is like this is because they are socialists, right? Like, Westerners, we come from a tradition of imperialism. We come from a tradition of domination. We come from a tradition of allowing the bourgeois class to run roughshod over national interest, over environmental interest, over class interest. Basically, they could just do whatever they want. And some of the things they want are bad, even for themselves. The bourgeoisie are like a spoiled toddler. They have a lot of energy. They want to run around, but they want to stick everything in their mouths. And they want it now. And if you tell them no, they ball up and they cry. Okay? In the United States, we are a bad parent to the bourgeoisie. We give in to whatever they want. Baby wants to put rat poison in their mouth. We give baby a spoon to shovel it in. That is America. China, on the other hand, because they have a communist party, because they are ruled by a socialist party, they say the bourgeoisie are only useful insofar as they help people's standard of living go up. The market is only useful insofar as it fosters competition and innovation. In places where there's a natural monopoly, Absolutely no fucking capitalism. We don't need capitalism in the ISP. As a Pennsylvanian, let me talk to you firsthand about a company called Costco. Not Costco, excuse me. Comcast. Comcast is the ISP for much of Pennsylvania and the Northeast. And it's expensive as fuck. It's like $135 a month for internet. It's expensive as fuck. And the service sucks. And there's barely any competition. A lot of places in this country, there is a ISP monopoly. And of course there should be. Do we need to have 10 different, sets of cables being run around over the same town? Or should we invest in one set of the highest quality fiber optic cables and have the internet service provider be owned by the city or the state, by the community, and they provide extremely high quality, high speed internet at cost? That's what they do in China. So everybody has amazing internet and it's $15 a month. We have dog shit internet. It's $135 a month. Worst part of it is we paid to lay the cables. We gave away tens and hundreds of billions of dollars in subsidies to these private ISPs to lay cable, and it sucks. Why didn't we just own that in the first place? They keep owning it. And the thing is, this exists in America, in a place called Chattanooga, a city called Chattanooga. They have a municipal ISP. And guess what? Even in deep red Tennessee, it's high speed and low cost. So, like, even in a city that doesn't have a massive internet capitalist ventures going on there, they have high speed internet owned by their city, and it's high quality and low cost. Explain to me the dynamism of capital when it's a forced monopoly. And you can see this in so many different aspects of our lives. And, if you're talking about America, if you're talking about what we need to do, the answer is we've got to get the capitalist class under control because they're being driven insane by their own hedonism. Look at the Epstein list. That's another example of what happens when you let capitalists dominate your society. You become puppets of the most evil, pedophile, rapist, cannibal freaks. All the conspiracy theories that we laughed at as over the top and extreme are largely coming true.
In many ways, it sees it as very transactional. This to China is a business deal. It is using trade to gain power, to gain influence in this.
Okay, but that's not even true. It's like China is gaining the power to be able to sell you high quality infrastructure, renewable energy expertise. Even when China makes loans, if the country has trouble paying back the loans, China forgives the loans or renegotiates the loans for them. And it's very straightforward what they're trying to do. They're trying to raise the quality of life and the productive ability of other countries so that they can trade with China and provide China with what they need, because China is not satisfied with the standard of living of their people. Yes, it's been the fastest growing economy since 1949 when the Communist Party came into power. It's been the fastest growing economy in the world since then, every year, averaging over 8% of growth per year. Okay? There is nowhere else on the planet that's anywhere close to China on that front. But they're not satisfied. They're not, even though they have 31,000 miles of high-speed rail crisscrossing China. That would be the same as going back and forth between the east and west coast of the U.S. 10 times. They're not satisfied. They're like, we need to raise the standard of living. We need to get our carbon emissions to zero. We need to give more people higher quality housing. We need to raise the income of people. We need to provide them with better services. We need to increase our, technology development. We want to go to space. We want to go to Mars. We want to they have the space station on their own. They had to build a space station on their own, not because they didn't want to cooperate, but because America blocked them from cooperating at the International Space Station. The International Space Station is international except for one country, China. They let Russia in, but they wouldn't let China in. So what did China do? Did they blow up the International Space Station? That's what we would have done. No, they launched their own called the Heavenly Palace, and it's better than the international one. It's a better space station, more advanced space station, and they built it on their own. And ultimately, this is the problem that we have. I'm not saying that I want to implement Chinese system completely into America. We have a different society. We have a different political structure. I don't think, we can't copy China. We weren't doing a decolonization war like they were. We didn't have to go through 100 years of humiliation like they did. But the one thing we do need to do is copy some of the things they've done right, which is, for example, building out our energy infrastructure renewable and get serious about getting climate change under control. And the only way for us to do that is to cooperate and build up our friendship with China. We're so fucking lucky in America that for all the evil shit we've done, even to China, we've done so much evil shit to China. Even after all of that, they're willing to let bygones be bygones and just cooperate with us. And we're saying no. It just disgusts me, man. And I know that for most Americans, they feel the same way. There's so much anti-China propaganda. And I think this is something that Chinese people who get a fair evaluation of America, now that they know about the kill line, they're finally starting to get a fair understanding of America. I don't think Chinese people understand just how unfair of an idea Americans have about their country. That's the thing, like, you know, that's the thing that bothers me, is they don't realize how much they are insulted, how much they are propagandized against, how much they are lied about, how much they are treated like slaves here in our minds. And I hope they never find out. I hope they never find out, because I'm scared of what it would look like if China was really our enemy. How many decades have they reached their hand out in friendship and cooperation and we've slapped it down because the capitalists are telling us what to do? It's fucking evil. And it sucks. Yeah, JD Vance, he called them peasants. As if that's an insult, by the way. He's the son of a crackhead. And he's calling peasants, he's using peasant like an insult. Do you know what a peasant is? A peasant is somebody who grows their own food, who survives off the sweat of their own brow and that of their family and their village. It is the most venerable thing that humanity did. Most of humanity was a peasant in history. Most of humanity was a subsistence farmer all the way through the 20th century. And he uses it as an insult. And he's the son of a fucking crackhead. I mean, what a scumbag. Hello, Mike. Mike, hello from China. Today is the day I wish I had blind so I could keep my heart pure and mind clean. These elites and politicians of your country deserve being in hell, if I could be absolute honest. You don't even want to know. You know, people are talking about the Epstein list. That's just what they did for fun. That's just what they did for fun. What they do to keep power makes the Epstein list look gentle. Have you heard what they did to Muammar Gaddafi, the former president of Libya, and what they would do to you if they could? You know what they're doing in Syria to the Kurds, the people that fought beside us for decades?
Great power competition that it's in with Washington. China is not asking any of its business partners, any of those that it's inviting into the Great Hall of the People, it's not asking them to choose between China or the United States. Donald Trump, however, does seem to have an issue with some of this, but his issues with Mark Carney might be more than just Mark Carney coming to Canada and doing a deal, because it was the way that Mr. Carney framed all of this. Before his big speech in Davos, where he received a resounding applause, where he talked about a new world order, that speech was rehearsed here in Beijing. He gave it to reporters during a 40-minute press conference after he'd met Xi Jinping. He talked about the need to come here to China to try to find a way to do business in what he described as a new world order. China's influence is reaching right across the world. It has more than 100 trade partners. It trades now with more countries than the United States, and it's using that trade as a means of kind of elevating its standing in the world.
The only thing that the only issue that people have any kind of objection with over China is the idea that Taiwan should rejoin China as part of that country. That's the only fucking position they have, where they're trying to claim that it's like, oh, China is using their trade to try to force people to be neutral on Taiwan. And it's like, America is technically neutral on Taiwan. And what really blows my mind is it's like, I'm old enough to remember when Hong Kong went back to the Britain. I watched it live. I was a little news nerd back then. I watched the handover ceremony. And guess what changed? Guess what changed after the handover? After China took Hong Kong back as part of mainland China? Fucking nothing. My life did not change at all. In fact, you could argue that things got better from there. The China topic is where you separate the leftists from the liberals. Oh, 100,000 quadrillion %. If you hold China as some sort of enemy, I think you're actually insane. I think you're actually batshit crazy. Do I believe in the self-determination of peoples? I believe that self-determination has to be held in context, and that supporting separatism to support separatism is a violation of that self-determination. Taiwan was colonized with the help of the United States. It is the Israel of Asia. The indigenous Taiwanese people were invaded by the fleeing nationalist fascists who enacted martial law and exterminated the activists who argued for Taiwanese self-determination, everybody who argued in favor of reunification, they exterminated under the longest period of martial law, fascistic martial law, which involved free speech codes, meaning you couldn't speak out against the government. You couldn't speak out. So after decades and decades and decades of exterminating every person who said maybe we're part of China, they're like, well, now we're going to do a vote. It's like you have the mass graves of the people that opposed you right next to the ballot box, and you go, what? It's free and fair election. What do you mean? Self-determination. What do you mean? I think you have to know a little bit more about the context before you scream self-determination. The only reason the United States wants Taiwan to be independent is so we can stick our military bases there, our spy bases there, our missiles there, so that if we want to blockade China in a war, Taiwan will be our launching pad. And I'm sorry, I don't trust America. I don't trust America, and I believe that countries have the right to security from an invasion from the United States, which has proven that it doesn't care about the rule of law, that it doesn't care about the Westphalian tradition of self-determination or sovereignty. This is a country that violates the UN Charter on a daily basis, and the UN headquarters is in New York City, and we have a permanent membership on the Security Council, and we violate laws and treaties all over the place. I don't think the United States should have a puppet state 50 miles off of the coast of China. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves a Sunday stream.
And I think that is where we're seeing this kind of power competition between Washington and Beijing. I think the next perhaps decade will see how far China can go, because China is doing so much in future technologies, whether it's AI, whether it's robots, whether it's renewables. And these are key. This is a plan that President Xi had to push forward what he calls his new productive forces. So in the past, China's manufacturing prowess, whether it be your t-shirts, your electronics, your TVs, that was what China shipped to the world. China is now in many ways owning the future, not just with its kind of chokehold on many of the things that we need to build the items in our future, by which I mean rare earths, but also it's producing these goods. And whether that is your robots or whether that is, your electric vehicles, China feels that it's taking a step ahead. You see China where if you want to live within certain parameters drawn by the Chinese government, if you live within that, you have quite a nice life. You have high-speed trains that can transport you from one side of the country to the other. It's such a safe country. I could go for a run at 3 in the morning. I could put a bag full of money in the centre of a coffee shop and it would still be there hours later. People are friendly. The food is nice. It is, to all intents and purposes, a lovely place to live.
I mean, what can you even say? What can you even say? And yeah, there's things about China I hope they continue to develop. I think the one thing about China that makes a lot of anarchist type leftists not like is that they're practical. They're very practical. And they understand when you have 1.4 billion people you're responsible for, when it isn't just like your local fucking co-op or whatever, when you actually have 1.4 billion human beings that you're responsible for, setting up the logistics and the systems to defend and care for and provide the quality of life for, you have a little bit of a different method. And I think that, what Tu said yesterday to Ezra Klein about pragmatism of like the evidence that shit works is the results that show up. And the Chinese feel like their results are unmatched. And can you really disagree at this point? Evangelism is a psyop. Oh, I know. Yeah. Good morning. I think it's funny. No email play. Fuck it. We do it live. Oh, bro. By the way, chat, I just want to say this. If you send me something, you need to expect me not to respond right away, because I do 7 hours of live coverage That's all I'm doing during 7 hours. I'm not able to like be doing other shit while I'm doing 7 hours. So you're listening to me, you're having 7 hours of free time. I'm on the fucking other monitor. I'm doing it. Then I immediately went to a 4-hour DSA meeting. So I had zero time. I did 11 straight hours yesterday with literally zero time for myself. I didn't even have time to take a shit or eat food in that 11 straight hours, other than what Vio gave me. Mike, hearing the DSA chapter meeting was the largest ever. Line around the block to get in. We do this together. Oh, here, yeah. I didn't take many pictures, but when I was walking up, I did take a video. I did it of people. So it was at a local Presbyterian church. I don't know if you guys can see this, but the lines were like stretching around both sides of the church, well around the block. That is a terrible video, but you get my video. You get my point. I wasn't even really planning. I was just like, what the fuck? And I just very quickly recorded. Not upset at all. The opposite. Only important thing to say solidarity. We will create an alternative to LSF. Oh, I agree with that. I think that's a good idea, Open Presence. Have you been checking out ICE on Reddit's ICE Watch? Oh. This is the type of shit I'm talking about, chat. LAPD shot a pregnant woman in the stomach with a 40mm rubber bullet at an anti-ICE protest. That's why, like, you know, when I went to the protest the other day, I was under-equipped. And I brought, you know, I have a Camelback. I have a strong gas mask. I have, you know, motorcycle gloves. But it was so hot, you know, I wore a long sleeve shirt and jeans, but it was so hot I didn't want to wear more gear because I would have fucking heat stroked out. Oh, is Ryan here? We didn't fight for the 8-hour day, so you didn't have time to poop, Mike. Oh, this is all my own organizing energy. It's not, I don't have a boss, man. I'm doing this myself. You know, I'm doing this for myself. And just people then, I'm just speaking to all of you because people will then message me and be like, oh my God, I messaged you. And it's like, well, you and 90 other people, you know, like, I'm sorry, but you gotta like be patient. And one of the things I will say is that people that are determined to get my help tend to get my help more than people that aren't, because like being left on red by a streamer or left on sent by a streamer is enough to knock you down. Like, you probably don't have the wherewithal to organize, because like, what the fuck, one try? Really? I used to call people 10 fucking times on the phone. When can we expect updates of the project you're working on? Imminently. Oh, hell yeah. Sorry, chat. I got an exciting update on the project. I got a really exciting update on the project. So, woo! Oh, guys, I wanna sneak peek it to you guys so bad. I want to sneak peek it to you so bad, but I can't do it on my own. I have to ask. I can't do it. You know, whenever you have a project with other people, I can only be cryptic. All right. So let me tease you and let me tell you, you guys are going to love it. I believe you will. I think this is one of the most important projects that could be done right now and is desperately fucking needed. After violence in Minneapolis, some influencers break from typical content. Actually, I saw this, chat, because if you look at my For You page is lefty politics, food, like, you know, like restaurant reviews, and Labrador Retriever, and sometimes Rottweiler content. Occasional Gold Retriever as well. So those are like, that's the type of content that I'll get. Okay. And the Labrador Retriever fucking influencers, some of them are starting to say fuck ICE. Woke 2.0 is back. I see people saying this is a knitting page, but you can't knit if ICE shoots you in the face. Woke 2 is back, but here's the thing. We're meaner this time. The thing about Woke 1 is that Woke 1 was about playing on your empathy to make you want to be embarrassed for being hateful. That was Woke 1. Woke 1 is like, hey, you're making other people feel uncomfortable and you're being kind of mean. You're being kind of a dick. And we don't like when people are dicks. Stop being a dick. Apologize. And if you don't apologize, then we're going to go after you. That was Woke 1. Woke 1 was about making people be sorry for being an asshole. Woke 2 is, we're going to fuck you up, you fascist fuck, and you're scum. And that is why Woke 2 is superior. Woke too, we have to understand that certain people are incapable of empathy. This is cool. Let's listen to this. Man, I love, like, although NPR has been massively corrupted by like institutions and capitalists and shit, and that sucks balls, I still have such a soft spot for NPR. Even though it's lib and it sucks now, I still have a soft spot for NPR.
Now, if you've ever watched any of those late night shows, then you know that their hosts almost always comment on the news. The killings of 2 Americans by federal immigration agents in Minneapolis were no exception.
Just one atrocity after another being committed by this gang of poorly trained, shamefully led, mask-wearing goons, and that is
That's Jimmy Kimmel on his show on ABC. But the outrage has spread to places you might not expect. Social media influencers are also reacting, including some whose accounts have nothing to do with the news or politics. We're talking about people known for their baking demos or funny dog videos. NPR's Elizabeth Blair has been watching all this.
Terrence Gutierrez makes mouth-watering desserts like a Swiss Three Kings cake for his more than 38,000 followers on his Instagram, Terrence Bakes.
I have some room temperature butter, 1 egg, some sugar.
But in a recent video, we see him baking, but he's added a more serious voiceover.
I made a snacking cake for the week, but instead of walking through steps for this bake, I wanted to share what I'm doing in light of current events in Minneapolis, but also the entire country because of ICE.
For her 232,000 followers on Instagram, Dylan Mansour creates funny voiceover videos featuring her adorable Australian Shepherd Artemis. But this week, she broke with her regular content to talk about the violence in Minneapolis.
I know I'm going to lose followers. I do not care. That is okay if you feel the need to leave. This account is not going to become a political account, but I cannot stay silent with what is happening in the world today.
There's an account featuring portraits of American Girl dolls, and now some of them are captioned with anti-ICE images. And another account on the history of dogs that's posted an image of Alex Preddy with his beloved canine.
That space of normal life, that sense of the everyday that we all take for granted has somehow been punctured.
Anand Pandian is an anthropology professor at Johns Hopkins University and the author of Something Between Us, The Everyday Walls of American Life and How to Take Them Down.
I think a lot of people have the sense now that they have to stand up and say something. They can't pretend that normal life can simply go on.
I have to say, chat, that America is the country that you can always count on doing what's right after we try every other thing. But the fact that we can eventually do what's right is actually good, because I don't know if you know this, chat, but life isn't that long. You know, we're not on this planet for very long. Now that I'm on the other side of 40, the only thing about being 40 that is different to me than, say, being like 30 is you're like, damn, I barely got here. I just got here. How am I halfway done? I just got here. It's like going to a really awesome concert and then you realize like everybody's demanding encore. You're like, we just got started, man. The fuck? And you know, my personal reaction to that feeling, that realization is, I've got to make this place better for everybody else, man. The only thing that matters is that all of us enjoy our ride together. And it's just so gratifying when you help someone. I feel like it's such an amazing part of being a human being is how much we can truly love helping one another. That's the thing that makes me not slip into nihilism or misanthropic thought, is we all have a capacity for love, man. Or at least most of us do.
It does. Even if everything in our lives conspires to give us the illusion that somehow we could just go on.
In the past, when I've talked about...
Thoughts on Woke 2 bringing the R slur back. I don't think Woke 2 brought the R slur back. I think that is, unfortunately, the R slur was the project at the end of Woke 1, and we were mostly there and abolishing it. I don't think it was quite gone yet. Like, the F slur was pretty much out, right? Like, the F slur was out, but the R slur was still, like, we were working on getting that out, right? When Woke 1 collapsed. So I feel like it never was fully out of people's vocabulary. And when we, you know, the right wing, when Trumpism came in, people were able to, you know, use that as like the starting wedge of getting people to be less, like, you know, woke in their speech or less thoughtful in their speech. I think of the R word as, you know, it's like moron. And I don't personally use it because I think that a lot of people that have disabilities or know people that have mental challenges are like, don't use this fucking thing. So I don't. And out of respect, I just think you could say moron. I think moron fits. I think moron's better than the R slur anyway. The R slur sucks. It's not even a good. It doesn't even hit. It doesn't even hit, to be honest. I think moron sounds funnier, to be honest. Dipshit sounds funnier, to be honest. I don't even think the R word is good. It's like not even a good slur. Like, why are you trying to use it? Troglodyte is fun. Troglodyte is fun because the idiot that you're calling a troglodyte doesn't know what troglodyte means. So it's like doubly funny because you can be like, you fucking troglodyte moron. And they're like, what's a troglodyte? And they have to try to spell it. It's like whatever you call a right winger a troglodyte, there's like a gap in the conversation as they try to spell it into Google. And that, to me, ladies and gentlemen, is so much better than like calling them the R slur. Only a sick weirdo uses that term to describe people with Down syndrome. Yeah, I know. That's the thing. Like, I honestly think if you hate people with Down syndrome, you're actually, we might need to do something to you. You know, like you are actually fucking evil. Like that's crazy. Hating disabled people is really depraved. It is really depraved. Like the Nazis were really the fucking scum of the earth, man. Like, I mean, that's an ice cold take. But it's just like, Jesus Christ, you were just hating people. Like, God damn, man, that is some pathetic ass shit. You really are just the scum of the fucking earth. Mike, I saw someone was ready to unseat a cool lobby Republican in my district, and he had a decent social presence, but his website has so little policy on it that I can't see myself supporting anything. Every policy proposal he gave has means testing or qualifiers. Am I wrong in not pushing any support in my area for this guy? I feel like he's parroting the same flavor of rhetoric that Ezra Klein was. Yeah, I mean, the problem that we have right now is we don't have a strong enough progressive movement. And I blame Bernie Sanders and AOC for this in particular. And I also blame DSA. One of the things that, you know, when I went to the LA DSA last night, they have like a bunch of local candidates, which are super exciting. They're cadre candidates. I want them to win. All right. I support them. They were hype, right? They were local. I think they have somebody running for city attorney. And all that's great, right? That's their first citywide candidate. But I can't help but say they're not ambitious enough, man. They had over 700 people there. And it's like, I don't feel like they're ambitious enough. And I feel like that lack of ambition is holding them back. Where's their mayoral candidate? Where is their congressional candidates? Why are they focused on the LA City Council as their fucking like peak? It's like, what the fuck, man? We need like Ray isn't part of the LA DSA's slate of candidates. And that, you know, she's a DSA member and she's a socialist, but she's not, apparently she, you know, was not, I don't know the background. I'm not in the LA DSA electoral committee yet. There's a difference between being DSA endorsed and being a DSA candidate. Like anybody who's a DSA member, anyone can become a DSA member, right? And then run for office. It doesn't mean you're a DSA candidate. So I've been wanting, you know, I want them to be more ambitious. That's the thing that I want to see.
You generally don't get very far with people.
Social media influencer Liam Layton uses humor to talk about fitness and eating healthy. Most of his content is him watching other people's cooking videos and then trying the recipes himself.
So he sautés fresh broccoli. That sounds ideal, but me no have, so...
But this week, Layton used his Instagram account to speak out.
Because I know they will go after Alex's character and reputation. They've done it before, and they'll do it again.
Layton says the main response he's getting from followers who disagree with him is that people should stay out of the government's way.
That is quite a frustrating response because, you know, if we look in the past at every dictator, they kind of needed some of that. In every autocracy, they needed people who would just stay out of the way. That's how we end up here. That's how things get worse, is by not saying anything.
Layton says he had to say something, even if that meant losing some followers. Elizabeth Blair, NPR News.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Winter Johnston. A rare winter storm is sweeping across.
And like that's super based. It is based that people are finally speaking out. Of course you know your path, but like Hassan, not looking for office. I'm also not taking any money for anything except 10 of my subscriptions, 90 will go. 90, not to you, but to your control, huh? Okay, we'll have to talk about this later. Okay, what was I saying? Oh, okay, this is fucking huge. This is absolutely fucking huge, chat. Absolutely huge. Two major political stories that only I will care about, but are nonetheless important. Dems flip deep red seat. This is what I'm talking about, chat. This is what I'm talking about. We need to have more ambition. Democrat flips Trump plus 17 Texas Senate district and 32-point swing. Not only did they flip it, they won a landslide. Democratic candidate Taylor Ramett has won a special election for Texas State Senate District 9 in Tarrant County, a seat Donald Trump carried by 17 points in November 2024 per the down ballot. As I'm writing this, approximately 99% of the vote has been counted, and Ramett carried the seat 57.2% versus his Republican challenger Lee Wamsgans. The fuck is this Welsh ass fucking name? That's a 14.4 point margin and a 31.4 swing versus Harris's margin in 2024. If you ignore votes for third minor party candidates, the swing rounds up to 32. This swing of 32 points from Trump's 2024 performance is the largest Democratic overperformance in a competitive special election since Trump took office. And this is what the Democrats are trying to prevent, ironically. As Joe Biden said, I don't want the Democrats to win by too much. I don't want the Democrats to win by too much, because then we're going to lose bipartisanship. Since Trump took office, Democrats have flipped 8 Republican-held state legislative seats in special elections across 5 states. Republicans have flipped 0 Democratic seats. The average swing across those 8 flips is 19 points. Tonight, 32-point swing is Texas blew past that. He outperformed Kamala Harris's numbers nearly everywhere with uniform gains across the map. This is what I'm talking about. I think DSA candidates, I think socialist candidates should run in Republican plus 10 districts. I think we should have people running in every district, because I think people are just going to vote against the Republican. If you're more of a map person, here's a 2024 POTUS of all of Tarrant County versus the 2026 Senate special. Notice the swing the Democrats was not confined just to the suburbs or just the cities. This was a big blue shift everywhere. If anything, Democrats are doing just a bit better in the urban core. What this means, there are 2 reasons for the swing. Persuasion voters breaking hard against Republicans, and Republican drop-off. Trump voters staying home. The second scatter shows that vote centers with lower turnouts relative to 2024 saw the biggest Democratic swings. So in other words, Republicans are discouraged and embarrassed to be Republican, and everyone normal is voting against the Republicans. And this is what the Democrats don't want, because the more we win, the harder we win, the more likely we're going to be able to pressure Democratic politicians to vote for big progressive change. What the Democrats want is to barely win. They want to barely win so that they have power, so donors have to give them money. But a few centrist Democrats could flip to the Republicans to pass conservative policy. That's what the Democratic Party thinks is ideal. The Democratic Party is its idea in their mind. Its ideals when they barely control things. It also really tamps down resistance because people get hopeless. When Democrats control shit and nothing changes, people get hopeless, which is also what the Democratic Party is trying to do. While special elections don't predict the exact margin of future general election, turnout patterns can be revealing. Democrats are unlikely to get a full D plus 32 swing across the country. But if you take the relationship above and predict the swing we'd see in a higher turnout election, you get a D plus 9 swing. That would put the generic House vote at D plus 7. I think that the Democrats, I think it's going to be D plus 15 in the midterm. That's where I'm putting my marker down. I think it's going to be D plus 15. So if you're in a seat that the Republicans won by less than 15, I think it's competitive. And I think a really good candidate could win it, and a really bad candidate could lose that. I think D plus 10, a mediocre Dem is going to win. So that's how wide we should be going. And I don't believe that we should firmly make cuts either. If you're at a D plus 16, I think you should take a shot anyway. I think we should be a lot more comfortable with taking a lot more shots and not worried about always, I'd rather I think politics is like being a machine gunner and not a sniper. Okay? The way that a machine gunner works is they go, the enemy's roughly there, and you fling 1,000 bullets at it. The way a sniper works is you try to put the aim sight, you try to put the laser on their forehead and pull the trigger once. We should be firing 1,000 rounds downrange. I've got a unique situation where I'm a heavy dev district running against a machine dem. That's very important as well. We also need to do that. Mike, hello, California. I've arrived. Just a thought I had, chat. Not advocating for it. Just a thought I had. Taking electoral politics with some of the people in my organizing circle treated as something we need to completely abandon, and I just don't think normal people are there yet. That's what happens when people get defeated once and they don't know how to handle losing. That's when, if somebody was parented poorly, being wrong or losing to them is devastating for their psyche. And it can often surprise you when you run into adults that are like that, at least because I was parented correctly on this point. I was taught that setbacks and failure and mistakes were not that bad. So for some people, though, when you fail, it's like the most devastating, psyche-destroying, identity-destroying reality, and I don't get it. It is what it is. Legit what happened to my local leftist org, they ran once and lost and haven't done shit since. Yeah, it's... Can you imagine, like, having a basketball team and they lose one game and then they disband? All right, chat, let's get into some interesting politics. We got the Sunday stream going.
All right, guys, I got some amazing breaking news here. But before I get to that, let me just say I'm currently in the midst of prepping a colossal segment which goes through all of the new Epstein leaks for tomorrow. You do not want to miss that segment. I think I might actually break the record for length of a secular talk segment. My guess is this is going to go longer than 1 hour to give you all of the new updates in regards to the Epstein files. Just absolutely mind-blowing stuff. And I'll sum it up by saying this. It's worse than anybody thought. It's worse than anybody thought. So prepare yourself for that. Again, we'll get to that tomorrow. Tune into the show tomorrow. But the breaking news I have for you right now, truly incredible. So it appears that the Democrat Taylor Ramett is going to defeat the Trump-endorsed Lee Wamsgans and flip deep red Texas. This is deep red, heart of MAGA country Texas. It's the 9th district. Get this, guys. The seat has been held by Republicans for 35 years. It was like in the early 90s was the last time that a Democrat held that seat. And in just 2024, not that long ago, it was basically Trump plus 20. And they have screwed the pooch and shit the bed and jumped the shark so thoroughly that now they went down. So just incredible stuff. The last numbers I saw, it was 57-42. The Democrat was up a 31-point overperformance versus 2024. Just absolutely incredible. And by the way, he's also a pretty solid lefty. This was not some middle of the ground asshole trying to split the difference and get MAGA votes. No, this was a lefty who was repping left issues. One of the things I know I saw on the platform was like housing for all. Like, these are the things that they tell you, the egghead Democratic staffers tell you, oh, you're not allowed to bring up stuff like that because you're going to alienate the moderates, and we need the moderates in order to win. Apparently, you don't. Apparently, you need to get your base out, and that's exactly what happened here. So at this point, Democrats have flipped 8 state legislative seats in special elections in the 2025 and 2026 cycle. And that includes Texas, Mississippi, Iowa, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Mississippi. So again, a lot of these are like deep red, which have no business going blue. But Trump is destroying the country so thoroughly, and the Republicans are standing on the sidelines and cheering him on with their pom-poms, that the country is effectively revolting. They see the fascism that's being implemented. They see what's happening in Minneapolis with the ICE Gestapo thugs. They see all the warmongering that Trump is doing around the country. They see the trade war, which is leading to economic catastrophe. And everybody's just like, we can't do this anymore. We can't do this anymore. By the way, one of the big reasons why the Democrat won is because the Hispanic communities not only reverted to the mean, they're now probably a little more Democratic than they were before even the Trump switch, when they slightly moved in that direction, right? So that's what's happening now. Is this is backfiring massively. In fact, it appears like the redistricting is also backfiring. You guys know Texas is redistricting to try to make it so they pick up more seats. If the trends hold that happened in this election, instead of the redistricting helping them, it'll make it so they lose 3 more seats, y'all. And then perhaps the biggest thing about this is, so the Democrat was outspent by the Republican 20-1. Let me repeat that, 20-1.
And see what I mean, chat? Like, we need to get people out and running. Right now, people are just winning because of sentiment, thermostatic effect. So I want as many leftists to win because of thermostatic effect. I don't want a bunch of people to win that are conservative machine Democrats because they're the only people who ran. We need more leftists running.
The Democrats still won.
Yeah.
So this is a flat-out revolt, an anti-Republican revolt among the country, and it is a glorious thing to see. So this could be the bloodbath of all bloodbaths in the midterms. And like I said, man, it's got to be too big to rig because we know they're going to rig it. We know they're trying their best to rig it. And then finally, there was actually, and I just saw this right before I click record here, there's a Democrat, Christian Menefee, who also won a special election for Texas's 18th district, further narrowing the GOP slim majority in the House in Texas. So another pickup from Democrats. So just absolutely huge news, guys. And look, at this rate, who knows what we can be looking at. You're talking about Democratic House, Democratic Senate, impeachment trials. You're talking about gumming up the works. And look, we need it. We need it right now. That's super clear. And that's the only path forward. We got to obstruct with everything we have, resist, be defiant. Like I said, I hope lawyers are taking notes on all the crimes that are happening during this Trump regime because it truly, truly is endless.
Jank is such a fucking moron. I'm sorry, chat. I'm gonna say it. I know he's Hassan's uncle, but he's a fucking moron, dude. He's a complete fucking moron. Thank God my family isn't out there saying shit. Because I'll tell you what, chat, I would let them have it. I understand that for Hassan, he has a different approach toward family. That's fine. But if my family members were out there saying dumbass shit, I'd be like, shut the fuck up. You're an idiot.
because we've been taught by the media to hate each other and to have a tribal brain, partisan brain.
Totally true.
Right? So because if the left and the right, the Republicans and the Democrats realize that the people rigging the rules are the ones with all the wealth and power up top, that is the only force that is mighty enough to take on the ruling class, the donor class. So that is why they have to get us fighting at all times. You must hate each other. Don't look up. Whatever you do, don't look up. Hate each other. Use all your energy this way. So unfortunately, our side got taught this too. So Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, that's it. You can't ever talk to them. They're the bad guys, right? Are they still the bad guys if they agree with them?
Right. I mean, let's get back. Let's define bad guy for a second.
And
I'll define it for you. Bad guy is a person who finds other people to be nothing more than pawns in their game of power and control and doesn't value all human beings as worthy of life and fundamentally equal, and who treats other people as expendable, whether for sadistic reasons or so-called utilitarian reasons, and sees people as means as opposed to ends. That's what makes you a bad person. And certainly carrying any kind of invidious discrimination against entire groups of people, whether national origin, religion, race, or gender, or sexual orientation, or whatever, that makes you a disgusting, racist bigot and a bad person. So you're a bad person, Tucker Carlson.
And do I have to change my position if Tucker agrees with me? Do I have to become pro-war?
All right, let's bomb Iran now. This is too much. I can't deal with it. Some podcaster agrees with me. I'm changing my mind.
Yeah.
God, what is it with dumb guys and going like, oh, why don't we just like agree on stuff? It's like the dumbest bullshit. It works so much. It works so fucking much. It works so well for dummies. Because the answer is, of course, is that people are non-confrontational. Like we are conflict avoidant. I mean, even like everybody is this way. Everybody is this way, where you're just conflict avoidant as fuck. And so you like getting into rooms and then going like, oh yeah, we can agree. The thing is, I'm not like that. I'm not like that. So many people expect you to be conflict avoidant and be a backslapper. It's like, I'm a nice person. I'm very approachable. I'm not like an asshole or anything. But if you come up to me and you're like, don't you think that like I'm a right winger and we could agree on? No, shut your fucking mouth. I'm just so tired of the stupidity, guys. I'm so tired of the idiocy. Did you see Stephen Bannon's final interview of Epstein, Uncle Mike? No, I didn't. I saw that had been released. With contempt vote looming, here's what Epstein documents say about the Clintons. Okay, so that was some good news, chat. Like, a relatively left-leaning candidate won a deep red seat. Surprise, surprise. I was right. It's going to be fucking terrible for the Republican Party that they actually won. But the question is, what kind of Democratic Party is going to be there to pick up the pieces? Is it going to be a pathetic Gavin Newsom, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris Democratic Party that's going to immediately be hated because they don't solve any fucking thing? Or is it going to be a strong social democratic AOC, Zohran Mamdani, Graham Plattner type of Democratic Party? What Democratic Party are we going to get? Who's going to be in charge? Who's going to be leading the fight? Who's going to be seen as pushing this line forward? And if the Democratic Party we get is the Chuck Schumer party, we're going to get Nazi bot 5,000 even if we're lucky enough to get rid of Trump for a cycle. Asman reacted to the Epstein Bannon tape yesterday, was listening to Epstein and nodding along, going, oh, yeah, that's right. It was quite amusing. Oh, give me some clips, chat. Give me some fucking clips. We need to get the libs out of power immediately. Yes. Well, okay. We're not going to be able to get rid of all of them. Obviously not, because as I said before, DSA, for some reason, is not that ambitious. But we need to scare them. We need to scare them. And they're looking scared. We watched this video yesterday.
So there were 7 Democrats that, after the Renee Good murder.
Dude, answer my question, Dave. Don't just say that DSA isn't ambitious, because they aren't. The Democratic Party doesn't exist in Texas outside Dallas, Fort Worth, and Houston. DSA chapters are rarely a deep red district, is why, and if they are, it's like 50 people. Yeah, I know. I know. Because being a self-starting activist is really hard. Do you understand that? People are all part of, they're in national conversations. They are not in local activism. A national conversation is different than local activism. Local activism is a lot higher of a fucking bar.
Voted to fund ICE, increase funding to ICE in the House. And it's, you know, there's always 7, right? They have Hakeem Jeffries. It's been reported in the American Prospect. He actively chose not to whip votes, meaning, you know, threaten people, try to keep the caucus together on this particular topic and on this funding. And, you know, the strategy of this like weak kind of Democratic Party is like, if you're in a frontline district and you're worried about this affecting you, and you're in a purple district, you can be the rotating, you know, villain here, and this will help you. But the problem for these 7, Cuellar, Mary Gluesenkamp-Perez, Tom Suozzi, who like immediately 4 days later was forced to send out an email apologizing to his constituents because Preddy was then killed. The carousel has stopped on the rotating villain strategy, and these people are screwed because the American public, and it's not just Democrats, you look at the numbers with independents, they are disgusted by ICE.
The jig is up.
And so this lady who sold a bunch of, allegedly, according to Daniel Bogosaw, stepped on weed to some people, which, I mean, that's lock her up, honestly. That's when I'm tough on drugs, as if the drugs are bad. This is her explanation, or like her analysis of this current moment. I mean, this is inscrutable to me, but here's Mary Gluesenkamp-Perez's, I guess,
Fireside
chat about the state of the country after she just voted to fund the American Gestapo.
And after she just stripped copper out of somebody's house illegally.
I mean, like, does she have a cut on her face?
I mean, it's like, that's just so funny because it's like, what was the cut? Is it like a fingernail? Like, what's going on? Like, is it good that Schumer has a negative 53% favorability rating? Like, this is the thing that's like, how could you call yourself a Democratic Party when the leader of your party is despised by everyone. Okay, chat, there's a joke that people are doing, and I'm all for clickbait, but can I just say this? It's not okay to say Hassan is in the Epstein files, even though it's Mehdi Hassan being talked about. Like somebody sent Epstein a link of Mehdi Hassan. It's actually not okay to do that. It's actually not okay. Like, that's actually fucked up. That's, in my opinion, that's fucked up. You shouldn't do that, man. I know people like to do jokes and shit, but like, that's not cool. That's not cool. I like honestly not cool. Like, we have a lot of people trying to like fuck our reputations and just saying shit and trying to get it into like AI and stuff. Like just pure slander on social media and then get it into AI and then people going and then it, you know how like that shit, you got to be careful with that, man. Like Mehdi Hassan is not in the file. Somebody linked a debate he did to somebody else. He's not in the files. So saying that kind of shit is fucked up. It's like actually fucked up. Whenever the like butt of the joke is that we're criminals of some sort, like don't do that joke. And it's not funny. It's not cool. It's not okay. It's one thing to be like Hassan is like a dork or whatever, or you know, or Hassan is stinky or whatever. Even I think that's fucking weird. But don't do that shit. That's like fucked up. And I'm not gonna do that.
Okay.
Thank you, Eleutheus.
Like, shit's terrible, but we have to be strategic and think clearly. And no one's talking about this fact, like ICE is pre-funded for 6 years. The reconciliation bill that was passed last January means ICE can keep doing this for 6 years. The money is not, they did it before the budget was passed. They're going to keep doing it if the budget isn't passed. And so the money's not the question.
Can you pause it?
What is going on with this person?
She's got to be one of the weirdest people in Congress. I mean, really.
And she's got like like for every month she's been in Congress, like the New York Times, the Atlantic has done like this is what Democrats need to be like. She doesn't look like she like is comfortable. I feel like I'm making her uncomfortable watching this.
Well, I mean, people keep saying that she's the House's Kirsten Sinema, but no, she's actually the House's John Fetterman because she dresses like shit.
Right, and like looks like she's having a breakdown.
Well, and seems mentally unwell. Like, yeah,
like
she's
why,
Fetterman.
Like I feel like I should back up when I'm watching this video. Like I'm crowding her or something.
Right.
They're going to keep doing it if the budget isn't passed. And so the money's not the question. The question is, what leverage do Senate Dems have now to negotiate accountability right now to end this craziness? Like, I think they could negotiate to get Senate I think they could negotiate to replace Noam with someone that doesn't skirt the filibuster. I think they could get ID numbers on federal law enforcement. I think they could get an end to the surge. I think they could get an investigation in Minnesota that wasn't run by the feds. I think they could get an end to the administrative warrant bullshit. There's stuff that is
But that's the question, you dummy. That was why you shouldn't have voted for it. Because these are all points of leverage that does not have to do with the budget that ICE got. We already know. Now, ICE is our largest in terms of budget law enforcement. I say that with heavy quotes, agency in this country. The point is that with the appropriations, this is the time where you put guardrails on their ability to terrorize communities. And when she says, I think this, it's like, okay. I mean, I guess this is some like Facebook mom doing a thought experiment in her backyard with her messy bun. But no, you're a member of Congress. These are demands that you could have made. It's unbelievable to me. Does she know where she's at?
How does she finish this? I want to know how she gets.
There's stuff that is worth getting.
Right.
Because the money is not the question at this point. It's pre-funded.
Yes.
I know everyone feels terrible, but we have to be strategic.
It was funded because you people funded it. It's because you people allowed it to go through, and because you refused to shut down the government. Like, you gave up all your leverage. You refused to shut down the government. You gave up every power. You voted for all sorts of ICE thanking bills, you fucking rat. You voted with the 7 to do another ICE funding bill. What do you mean we've got to be strategic? They would have passed without your vote.
Right now.
Okay.
I love when
Go ahead.
I love when they chastise you for not being strategic when they're the ones who are not being strategic, where it's like, no, like you've already given up the leverage and now you're chastising all of the voters for like, you know, pointing it out. Like the strategy was to hold your vote hostage for like, you know, well, in this case, I kind of don't even agree because a lot of what she's talking about are just like, you know, holding your vote hostage to demand that ICE follow the law, which I think there should be a separate mechanism for that besides just like not doing not voting for a reconciliation bill. Like the fact that that's where things are at is a negative sign. But yeah, certainly like it's better than like voting for it, right?
Yeah. I mean, we need to be strategic. That's exactly what we were telling you, lady. That's what we were telling you. And what is the strategy? Telling people we need to be strategic to what end? And what is your strategy? Because you just voted to fund this when you could have demanded everything that you just outlined. It's quite bizarre.
I mean, I think you said it at the beginning correctly. She and the other 6 Democrats in the House were expecting for new villains to be subbed in by this point. They were expecting for new villains to be subbed in to take the heat off of them. So they weren't, you know, expecting so many weeks of, you know, intense scrutiny. Who those villains were supposed to be, who knows? Probably Fetterman would have been one of them, and maybe the same people from the first shutdown. But like now that the spotlight, you know, the hot potato has stopped in their hands, they're just not prepared for it.
I want to read a quote from one Ezra Klein from his opinion piece from a few months ago. This is the way you beat Trump and Trumpism. What happened over the past 15 years is that the Democratic Party has made room on its left and closed down on its right. For all the talk of what the Democratic Party should learn from Sanders and Mamdani, there should be at least as much talk of what they should learn from Manchin or Golden, Mary Gluesenkamp-Perez, or Sarah McBride. The party should be seeking more, not less, internal disagreement. Golden and Gluesenkamp-Perez were 2 of the 7 who voted to increase ICE's funding after Renee Good was killed. And it's amazing to me that he's basically trying to say that these should have equivalent voices to the actual like visionaries in the party. You could put AOC in there as well, or the people driving like messaging, because what strikes me about that video is the complete lack of coherence and vision. What even is supposed to be taken from what she just said right there rhetorically? There's nothing to even grab onto, as Ezra talks about how this completely like amorphous twee weirdo should be providing the vision that the actual visionaries are providing.
Will Menaker had a good name for Mary Gluesenkamp-Perez, which is Mary Concentration Camp Perez. Here is a from Washington State Standard. Washington Congresswoman misses vote on stopgap budget bill. Democratic U.S. Rep. Mary Concentration Camp Perez says she backed the Republican bill to avert a government shutdown passed by the U.S. House, but the roll call, she tried. So she supported the Republican bill to avert the shutdown in September. The other thing I could find about the continuing resolution earlier in the year was her saying, hey, we shouldn't pass it wasn't her talking about, oh, we shouldn't give ICE 6 years of funding, so the horse gets out of the barn. It was her complaining that Congress people shouldn't get a $6,000 raise. And for folks who like hate Congress and think that, yeah, I don't want to see them getting more money, every dollar that Congress gets in salary is money that they don't need from the private sector. And this is why Texas keeps their representation, their state legislators basically poor. So you need like a daddy, a donor daddy to live a life. But so that's what she was concerned about. She's a lunatic. And if that's what I reject the idea that it takes this sort of like maladjusted person to win in some of these districts.
Well, I mean, I think to your...
Sorry about that, chat. I paused when I was muted. What I'm trying to say is she only won because the other candidate was so bad, right? And people took her alternative presentation, like Fetterman, as a sign that she would be progressive. So there was a lot of like people who got tricked, like Fetterman. And the other thing is they fed into that. Fetterman and her both endorsed Bernie, were positive toward Bernie. Like she came up as a Bernie Sanders supporter. But just because somebody claims to be a Bernie Sanders supporter doesn't mean they're not corruptible. Doesn't mean they're not a scumbag.
her point, the fact that she's supported by Ezra Klein kind of like is the bigger point here, which is that despite there only being 7 House members who stepped up to break ranks, there are certainly more than 7 Democrats in positions of power within the party who wanted this to go through, right? These are just the 7 who were put up by nature of what, maybe they're insulated from consequences because their election is far off, or they're retiring, or like they're just younger in the party, so they're willing to fall on this with the hopes that they'll like get positions of leadership in the future. Like, there are more Democrats who wanted this to go through than just these 7s. And these are just the sacrificial lambs of the party that, wants to keep expanding ICE. They don't want to stop expanding the civil rights and human rights erosion machine. They just don't want to get the negative press that comes with supporting it. They just think they would be better stewards of this new agent or this new agency of the surveillance state. And so
they don't even think that. This is the problem, I think, with Majority Report is, I understand being anti-conspiratorial because it can make you look like a crank, but sometimes it's true. And when you deny the conspiracy when it's provable, you are now starting to look like an apologist and a crank. Okay? Marie Gluesenkamp Perez does not think that she is going to be a better steward of ICE. I'm sorry, that's not true. Like, come on.
They want to keep it around after Trump is gone, and they probably want to keep it funded to this degree after Trump is gone, because it's going to be just part of the apparatus used to strip away the human rights as it's being used now of every American, of every person.
So the Democrat, wait a minute. Okay, so you're coming back around to my position, which is the Democrats support the Gestapo stripping Americans' rights. That seems to be not in line with their base. Wonder why that is.
The country. And so they're going out of their way to keep ICE as normalized as possible.
I mean, Schumer's main gripe is that ICE is not, that local law enforcement and leadership in these states is rightly trying to block extensive collaboration with local law enforcement and ICE. That has been one of his demands. It just is like the efficiency of ICE. It's a little too messy now.
Well, yeah. Because and I think it's important to say what ICE is efficient at. Like, ICE is, I think, the most efficient agency in the United States, especially considering its like origins in the aftermath of 9/11 and in the Patriot Act and, the fervor surrounding the war on terror, then most efficient agency at stripping away the rights of American citizens. Because
the strategy by a Democrat candidate in Chicago is to say abolish Trump's ICE so they could try to hop onto the abolish bandwagon without calling to end ICE. There's a very easy way to fix that. You take a half step to the left and you say, punish ICE, arrest ICE, prosecute ICE. Now the conversation is no longer about abolishing ICE. It's about the criminality of ICE and whether or not ICE agents that break the law should be punished. They should be prosecuted. And what are they going to do? Say no? They're going to be like, no, we should not be punishing the crimes of murder. What? The thing about the centrists is they think they're slick, but they're not slick. They're not slick. Once you catch them, and once you understand, like, the reason why I have a problem with the Majority Report, the reason why I think the Majority Report as it is constituted now, and the post Michael Brooks era, the one criticism I have of Majority Report is they're allergic to applying critical thinking to the Democratic Party. Like, I think they're getting better. I think they're getting better in it. But this is my main critique of the Majority Report and why I'm different is Kamala Harris was not a good person. Andy Bashir is not a good person. Gavin Newsom is not a good person. Like, these people that you promote because they say one thing that you agree with, and then you start becoming a fan. You're not applying critical thinking. You're not analyzing Democratic politicians with the same level of vigor that you analyze Republican politicians. That's why they could support Brad Lander. And it's like, Brad Lander is obviously a mistake. He's a Zionist. In 2026, somebody saying they're a Zionist is disqualifying. I'm sorry. And the fact that you're not willing to apply that is weird. It's the same thing with Pete Buttigieg. The reason why the Democratic Party is doing this is because of the structures of the Democratic Party. It isn't based on the personalities of the individual corporate Democrat. The question you need to ask yourself is, what is the source of the power of this politician? What is their source of their power? And Marie Wollstonecraft-Perez's source of her power is Republican billionaires.
You don't need ICE to deal with immigration, like specifically. You don't need ICE to arrest people, even if you're pro prison and pro cop. You don't need ICE to arrest these people. They're actually pretty bad at all of this stuff. They're not trained for domestic policing. They're not trained for anything, it seems like. And so, it really does bear the question, like, why do Democrats want to specifically keep ICE around? Like, why not have something else, like anything else, really? And to me, the only answer can be because they want to be part of the part, they want the ultimate goal that ICE is sent to enforce, which is that, humans in America just have too much rights now and they should have fewer.
And not shocking that the overlap with Zionism and the people that just love ICE to death is basically, it's a circle.
It's weird seeing people who reject ICE that say to have nothing to say about what Israel's doing in the West Bank every single day.
That is odd. And you see it like people saying stuff about ICE that were completely silent about the genocide in Gaza. I'm not necessarily sure what that means, except for the fact that
they're lost.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think, and to be charitable, I think foreign policy and things happening overseas are sometimes a little bit harder for folks to conceive of, and there is a mass chilling effect due to Zionist repression of that kind of speech that can intimidate people. But yeah, I think that hypocrisy, a lot of people have been pointing that out and calling that out, is very valid.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Oh, God, Jank being totally washed. Jank being totally fucking washed is, gross. And it just God, how are people this is what happens on your brain without socialism. This is your brain without socialism, without an understanding of the structures of society, without a method of analyzing power. Your brain becomes Cenk Uygur.
There's new Epstein files out. The DOJ, after blatantly breaking the law that Trump signed, has now released, 40 days after the deadline, 3 million new pages and over 100,000 pictures.
Today's release marks the end of a very comprehensive document identification and review process. After submitting the final report to Congress as required under the Act and publishing the written justifications for redactions in the Federal Register, the department's obligations under the Act will be completed.
This has been a saga and story where both things are true. There has been rampant delay and violations of the plain letter of the law. On the other hand, for the cynics who said, well, maybe they'll just run out the clock forever and nothing else will ever be released, against the precedent of secret grand jury materials and DOJ's general practice of secrecy, and that runs back through both parties, a lot of material, the millions of documents, were released today. The Deputy Attorney General also spoke about whether he's covering up for his boss.
I can assure that we complied with the statute, we complied with the Act, and we did not protect President Trump. My team has certain communications with the White House. Let me just be clear. They had nothing to do with this review. They had no oversight over this review.
It's so funny. It's so funny to be we're going to appoint nothing but Donald Trump loyalists and know that if we do anything that is not okay with Trump, we'll get fired and be well, they were directly involved. They appointed all of you.
That's the claim.
It's just that pathetic fucking lie just gets embarrassing at this point.
By a DOJ there were tips that involve accusations. That doesn't mean proof regarding whether Epstein and Trump participated in sexual abuse or crimes together. There's not clarity on whether that lead was followed. Other tips include things where news articles are simply forwarded by Epstein. I'm going to show you more of that. Emails where Epstein discusses something we knew about. There is an important chart I want to show you from inside the federal government. This is new. We haven't seen it before, partially redacted. But as you see, this is the DOJ looking at what they call the agents, accountants, authorized individuals, associates, redacted employees. Take it for what you will, but some of these people might have been charged. Only Maxwell was. Elon Musk also outed for the first time in detail in these files because he writes to Epstein about trying to come visit the island and specifically says, what will be the wildest party on your island? What does wild mean when you're talking to this pedophile? That's open, I suppose, to interpretation. A year later, there was an effort to coordinate an island visit with Epstein telling Musk he'd send a helicopter. Again, these are the emails we have. We cannot say whether that visit transpired or certainly whether any crimes occurred. You might recall that Trump's Commerce Secretary said Epstein was a blackmailer and talked openly about him last year. Turns out there are more hidden contacts between the two. An individual reference there, I should say, is Mr. Lutnick, refers to an email about them getting together. This is after Lutnick claimed he severed ties. We should note that Lutnick publicly distanced himself, and in that planning, it appeared that Lutnick was on a trip with his wife. The DOJ says this is the last of the files they'll release. We should note 3 million is a lot less than the 6 million that prosecutors at the DOJ had initially said they had. So is this a full release or not? That question looms large over what is a ton of new documents. We are joined by Tara Palmieri, a veteran journalist, author of The Red Letter, and host of the Tara Palmieri Show podcast, where she's covered exactly this story for a long time. Let's start with what's...
I love how the mainstream media is so eager to bring on their ideological centrists that have no fucking audience. But again, let's go and watch this. This should be good.
New. We can't get through all the documents today, but what jumps out to you today in the new files?
I think the fact that President Trump's inner circle is just so deeply entangled with Jeffrey Epstein, more so than they were ever willing to admit. The fact that Elon Musk would tweet, President Trump is going to get blown up in the Epstein files, and yet here he is arranging to go on the island on a night that would be, a party island. Howard Lutnick going out of his way to say he went into Epstein's house once with his wife and was horrified by it, yet he was arranging to go to his island. So it's just like these people, they had such hubris. They had no problem lying about their extensive relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. And obviously, there's a lot of really concerning tips about Donald Trump in these documents that we don't know if the FBI actually followed up on or did any investigating. They have maintained their position since June that there were no other men involved in the sexual assault of 1,000 women. And those young girls, now women, many of them have filed lawsuits, civil lawsuits, because they couldn't do it criminally because of the statute of limitations, or they have, various settlements. Ghislaine Maxwell said there were 25 men that signed settlements.
Have we got 100% of the files? No, we have not. Funnily enough, there's still thousands and thousands of more documents that have not been released.
One plaintiff alone. And so we're supposed to believe that the Department of Justice actually did a real investigation on this. And we're just seeing a bunch of tips, some very disturbing about the president, but we don't know if they ever even took them seriously.
Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump's the current president, and he has known ties to Epstein. So a big part of these new files today, number one, is the heat that puts on him and, as you say, his allies. I mean, Elon Musk was a recent Trump special employee, a kind of a super cabinet official. So those are big questions. Number two, the questions at the DOJ implicate the Trump administration, which was in charge when Epstein died, but also prior and later DOJs under Democratic administrations. We'll pull up the chart again from the lead. Yeah. I mean, I have it. It's one of the things I immediately printed to really study without disfavoring or biasing people, because there's much we don't know. The fact that this many individuals were tied to Epstein in ways that the DOJ at the time viewed as authorized agent, associate, people with potential knowledge, people, as you know, redacted. And the only one charged...
Why are there so many redacted people? Employee. Why are they all redacted? The answer is because Donald Trump's DOJ gave Jeffrey Epstein a sweetheart deal. It gave all his co-conspirators fucking immunity.
Maxwell. Tara, how do you view that in terms of a report card for DOJs in both parties appearing to go softer on these now known associates than many other targets for crimes that were, frankly, lesser crimes in America?
It seems like they've just given up on it altogether. They have, before June, they said there were active leads when you spoke to the Justice Department. Pam Bondi said she's got the Epstein lead list on her desk. Then afterwards, there's no one else involved. And it's really disheartening for the victims, because they were hoping that with the Epstein files coming out, they would have a sort of immunity in a sense where it would be public, the names of the people that abused them and the information that they submitted. They wanted to feel like it wasn't their burden. They wouldn't have to deal with defamation suits. Virginia Giuffre obviously had to deal with a ton of defamation suits from
I'm only
Alan
jumping in
Dershowitz for speaking out.
I'm only jumping in with the minute we have left.
Yeah.
If we say that the evidence suggests maybe first-term Trump DOJ fell down on the job, then isn't it the job of the next DOJ under Merrick Garland to pick up the leads?
And the one before that, I mean, he was, 1996, the first call went in to about Jeffrey Epstein from Maria Farmer about her and her sister being sexually molested. And every single time he used his high-ranking officials, his contacts. The Obama's former White House counsel, Kathy Remler, was giving him advice on how to deal with an accusation against Donald Trump. I mean, that is how high up Jeffrey Epstein was connected to all of these administrations, and that is why he got away.
I mean, when you say administrations, you have to say Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton. It's not just Donald Trump. And I think the way that Democratic Party shills are trying to make it about Donald Trump and Donald Trump alone is blatantly false. If anything, if we're being completely honest, Jeffrey Epstein was more aligned with people like Bill Clinton than he was with somebody like Donald Trump. But because he was a spy for Israel, he was bipartisan. Okay? Bill Gates, and Bill Clinton were his besties. All right? Like, those are centrist corporate Democrat mainstays. Let's be honest here. And that's why the Democratic Party doesn't want to latch on to this, because it would take out, all of their corporate centrist scum. That's why we need a full-blown purge.
With one of the most perverse crimes for 3 decades.
All right, chat. Tidy v. Tidy has posted an edit. And I just want to show you this, chat, because it's fucking awesome. And we love Tidy v. Tidy here on the Central Committee.
You're giving my location, a time for people to go find me, and you're encouraging them to start physical activity. The problem is that 1, you don't know who's going to show up. And 2, if somebody shows up and starts fighting, you don't know how that escalates. Yeah. Why the would I ever want people posting where I'm going to be at with a time, calling people to go there and harass me?
No, absolutely. He's straight up saying, if
Dan wants to do something useful and still be a Hassan hater, he should create a Track Hassan X account that posts his current location when he's out at protests. His location should be publicly available at all times while he's live streaming. I just want to clarify what I was saying here, because it sounds like I'm saying that his live location or whatever should be broadcast or whatever it was at protest. That is exactly what I'm saying, and it should be. And he should be bullied. People should scream at him and shout at him and bully him the fuck out of any left-leaning protest that you see. The CCP paid agitator fuck should never be in any Democratic liberal protest ever. You're fucking crazy to think that that's even remotely acceptable. I don't know if somebody's going to show up and start doing something. I don't know if that situation will escalate. The biggest thing is somebody says oh shit, this Destiny dude, I remember I'm going to show up and fucking knife this guy. I'm going to show up and shoot this guy, or I'm going to do something more. I'm going to show up with 4 friends and cause some big problems. If you're going to post pictures of where I'm at and even jokingly suggest or offer to pay people to come and attack me, I will do whatever the fuck I can to fuck with your life. The idea of somebody posting pictures where you're at and then calling people to go there and do shit to you it's another world.
It would be Destiny's fantasy to be in the files. He would love to be in the files. They're so emboldened by their bot networks. We'll see what happens with Destiny and all the people that bot. And people that bot do this a lot, and they're very obvious. You can tell people who don't bot by things that are not botted, that are not cheap. For example, I have 10,000 subscribers, okay? That's not something that you're going to bot yourself, because that's literally tens of thousands of dollars. That's just not something you're going to do, right? So, but you can bot yourself a bunch of fake viewership to get slightly ahead of someone. That's how you can tell when somebody's botting, is when they start to make, for example, Asmongold has a bot thing where it's he just puts himself 10K above Hassan, whatever Hassan's on Twitch, right? So let's say that he has got 10, 15,000 actual viewers. That's some good activity, right? But when you add the bots, it becomes more prestigious because it's not completely fake. There's some amount of interest in Asmongold. But if you're talking about how many authentic American political viewers does Asmongold have, it's less than me. That's just an objective fact.
Me that anybody could think that that's okay. That is exactly what I'm saying, and it should be. And he should be bullied. People should scream at him and shout at him and bully him the fuck out of any left-leaning protest that you see. I honestly think you could perfectly justify attacking / killing Hassan IRL for statements like this. It's the fact that you're creating the environment, the possibility for somebody to get killed. That's wild. What a crybaby victim bitch.
Now, personally, here's what I think. I think that you shouldn't try to stalk content creators. I think that's bad. However, I do think that if somebody advocates for that publicly, that should happen to them. Like, what they advocate for should happen to them. I don't personally advocate for doing that. However, I do think that if somebody does advocate for it, then they would deserve it. And if we're talking about bullying people at protests, I mean, Destiny would have to go to one in order to be like, he'd have to leave his fucking I don't know, what is he in? Condo? I assume he's at a condo tower in Miami. I don't know where he lives, chat. So, but like, he'd have to actually leave it in order for people. The other thing is, people would actually have to recognize him and want to be associated with him. You know what I mean? Which I don't think there's a lot of those people left. The GOAT returns. Oh, yeah, by the way, chat, if you're not already following, if you hate Destiny like I do, you should definitely be following Tiny v Tiny, because Tiny v Tiny defeats Destiny with the very easy method of just quoting him twice. You know, you just quote him twice and he's defeated.
Okay, so I think this summer, since Melina's gone and I've got this whole extra room, I'm thinking about setting the room up for Nathan, and I think Nathan might come over for a month. I haven't been like a full-time parent in a while. What do I do with a 13-year-old that's here for like a month? If I give him a sick computer and I put him in that room and he'll play games, like what else? Like if he just did that for like 4 weeks, is that like bad? Or do you even eat breakfast? What will you cook for him? I don't think he's a breakfast guy either. He's pretty thin. He's lanky like I was as a kid, so he can starve. I should weigh him every day to make sure he's not actually starving though. That's good.
You're joking. You think he's gonna be starving under your watch?
I came out of high school weighing like 100 to 105 pounds. I was not good about eating. I don't think he's that thin, but okay. I think,
surprise, surprise, Destiny's kid is now a Nazi and follower of Nick Fuentes. Gross. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep it flowing, chat. Let's keep it flowing. There's a story that I want to cover that no one else is going to cover because they don't actually talk about politics. So I'm going to talk about it because it's incredibly important and it's something that you should all know. But nobody else cares but me for some reason. I think it's because most people that are on Twitch don't talk about politics because they care about it. They talk about it because it's their only way to have viewership, so that they're just randomly talking about politics for some reason. And this story is something that only like people that actually care about it will cover. So this is very important, all right, that you cover it. Utah governor signs bill adding justices to state Supreme Court as redistricting appeal looms. Now, one of the most important fights that I've been trying to have has been the normalization of packing the Supreme Court. And one of the things is a lot of liberals have argued against it because they said, if you pack the Supreme Court and you gain a majority of the Supreme Court, well, the next time the Republicans have a trifecta, they will pack the Supreme Court. Now, the Republicans have already packed the Supreme Court. They have 6 justices on the Supreme Court, even though they actually haven't won that many elections for president in the last 30 years. The Democrats have actually won the majority of the elections in the last 30 years, yet they have only 3 justices on the Supreme Court. Why is that? Well, because the Republicans played hardball. They held open a Supreme Court seat for over 300 days under Obama. And then when a Democrat died a month before the election, they added another justice 7 days before the presidential election. So they have 6 justices because they're ruthless in controlling the Supreme Court. And what I said is the Democrats control the Senate, the Democrats control the White House, the Democrats control the House. They should add 4 justices to the Supreme Court and take control of the Supreme Court 7-6 to make up for the fact that the Republicans stole so many Supreme Court seats. And that's the bare minimum. The bare minimum we need to do to protect whatever, this democracy is. Overturn Citizens United. Ban partisan gerrymandering. Yes, 6-7. That's right. 6-7. And the main objection that many people had that were liberals was, as I said before, well, if we pack the Supreme Court, when they get power again, they'll pack the Supreme Court. It will be right back where we started. And that's bad for some reason. Now, my reaction to that is, if we pack the Supreme Court, we will control the Supreme Court until the Republicans pass a law and appoint more justices again. You understand how hard it is to do all of that? To line that up, to actually have a trifecta, to actually be able to pack the Supreme Court. And by the way, if you pack the Supreme Court with a bunch of left-leaning judges, they're going to do things that make it hard for the Republicans to actually win the majority again. Like, as I said before, cutting off corporate money, overturning Citizens United, putting campaign finance restrictions in, banning partisan gerrymandering. All the tricks the Republicans need to actually get a trifecta will be overturned. Well, here in Utah, the Utah Supreme Court was ruling against Republicans. And so what did they do? They immediately packed the Supreme Court because they didn't like the rulings. They immediately packed the Supreme Court because they didn't like the rulings. Now, are Democrats, are you guys going insane over this? Do you guys even care about this? Is this even a national story? Nobody fucking cares. Other politics streamers are not even going to talk about this, because it requires you actually paying attention to politics and power. And that is a huge problem. It's a huge problem because politics being treated as drama, or politics being treated as just a way to get attention, is destroying our ability to organize and the intellect of regular fucking people. Regular people used to be a hell of a lot smarter than they are now, literally. They used to get 2 newspapers a day. They would read books. You know how so many people on social media are like, I don't want to read theory. I could be a socialist without reading any theory. Back in the day, people they were learning how to read so they could read theory. We are actually getting dumber. Objectively, we are getting dumber. And so this is just one of those stories that I really, really want you to understand. The Utah Governor Spencer Cox signed a bill Saturday that expands the state Supreme Court from 5 justices to 7, as frustration has mounted among Republican lawmakers over a string of defeats before the tribunal. Republican advocates for the change. Oh my God, Tectone is live? Tectone is live? Oh, chat, would you be against me making fun of Tectone? Rape Tone? Okay, we'll talk about it after we talk about real politics here. Republican advocates for the change argue it would help improve the court's efficiency. But legal experts said it could have the opposite effect and set a dangerous precedent at a time of tensions between the branches of government. The state's judiciary did not ask for more justices on the high court. Democrats, who were united in opposition to the bill, called the timing suspicious. Last week, the legislator asked the court to overturn a redistricting ruling that gave Democrats a strong shot at picking up one of Utah's 4 Republican-held congressional seats in the fall. New justices could be in place when the court decides the fate of the congressional map. Because the bill received approval from more than 2/3 of legislators, it took effect immediately after the governor signed it, allowing him to bypass a several-month waiting period to start adding justices. In Utah, justices are appointed by the governor and approved by the state Senate. Justices in many other states are elected. Most states have 5 or 7 Supreme Court justices, but a few have 9. Cox, the Republican, had said the additions would put Utah in line with other states of its size. He denied that the policy is politically motivated, noting that Republicans and senators have all made recent appointments. Once he fills the new seats, Cox will have appointed 5 of the 7 sitting justices. Last month, Republican lawmakers took authority from the state Supreme Court justices to select their own chief justice and gave that power to the governor. 7 sets of eyes reviewing the most complex and difficult issues of our state has ever faced is better than only having 5 sets of eyes, said the House Majority Leader Casey Snyder, a Republican sponsor of the bill. And by the way, the Democrats are just like, well, this is suspicious, and that's the fight back. The Republicans are packing the Supreme Court in Utah to get 1 seat in Congress. I want you to imagine having a political party that had that level of ambition, that had that level of effectiveness. I want you to imagine a political party. Do you see how ruthlessly efficient and tactical and strategic a party can be? They don't have, like, they're not only not caving to the Democrats, they're like, yeah, the Republicans on the Supreme Court are not Republican enough. We're going to add a bunch more so we could steal 1 seat. And you guys aren't even mad about it. Like, you're not, like, to me, like, honestly, for me, this is a coup. This is absolutely a coup. And you're not even mad about it. Liberals aren't even mad about this. Hacking the Utah SCOTUS is abundance. Utah Governor Spencer Koch has signed a bill allowing him to add 2 new justices to the Utah Supreme Court, a move that could reshape future rulings on Utah's congressional maps, including the court-mandated Democratic UT 01 under Prop 4. An abundance of Supreme Court justices. I don't even know what to say anymore. I don't even know what to say anymore. I legitimately don't even know what to say anymore. What can you even say? Oh, dang, I thought it was a Dem governor. They don't have a Democratic governor in Utah. 100,000 followers. Congratulations, Mike. Thank you. That's why we're streaming. We're never going to stop streaming. We're never stopping, chat. We are streaming every single day from now on. The new Mike schedule is every day. We're doing the Hassan schedule. 7 days a week. He didn't even stream yesterday. True. Nice shirt, Mike. Yeah. I got it at DSA last night because I actually care about politics and do shit. I'm not just doing this to make money off of it. All right. Rape tone stream.
A lot of people want to act like they're lawyers these days. Okay. They do. What is a civil case? Spoiler alert, guys. I lost a civil case. I did. Hey, I did. And we're going to talk about, I lost. It's true. And we're going to talk about everything. What is a civil case? So a civil case is essentially a vibe check to where they see, how are this guy's vibes? Unfortunately, I'm fucking retarded. Yeah, L for me. I'm fucking retarded and I run my mouth way too much. One thing that I've learned, and throughout this slideshow, there's going to be consistent change. I am going to start tweeting 95% less. I uninstalled Twitter on my phone, and I'm not going to tweet for 1 week because a civil case isn't determined. It's determined by vibes.
That's not correct, of course. There is a standard of evidence. Now, the standard of evidence for a civil case for an adjudication is called the preponderance of evidence, which means more likely than not, right? And that requires definitive proof. Now, in this case, the victim provided more than 200 pages of death threats, rape threats, blackmail, testified under oath that he had recordings of him sexually assaulting her. And he also claimed to be a diagnosed schizophrenic who is unmedicated. So it wasn't a vibe check. There was testimony. There was extrinsic evidence. He's lying. And so I'll be happy to debunk every single one of those claims that he makes.
And usually the way that court cases work for like criminal cases is you need to have proof to prove that someone's guilty. But in a civil case, I needed proof to prove that I'm innocent, which...
That's not the case. There was an overwhelming flood of evidence that he was an unhinged rapist and an active stalking threat. And the judge was like, you're dangerous. And you have to leave her alone now. That's why. It requires proof. If it's just, and by the way, just so everybody knows, testifying under oath is proof. If you go in there and you swear to tell the truth under penalty of perjury, and you tell a story and everyone believes you, that's proof. Now, luckily for the victim in this case, she had a lot more than just her sworn testimony. By the way, Tectoad swore under oath that he had never successfully given his partner an orgasm in 2 years of dating. I know this is petty, but I want you to understand that Microtone has never successfully made a woman orgasm. He admitted that under oath. He also admitted under oath the only sexual contact he had was coerced oral sex, and that he was not capable of sexual intercourse. Now, I know that's salacious. This is the type of guy that is out here yelling at women and calling them whores.
It was hard, and I'm a bastard. So essentially, the court decided that I'm a vibe rapist. Yeah, and my vibes were fucking terrible. So
no, the court concluded that it was reasonable to believe that you had committed sexual assault and stalking. That's not vibe rapist. They thought you were an actual rapist. Now, you were not convicted because you weren't prosecuted under a court of law. You were sued civilly so you would stop harassing and threatening your victim. Now, I can tell you right now, this entire thing he's doing, I consider it to be a violation of the protective order.
Oh, the thing that I learned is, Tectone, stop fucking tweeting. Because my vibes are fucking terrible. And I don't think I've ever been on Twitter and done something where I was like, you know what? I'm going to tweet something that's positively going to affect my life. But yeah, the vibes are fucking off. The vibes are off. All right, so I lost the vibe check. It's true.
Now, anybody can get a TRO. Like, a TRO is one thing. What is a TRO? A TRO is a temporary restraining order. That's where you could go to civil family court and say, hey, I've been dating this person and they're threatening me and they abused me and I want a restraining order from them. And I need you to do that because I feel unsafe. And the court will tend to give you that based on that alone. Like they will typically, if you can prove like, hey, I was in a relationship with this person and you swear under oath that it's true and that you're scared, they can give you you can get a TRO against someone. So I don't consider TROs to necessarily be definitive proof that someone is an abuser. Okay. If it was a TRO alone, I would be like, okay, in our society, we make it easy to get temporary restraining orders just to protect someone from a situation before anybody looks into it. Okay. That's one thing. Okay. I don't think it's fair to declare someone to be a rapist, abuser, whatever, because of a TRO. I think that it is reasonable to be like, okay, we should take a step back while this is investigated. But I don't think it's reasonable to just claim they are such a thing because somebody made an accusation. All right. That's my personal belief after being, going to law school, seeing what the standard of proof is. Now, if somebody gets a permanent protective order for a period of 10 years, yo, that motherfucker did it. That motherfucker did it. And the evidence is very strong because the typical protective, first of all, a restraining order is a lower level order than a protective order. Protective order is an even higher level of a restraining order. And the fact that he got one, the typical standard restraining order lasts for 2 years. Okay. So the fact that he got a motherfucking 10-year protective order against him is fucking insane. That's fucking insane. And he had to give up his guns. And now, if he ever has a gun in his possession, it's a felony. Could John Rapetone Robert Robertson be dragged back to court for doing what he's doing right now? Yes. And PATROs, we call them PFAs, are issued ex parte and a hearing is set for final determination. Exactly. So if someone gets a PFA, I don't necessarily think they're definitely guilty because sometimes abusers will abuse someone and then beat the abuse victim to the court in order to prevent themselves from getting prosecuted for abuse. I have seen that happen before. But usually when it goes into the actual hearing or the actual case and the person who was abused goes and says, no, they abused me. And if they have proof of it, things tend to get dropped, right? That is something that can happen. So I don't think a PFA is necessarily definitive proof of abuse. Sometimes abusers will use the fact, if you report something first, this legal system is designed to kind of treat you like you have more credibility. So it is a tactic that abusers can use. The fact that he lost after having five fucking lawyers.
Hello?
Can't court subpoena Twitch for the VOD to use as evidence? They don't even need to subpoena it. You could just bring the VOD.
Am I live somewhere? Wait, am I live somewhere? Mic check 1 2 1 2. Wait, what am I live on? Holy shit. Wait, what am I live on actually?
He's so fucking annoying, dude. He's such a bad streamer too.
And to my lawyers,
what a fucking botter. God, he's such a fucking shit streamer. He's dumb as fuck. God, he's such a fucking idiot. I would have debunked this
What
shit.
I'm saying, let me pause this. We're gonna pull out the whiteboard. Yeah, we got a don't has now. Like, hold up, let me do this. Yeah, and then let me do this. That's probably fine. That's terrible. Why the fuck is that so bad? Hold up. Yo, Nicole, just understand. There's gonna be a lot of people up your ass. Oh my God, now there's emotes over my face. Dude, this might be the worst stream I've ever seen in my entire life. Let's put this over here.
Wait, what happened?
Hey, careful talking to me, guys. Hey, listen. If you're a content creator right now and you're talking to me, hey, just understand. There's gonna be a lot of people up your ass. Oh my God, now there's emotes over my face.
Did someone raid him?
Let me do this. Yeah. Hey, let's do a poll here, guys. Hey, type 1 if you think I did it. Type 2 if you think I'm an innocent man. Let's see, man. Let's see what the boys are saying. What a crazy barrier to entry. You know what I'm saying? Let me pause this. We're gonna pull out the whiteboard. Yeah, we gotta bust this shit out. Dude, can we talk about this real quick? And we're gonna get into everything, don't worry. Can we talk about this shit? Can we talk about the insane amount
of men, the amount of guys that support a rapist, an adjudicated rapist is fucking, I mean, obviously he's botting like crazy because he always bots.
A barrier to entry watching Tectone has now? Like, hold up, let me do this. Yeah, and then let me do this. That's probably fine.
Okay, I was trying to see who rated him.
So bad.
Oh, this is so fucking dumb.
It looks good over here. Why is it not look about here? Okay, we're gonna talk about was the biggest piece of dog shit I've ever seen in my entire bald bitch. And
God, what a narcissist. What a fucking loser narcissist. A barrier to entry Tectone. How about your content sucks shit? That's a pretty good barrier. But I guess you buy a lot of bots, so there's that. Okay, what happened to it? I thought he had like okay, there it is. Jesus. He has to do the micro penis allegations. He had to do the micro penis allegations.
Someone's guilty, but in a civil case, I needed proof to prove that I'm innocent, which was hard and I'm a bastard. So essentially, the court decided that I'm a vibe rapist. Yeah, and my vibes were fucking terrible. So the thing that I learned is, Tectone, stop fucking tweeting. Because my vibes are fucking terrible. And I don't think I've ever been on Twitter and done something where I was like, you know what? I'm going to tweet something that's positively going to affect my life. But yeah, the vibes are fucking off. The vibes are off.
I can't get 10 viewers and a rapist gets thousands. Bro, he's been offline for like multiple months and he was promoted by like all the biggest right-wing content creators for years and years and years. And he was part of a mainstream organization. Like, I regret to inform you, but that the way that social media works is social power works.
So I lost the vibe check. It's true. Next up, are you going to jail? Oh my God. What is that photo even? I have seen so many people on Twitter tell me and inform me that I'm going to jail. Yep. Dude, I have seen people on Twitter say with complete certainty that I'm in fact actually already in jail. Yes, there are people who literally think that I'm going to jail. I want to make this
I want you guys to understand something. Depending upon what he says in this stream, he could end up in jail.
Very clear, okay? And I'm going to say this one time, and I'm going to move on. There was already a month, 8 police investigation on me. They found nothing. The case was suspended. I have no criminal.
Okay, so what I want to tell you, chat, is that the investigation is ongoing. The victim decided to go through the civil route and get a protective order because they were worried about Tectone continuing to harass them and send their audience toward them and put them into physical danger. So they went the civil route to ensure that he could not talk about them anymore and therefore not use his audience to try to intimidate them, harass them, or assault them. The investigation, like for rape and sexual assault, the statute of limitations in Texas is years and years. So he has not been cleared of anything. In fact, the only thing that a court has done looking at the allegations is determine that the preponderance of evidence is that he is a stalker and a sexual assaulter. That's the only adjudication. In fact, the standard of evidence in a civil case is higher than the standard of evidence to get arrested for a crime. I'll say that again. The standard of evidence in a civil case adjudication is higher than the standard that it would take to get arrested for a crime. Okay? Conviction is beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what is beyond a reasonable doubt? There is not an agreement on it. Typically, judges have been surveyed and they think beyond a reasonable doubt is a 95% probability or higher that you did it. Okay? That's what beyond a reasonable doubt typically means. But preponderance of the evidence means more evidence points to the fact that you did it.
Charges. I was not convicted of any crime because I didn't fucking do anything. So no, I'm not going to jail.
Now, in a civil case, they can't send you to jail. But what a judge can do is a judge can, because you're not being charged with a crime in a civil case, you're being sued in court based on a interpersonal disagreement on the initiative of the plaintiff. So the judges in a civil case are not empowered to give you a prison sentence, okay? But what they can do is make orders. So what the judge did is they looked at the evidence and they said, according to the standards, the rules of civil procedure and the rules of a civil court, you are guilty. I find beyond a preponderance of the evidence that you are guilty. Furthermore, I am now ordering you to not talk to the victim. I am ordering you to stop harassing the victim. I'm ordering you that you can no longer possess a gun. And that's now, if Tectone speaks about the victim, harasses the victim, I honestly think this is a violation of the court order, quite frankly. I think he should go to prison right off of this, okay? Because the moment he tries to say that he didn't do it or whatever, he's going to have to go after her. He's going to have to attack her credibility. He's going to have to harass her. And he's not allowed to talk about her anymore. Do you understand that he's not allowed to talk about the victim anymore because the judge is so convinced that he's guilty? I want you to understand something, chat. Court, he got a protective order that's 5 times longer than the standard one in Texas. The average protective order in Texas is usually 2 years. He got one for 10 years. The court was highly convinced.
No whammies, no whammies, no whammies. We're not going to jail. We're not going to jail. I
think the best thing that could happen for Tectone is for him to go to jail. And I mean this from a position of empathy. I think Tectone should go to jail. I think he needs a wake-up call. His narcissism is probably, like whenever you see a low IQ narcissist, it is one of the most amazing things because he's a grandiose narcissist, which is one of the worst ones you can be. I mean, all narcissism is pretty bad, but grandiose narcissists are they're really embarrassing. And I think he needs a wake-up call. And I think going to jail would really help him.
Jail. I'm not a fucking criminal because I didn't fucking do anything. They let you stream from jail? Well, okay, well, if I do go to jail...
Hey, Tectone, want to borrow my gun? Hey, Tectone. Now, I'm joking, chat. I would not let Tectone borrow my gun because the moment he puts his hands around a gun, he's a felon.
Expect some collabs with Jeffrey Epstein and P. Diddy. Yeah, which apparently I've also heard that I'm way worse than them. Great. Not yet, at least. Don't jinx it. I know. Kai Cenat gave me a great stream idea. We'll do the jail-a-thon. It'll be great. All right, cool. Am I going to jail? No, I'm not a fucking criminal. I didn't get convicted of anything. There was no fucking evidence or proof of me doing anything because I didn't fucking do it. Okay, my vibes are just fucking terrible and I was horrifically unprepared. Anyways, no, I'm not going to jail. All right, where are your guns? Now, this is some bullshit. I'm not gonna lie. This some bullshit. This some bullshit, bro. Can we talk about that? These motherfuckers, they took my fucking guns. Dude, I believe in America where we have the Second fucking Amendment. They took my damn guns. Now Mango ain't got nothing to do. But to me, I don't really care. People were telling me that I have like this huge gun collection. I had and 2 of them didn't even do anything. I had a Vector and an MP5K, and I bought them because they looked cool because they were from PUBG. And then I had a home defense shotgun and a fucking handgun. They're gone. No guns. Feels bad. Can I still wait, guys? Can I still play Fortnite? Do we have any lawyers in chat? Can I still play Fortnite or no? I don't know. Like, is that
you
allowed?
Can't cosplay Fortnite, that's for sure. Unless you're just running around with the pickaxe.
No guns. Okay. All right. We'll do melee only in Fortnite and PUBG. Okay. Yeah. We'll become frying pan mains. All right. No more Fortnite. None of that. All right. Cool. Let's go to the next one. Oh, I can't play Kafka either. Oh my God. Okay. Well. All right. No guns. No guns on stream. None. All right. Moving on. How does this impact you? Guys, I cannot go to jail. Did you know that there's no Genshin Impact in jail? Oh my God. You can't play Genshin Impact in prison. I would not last a day, bro. My Genshin baddies won't be there. You know, that's the one thing I will say. How does it impact you? To be honest, nothing about my life changes at all. Genuinely. I have seen so many people telling me, this guy's life's over. This guy's career's over. This guy's fucked for life. I live in San Antonio around nobody else.
Part of the reason why he moved to San Antonio is because there's a restraining order. He's not allowed to be within 200 yards of the victim, or else he commits a crime punishable by prison time. So he can't be within 200 yards of the victim. He also can't be within 200 yards of the pet of the victim. He can't go to a child care of anybody in the household of the victim. So he moved to San Antonio so he wouldn't accidentally go within 200 yards of her, because he would go to jail.
Change my life at all. It literally does nothing. The biggest change that this is going to make is that, and I guess I'll just say it here, WestJet will no longer be using AI tech tone. That's the biggest loss, man. I know. I don't know how anybody.
He was also fired from Asmongold's talent agency, Mythic.
Is gonna watch that shit ever again. I know. It sucks. That one broke my heart. It really did. It is, in fact, not a big day for the unemployed. How does it impact you? Like, fuck, it does nothing. Like, it doesn't do anything. All right, cool.
Mike, could you answer my question? Check log. Sure, Wand. You could just ask it again. As a Dem that flipped Fort Worth, Texas blue and booted Y Wamagas, I thought he was pro Medicare for all, but I don't know a lot about him, to be honest, because I don't know all the Democrats that are running for state legislative seats.
I'm gonna need some. Oh my God. Okay, hold up. I need some fucking music. This is fucking too much, guys. Are we good? Are we good if I stop doing this? Are we good with this? Are we cool? Are we cool if we stop? All right. Anyways, how do you do this? Okay. All right. So, yep. Okay. Yep. We did this. Yep. Let it load. Hold up. Yep. Okay. Yep. All right. Great. Okay. Well, now that my sex life is all out there, you know, it's great. Well, let me rephrase that. Now that my lack of sex life. Now that my lack of sex life is out there, yes, that is true. Now, okay, I am a very straight man. But yes, I did find vaginas a little bit icky. Can we be on?
I think a lot of conservative men are gay, and they come from the deep South, and they come from cultural environments where being gay is like not permissible. And as a straight man, I can tell you, if you're straight, vaginas are like the best fucking thing. I fucking love vaginas. In no way are they icky. If you know, it makes my day when I get to go munching. Okay, I love munching. There's nothing better than a good old munch. And they don't have to. I don't care if they're hairy or they're not hairy. Okay, I'm going in, and I love them. You know what gets me going? Vagina. Okay, that's because I'm straight. I mean, it's really just that simple. Theo is walking over and smiling. I'm not saying ask Vio, but you can. It's fine if you want to. Go ahead. I don't care. It's so funny because like, does anybody have the transcript? Like, I don't want to make the victim feel bad. And I don't want to, surface their shit. You know what I mean? And I feel terrible for them. So like, I'm trying to balance my hatred for Tectone with the safety of the victim. But at the same time, we also need to debunk the lies he's saying, right? And he testified under oath. So I want to make sure, I'm not trying to be salacious here. I'm not trying to make light of this. I'm really not. I do need to debunk his lies.
Honest that vaginas are weird looking until they have a dick in them.
That is...
Like, am I crazy? Like, they're fucking ugly. Like, am I nuts here?
You're nuts. Well, it's not that you're nuts. It's that you want to suck on nuts. It's that you're a gay man. Like, you're not attracted to women's bodies. If what makes a vagina sexual is the penis inside of it for you, that means you're gay. And I'm not saying gay as in bad. That's not bad. It's not bad to be gay. The problem is people like me don't have enough power where people could grow up and realize being gay is fine and nobody cares. If you want to suck a dick, Tectone, nobody cares, man. It's okay to be gay. Spends less time screaming about how it's okay to be white, which nobody cares if you're white other than when you're being a cringe racist, right? Less time screaming about how it's okay to be white, and you need to have more people screaming in your face it's okay to be gay, man. It's okay to be gay. The classic, what's this?
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Bro. Oh God, dude. Like, this is so fucking funny. I'm sorry, Chad. I don't know what to tell you.
Like, bro, no, dude, I don't know, man. Like, if some woman were to send me like a pussy pic, like, what the fuck am I gonna do with that? I don't know.
If you're a straight man, the answer would be attracted to her body and be sexually aroused.
Maybe I'm gay. I don't know. I don't think I'm gay. I'm probably not gay. I could be gay.
Well, you're not straight. That's for sure.
Yes. Vaginas made me go ew, icky for a while.
Bro, you're gay, man. Like, how are you even questioning it? How are you even questioning it? There's no way to talk about this and it not be a little bit weird. So we're going to talk about sex for a second. And let me just say, bro, you're fucking gay. There's really nothing more to say. You are fucking gay. Or at most asexual. Look at his chat disagreeing. They are ugly, Lamau. Gay, gay, gay. Not true. Throw you dicks our way. Wait. You're crazy. Gay.
How do I even answer this? How the fuck do I even answer?
He's so fucking gay, dude. He's so fucking gay, dude. Oh my God. This is, by the way, chat, if you're a conservative, bro, these are your leaders, man. Yo, dude. Does anybody have, oh God, we need the transcript. I need the transcript because not only is he find vagina icky, he has never sexually pleasured a woman successfully. Like, do you understand how gay he is? Like, this is almost like stereotypic. This is almost bigoted how gay it is. Like, if you wrote a character that was gay and they said something like, vaginas are icky, people would call you a homophobe. Like, if you had a gay character in your story and they were like, vaginas are just so icky, they would call that homophobic.
Answer this. Yeah, vaginas are weird, guys. You know, who's the criminal on the photos? I have no idea who this guy is. Listen, guys, I had experienced some sexual trauma when I was younger that made vaginas weird. Okay.
That's just okay. Listen, normally I would always say, hey, you know, respect people when they're talking. He's coming up with lies on the spot. I'm going to go ahead and tell you that. He's coming up with lies on the spot because he saw his chat saying he's gay. His dad is a sexual assaulter and a criminal. So I don't know. I mean, unless he's going to come out and say that he was, you know, sexually assaulted by his rapist dad, I think he's just making it up on the spot.
Yes. Vaginas are weird to me. Okay. Moving forward. The micro penis okay, this music is way too serious.
I'm sorry for making this ever possible so long. But what do you want me to say? These are my enemies! These are my enemies! Complete and total victory has been achieved! I have defeated yet another!
Can I get something better? Hold up. I need this music is way too fucking serious. Where the fuck is it? Here we go. Here we go. Much better. Okay. This is great. All right, we're back. Okay, great. So, the micro penis allegations.
It honestly does. Adrian Bear says, Mike, it looks like you handed him a script on what to say so he would maximize embarrassment. Can you clear what Hasanabi Refugees In means? I just got in. Hassan got banned for making fun of Zionists. So if you're a refugee from the Hassan band, you can come here. Because we're the pro Hassan Mike from PA stream. Anyway, let's keep going.
This is how I go out, huh? This is my last stream. Tectone gets to talk about his baby dick on stream. This is good. This is good. Whip it out. There ain't much to whip out, brother.
I think honestly, Pink probably saved his life. Pink probably saved this man's life, because I don't know about you, chat, but like, how can you not? How can you not at that point?
All right. Okay. Now I've thought about this, and we're gonna have to figure this out. For some reason,
the easiest way to show you don't have a micro penis is to post a picture of your penis. Like, I mean, that's the only, I guess that's the only way, right? Like, and I don't know if it's actually in the court documents or not, right? I don't know if it's actually the court documents. I mean, people have been calling him microtone, so I don't even know if it's true. All right, Mike, you first? No, well, I didn't have to testify in court about how he just admitted that he's scared of vaginas and shit, and people have been calling him microtone.
Now the internet must know, do I have a micro penis or not? I've thought about a couple options. Number one, I was thinking about just posting a photo of my penis on Twitter. Probably not the greatest idea.
I was kidding. I was kidding.
Didn't seem like it worked. Worked really well for Drake. Worked really well for Speed. For me, don't think it'll work because I'm not full black. I'm only 22% black. Then I also thought about...
God, he's even racist.
This was real. I thought about getting hard on stream, turning around, shoving my dick in a peanut butter or a jar, and then showing you guys how deep the hole is. But I feel like that's also just a little bit weird. I don't know how to clear up the micro penis allegations, guys. I don't know what to do. I could call.
Can't call his ex-wife. She says he's an abuser. Can't call his ex because she says that he's a rapist. So,
what do you want me to do? Like, make a mold? Because you call Shinya? I don't think Shinya has seen my penis. I don't think, because the problem is it's so small, it's hard to see. Call Dr. K? Okay, can we at least acknowledge one thing? If I were to have a micro penis, right? Nothing else that's been going on with me makes any sense, okay? Nothing else.
Not being able to sexually pleasure a girl for 2 years, forcing her to suck your micro penis. Like, what do you mean? Being forced to suck a micro penis is still being forced to suck a penis you don't want to suck. That's still rape.
Else makes sense. Because all I'm saying is, Ms. Kiff continues to say that I have a micro penis, but then Ms. Kiff also continues to say that I made people get gag reflex surgery. Why the fuck would anybody need that if I have a micro penis? Can we just think? Nothing makes sense. Nothing about any of this makes sense. Like, can we just fucking think? Jesus. All right. Okay. All right. We're back. Let's keep going here. Here we go. Next one. All right. Okay. Let's leave it up to chat, guys. Type 1 if you think I have a micro penis. Type 2 if you don't. Let's see. I'll leave it just like the rest of my life to the court of public opinion. Do you think I'm micro Michael? Why is there so many ones? Why is there so many ones? Make a poll? Nah, my view bots can't vote on polls, so there's no reason. All right. Okay, here we go. All right. Micro penis allegations. Good. Done. Next. Ms. Kiff continues to say that I have 5 fucking lawyers. Okay? Dude.
Why is he more worried about the micro penis allegations than the rape allegations? Because he can't talk about the victim or else he goes to jail. Okay? Like, he lost his protective order lawsuit so hard that if he speaks about it, he'll go to prison. So he can only talk about the micropenis allegations and the fact that he finds vaginas gross.
Motherfucker Mizkif got his homie Axion to follow me to court and then take a photo of me leaving the trial just so he could have content for the day. Which reminds me, and this is some real shit, if you think that's the weirdest thing that Miz has ever done, hire a guy to follow me to court to take a photo of me walking out, which, by the way, you can see from that photo that I have one lawyer, Joffrey, and the other one is one of his friends, and then it was the chick who writes the notes. That's everybody who I had one lawyer guy. And then I had my Jew lawyer, but he wasn't involved. That's probably, you would think that's like the most weird thing, right? You would think that's the weirdest thing. But you know what's even weirder? If you think that's like the weirdest thing Miz has ever done for content, wouldn't it be even weirder if Miz drove to see how Reckful killed himself? That way he could farm his death for views too? Wouldn't that just be weird as shit? I don't know. That's just what I heard, man. Little weird. The guy, in case you can't tell, is a little bit fucked up. Hey, that's just what I heard. Allegedly. That's just what I heard. Allegedly. Bro was mad because Reckful had a crush on his girl, so he had to go farm his death for views. Little bit insane, but I don't know. That's just what I heard. I don't know, man. That's just what I heard. All right, cool. Demon time. All right, next one. NDAing a crime. All right, guys. A bunch of people on the internet have also told me, for some reason, that I've NDA'd someone because I don't want them to speak about a crime. Why don't we fact check that? All
right, so Tectoad has an NDA with his ex-wife, and he's gonna say that you're not allowed to have NDAs against crimes, which is technically true. There's a public policy provision where if somebody has an NDA, but it's about criminal behavior, that you're not allowed to prevent people from reporting that to the police or coming out and speaking. But what exactly, as Tectoad understands, because he just lost a civil case, what is a crime or what isn't a crime is determined by a process, not by an action in the world. So she would basically be taking on legal risk based on her opinion of whether it's a crime or not, and she could be sued by Tectone, which would cause her to have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars she cannot afford. So he's using that risk of a lawsuit, even though he did commit crimes against her, in my opinion. Again, I don't have firsthand knowledge, so I can't definitively say that he did or did not do it. I could just say that it is my opinion that he did, based on him just being found to be a sexual assaulter and a stalker, according to Texas Travis County Court. I believe the other women that have accused him.
Why don't we go ahead and fact check that? Can you NDA a crime? All right. So we're gonna go right here. Can you NDA a crime?
Oh, I guess he went into Google, huh?
No. Non-disclosure agreements, NDAs, generally cannot legally cover up crimes or prevent reporting them. We're gonna look up something else. Speak Out Act. Let's look this up. Speak Out Act, signed into law on December 7th, 2022, invalidates pre-dispute, non-disclosure NDAs and non-disparagement clauses regarding sexual harassment or sexual assault. Guys.
Also, there's also, let me say, and this is obvious if you're not a moron, Tectoad has a large platform full of incels and misogynists and Nazis. If you speak out against him, you're going to be harassed by people that just hate women and want all women to be killed or abused. He has cultivated that audience so that speaking out against him will result in you getting harassed and threatened a lot. He knows this. He's a fucking moron.
You quite literally cannot do that. So, to all of these internet lawyers who tell me that I've NDA'd a crime, that is quite literally impossible. You cannot do that. You've never been able to do that, and nor have I done that. So.
Okay, chat. Of course you can. Of course you can. Also, he may have done behaviors that were not crimes, technically, but were still abusive, right? And getting her to be quiet is a very useful idea to keep the narrative contained.
Hope that makes sense. Okay. Here we go. All right. Here we go. Anything for views. Anything for views. I think I could have used a much smaller black bar considering the micro penis. So I'm being told that I'm a grifter because I'm being told that I said I'll do anything for content, and when I lose a chunk of my audience, I want to go find a new one. Oh, and I exaggerate the things that I say. Guys, everybody does this. Legit. Everybody does this.
So when someone's a liar or a cheater, they think everybody's a liar or a cheater. I have not said, I only say what I believe. I have never once said shit I don't believe. So he's out there saying that he's a conservative grifter and everybody's a grifter. No, we're not.
When you're a content creator and you want to be a content creator, when an audience of yours dies, you're gonna want to find a new audience. Because if you don't, you end up like Mr. Pokey. When you're a content creator and you alienate a section of your audience or you lose a big section of your audience, if you only do one thing forever, your channel's gonna fucking die. So yes, I started with Skylanders, I go into Arknights, I go into Genshin, I go into Honkai, I go into Wuthering Waves, I go into general commentary, I go into reacts, I go into politics. Absolutely. And do I say things exaggerated that maybe I don't mean as much? Abso-fucking-lutely, bro. I'm a fucking rage baiter. I've always been a fucking rage baiter. But yeah, you're goddamn right. If there's something that I can do to get some more views, if there's some shit that I don't really care about that I know is still gonna make my channel better, you're goddamn right I'm gonna talk about it. Because you know what I like? Money. However, full disclosure, I try not to take bad sponsors. But that being said, steak.com hit me up. Yeah, no, that's true. I do.
I don't even think Steak is gonna sponsor him. I don't even think Steak is gonna sponsor the rapist, right? Even Steak won't sponsor the rapist.
Cover different things. I do try to evolve my content. When I do fuck up an audience, I do try to find a new one. Wanna know why? Because I am a needy attention whore. And I need this shit. Dude, it was so bad. Bro, I would be in Discord with my mods or like 4 other random viewers of mine, and I would be like shout.
All right, chat, I found some of the transcript. Mr. Robertson, did you ever engage in vaginal intercourse with my client? No, ma'am. Okay, did you ever engage in did you perform any oral sex on my client? No, ma'am. Okay. And in fact, the only one that received any sexual satisfaction was you from her. Is that correct? Answer. Direct, yes, but she would obviously pleasure herself while doing this, which, answer, yeah. Question, okay. So is it true then that when you said that you did not satisfy her in any way orally, correct? That is correct. No, I did not use my mouth upon her, no. Okay, besides kissing. And you did not use your hands to touch her vagina, isn't that correct? No, ma'am. No, I did not use my hand. I mean, so the only sexual contact he had with her was basically rape, according to him. He claims that it was consensual, but the judge found that it was not. Men, this is what women are dealing with. This is why if you're a straight man, this is what women are dealing with. Like legitimately, this is what women are dealing with.
Casting my TFT games like I was live. And it's like, bro, you're in a call with 3 people who are muted. Who the fuck are you talking to? And if any of my mods are in chat, they can vouch. I was shoutcasting every TFT game I do. I love this shit. I love being entertaining. And I like talking about the things people want me to talk about. But yeah, cool. You're the P. Diddy of gotcha. This one's true. All right, cool. Next.
He's trying to say, no, he's nothing like Lakari. He's just been adjudicated to be a sexual assaulter. He's just been adjudicated to be a sexual assaulter and a stalker, but Lakari is I guess, child pornography enjoyer. Now, when he was a Genshin Impact streamer, he was sexualizing every lolly character, but he's nothing like Lakari.
Okay. Lakari. Yeah. Big black elephant in the room. Apparently Lakari had a little bit of a notepad leak. Apparently there's a little bit of a leak. I still don't really know the full extent of whatever the fuck went on with this. Straight up. I don't know what the fuck happened with all this. I've heard multiple different stories here. I've heard multiple different stories. I heard one. This was the first story I heard. This was the story that I heard on day one. The story that I heard on day one was that apparently he had a notepad with child porn on it. Did anybody else hear that story too? Watch a clip? I'm good. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, okay. So, but now the problem is what I'm hearing 1 week later is that people looked into all the files that he had on his notepad and there was not any of that shit on there. So which one is it? You can see, I know you can see the file name, but I don't know. I've heard both. Okay, well.
Okay, I mean, Chad, I don't give a fuck about Tectone's opinion about Lakari. I mean, yes, everybody in that circle, you know, is being accused of various crimes. Okay, and I don't give a shit about Lakari. What does he say? Anything else? All right, here we go. Okay, we can skip ahead.
It's been a while. Yeah. Moving forward.
I'm getting bored, and
why the fuck would I do that?
And you know, it's funny. I'm getting bored, and I destroyed this fucking guy, and I knew about this, and I'm bored of this shit. How did people watch this shit? Honestly.
Hey guys, I was a loser. That's like faking being retarded. Like, what does that do? Realistically, like, what is that? I don't know. What do you want me to do? How do I prove that? What is that? I believe this is when I had to talk about my divorce. Or maybe it was Rich Campbell, who knows? Oh, speaking of which, I heard Rich Campbell's back, and I heard he's doing a podcast with Asman. Go support that shit. Good for them.
Asman Gold doing a podcast with a guy accused of multiple crimes?
All right, cool. Let's keep going. You Viewbot. Don't stream on Kick, they said. You lose all of your viewers. Meanwhile, averaging 3.7 million. That's why I'm the GOAT. Totally legit viewer count, guys. Guys.
Here he comes. Everybody bots? Is that what you're going to say?
You're goddamn right. Yep. You're goddamn right. Hey. Do you know how annoyed I was? And I'm not going to say any names. There was an OTK intervention where there was a member who was supposedly viewbotting 10 to 14,000 viewers extra. And I was like, what the fuck? And
bro, it is. Everybody does it.
There was motherfuckers going live on stream saying, yeah, viewbot. Hold up, I gotta send an extra 2,000. Have I dabbled in it? You're goddamn right. I absolutely tried it. Hey, it is what it is.
I mean, you should be perma'd from every fucking platform. Why is he not being banned? He admitted to viewbotting. He admitted to botting his channel. You're gonna result in more botting.
And I don't do that shit anymore, but it is what it is. Yo, chat, type one if you're a viewbot. All right, cool. Let's get into it. All right, next one. You're a racist. All right, now I would like to say,
Isn't that advertiser fraud? Yes.
Preface this with, I'm not a racist. I am just a firm believer in statistics, okay? There's a very huge difference. But I believe the concept of per capita is pretty damn interesting.
Is this community friendly to Hassan? Of course.
I do.
We're not a fucking rapist like Tectone. A racist.
I think it's pretty damn interesting. And guys, I say it off stream. All right, I do. I think everybody does. I believe everybody has. It is what it is.
So everybody view bots. Everybody's a racist. Everybody thinks vaginas are gross. This is basically part of why he's conservative. Is because, and there's really no other way to put it, he's kind of a moron. Conservatives have a hard time understanding theory of mind. And when you're a criminal, when you're a narcissist, you justify all of your bad behaviors as, well, everybody's actually secretly a racist and everybody's viewbotting. No, I'm not. I've never viewbotted. And yet, this is why whenever somebody gets found out like this, they got to be punished. This is why punishment is necessary in order to prevent society it's not that you're trying to punish people for no reason. You're not trying to do it for sadistic reasons. You need to sanctions for bad behaviors to disincentivize those bad behaviors and then rehabilitate someone into having a empathetic and pro-social behavior set. If you don't do that, you're going to have more of these type of people. They're going to be incentivized to act like this.
Right? It is what it is. What is per capita? You should look into that. Yeah, it's great. Guys, I'll be real. I think racist jokes are funny. I do. You want to know why? Because they're jokes. This is demon mode, by the way. Dude, imagine I say I'm going demon mode, I come back in full blackface. That shit would be crazy.
You could double your viewers with bots and your numbers would look normal. You have 2x your viewers and subs. Hey, Minty Salmon, have you considered that the people that have bigger streams than me, many of them bot? Have you considered that? Have you considered that a lot of streamers are botting and I'm not? So it's not that I could have double the viewers and it would look normal. It's because the people that have double my viewers are botting a lot.
That shit would be insane. All right, great. True. Big true. Big true. What's next? You're transphobic. We already went over this when I went on my whole fucking spiel. Yeah, we already went over this. I will say, Astolfo is pretty fucking fine. You abuse your colleagues. Guys, mods, can you do me a favor? Can you guys prepare the Hex Juice Google Doc, and we'll do the Mugen doc as well, and we won't do Brax. We won't do Braxton. Yeah, can we prepare that? We're gonna go over that. We're gonna go over that. Cool. All right. What's next? You like lollies? Well.
We're almost done, chat. This will be the last section. I'm bored myself. I would rather talk about other shit anyway. Do you think Casey Trot would be willing to head mod a Reddit, other mods to actually mod? Well, you could ask them.
This is a very interesting discussion. So let me talk to you about the problems with lollies, and let me let's talk about lollies for a second. This is fun. So lollies. I've had this discussion before. And I believe I've also tweeted about this to people like Chibi Reviews. And you guys know that I like Chibi Reviews. You guys know that I like Chibi Reviews. And Chibi is a fucking, I mean, that guy is obsessed with lollies. I'm not going to lie. That's all he talks about sometimes. Like, bro every day stands on business and talks about how much he likes lollies every day. It's fucking crazy. But let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. Lollies. Here's the big issue with lollies. Type 1 if you know what a lolly is. Type 2 if you don't.
All right, I'm done with this shit. I don't give a fuck. I think ultimately, like, the thing that I would want to say more than anything is this motherfucker should be banned for admitting to botting his streams. He should be banned for admitting botting his streams. I don't know what else to say. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? And I think that stream in and of itself is dangerously close to violating the protective order. Trump-Cuba deal.
What do you want out of a Cuba deal?
Well, Cuba's a failing nation. It has been for a long time, but now it doesn't have Venezuela to prop it up. So we're talking to the people from Cuba, the highest people in Cuba, to see what happens. I want the people that came here that were horribly treated by Cuba to be taken care of, to be able to go back and do what they have to do. You know, they have their family there. They haven't been able to see them in years, many years. So I think we're going to make a deal with.
By the way, that's because of you, dumb fuck. Obama lifted started to lift the sanctions that allowed travel. That was you, dumb fuck. It's not like Cuba's doing anything. You're the one banning people from interacting with Cuba, dummy.
It's in bad shape. Cuba's in bad shape. Cuba has a humanitarian problem.
Sir, what do you want out of it?
And Biden, by the way, continued Trump's policies on Cuba. AI slop is so garbage. Like, look at this fucking AI slop.
Look at this. Somebody come look at this. Look at this. Somebody come.
The AI slop shows he doesn't even land any punches in the AI slop. He's missing. The AI slop is so bad, he's not even landing any punches. It's just, although, to be honest, this is a little bit more accurate. This is basically Gavin Newsom, whenever he argues with a right winger. I don't know if you saw Gavin Newsom on the Ben Shapiro podcast, But this was basically it. Ilan Ramos and his dad are home. Yeah, that's good news. The Americans should know if they start a war, this time it will be a regional war. I'm going to be selfish and ask not to involve Qatar in this for the next couple of days. Is Hassan in Qatar? Why the fuck is he in Qatar? Can someone show me the Will clip of him telling him not to go? Can someone show me the Will clip of him telling him not to go? Because Will is completely correct. I'm in shock. I'm literally in shock. This is. Are they paying them a lot? Like this is unbelievably dangerous. What? Israel just bombed Qatar. What I'm trying to say here is you are putting yourself in the reach of Israel where they probably have active spy agencies. And if you get killed, I'm not saying they're going to kill Hassan, but I would not go to Qatar. I wouldn't go. And I don't think anything would even happen to me. You think they don't have active spy agents in the US? No, of course they do. But I think they're much more hesitant to kill American critics of Israel in America. Because if you killed an American critics of Israel in America, then it's going to be very suspect, and there would be a big backlash to that. I think most regular people would be really against that. But if you die in the fucking Middle East, people will shrug their shoulders. I'm not going anywhere where Israel has the ability to kill people and have people shrug their shoulders. There's way bigger critics at Doha than him, obviously, but obviously I don't think anything's going to happen. That being said, I like to have a cost-benefit analysis for some things. And I don't what's the absolute best case scenario of this? Is the Doha trip going to be good for views? I don't see it being good for, whatever the fuck. Does nobody have the Will clip? Should I spend some time looking it up? Okay, we'll find it. Give me a couple minutes. It might get boring in here, but it was actually Caroline at the protest telling Assad how worried Will is. Oh, okay. Surprised you didn't know. He's been talking about it for months. I thought he was going on a trip, but I didn't realize it was the Doha trip. I don't usually watch the stream when I watch certain parts of the stream. I don't watch the entire stream. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. I think that's fucking, I'm a personal news skipper. Yeah, I'm not parasocial. I don't give a fuck about that. What are your thoughts on Oman? Every single Arab country is a puppet of the United States, and they're mostly dictatorships. So there's really nothing what more do you want? What more do you want?
I've known Caroline for a decade at this point.
Awesome. Unfortunately, he's my boyfriend's boyfriend, so
yeah. It's true.
Yep.
It's true.
My boyfriend's boyfriend is always concerned about him too.
Yeah, Will has been so scared.
His mental state is deteriorating because he's so concerned about new politics.
I know. He was like, dude, hey, what's up?
That man loves you with everything.
I know. He was genuinely trying to convince us not to go to Qatar last night. He's like, come on, man.
I know.
What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, so every time I'm like, what's wrong? What's going on? He's like, I'm just so worried about Hassan all the time.
We'll be all right.
Yeah. It's like, well.
Right.
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Will is correct. Will is correct. Will is fucking correct.
Hell yeah. You're a good sister.
I brought it here a little bit.
They were finished. I put her through so much toxic masculinity with regular frequency, so that you know what? But it's for her purpose is like the internet is a really bad place.
Oh really? It's been great to me.
I'm saying like I'm helping you up.
Yeah.
I've known Caroline for a decade at this point. Unfortunately,
he's my boyfriend's boyfriend, so
yeah. It's true.
Yep.
It's true.
My boyfriend's boyfriend is always concerned about him too.
Yeah, Will has been so scared.
His mental state is deteriorating because he's so concerned.
Hassan needs to go on a Romani fortune teller to do some old Eastern Slavic magic and tell him whether to not to go. I mean, I guess Giannis being there is cool. I'm just like, interesting. Like, is this like a really big deal and I just have never heard of it? Like, is this some sort of like really big deal that I've just never heard of? The internet Qatar internet summit place? Like, and that it like apparently matters for some reason that I don't understand. Logan Paul is going. That would make me not want to go. They're speaking against the Board of Peace and the New World Order. It's just, honest to God, like looking at this, it just seems like Gulf state shit. And the Gulf states really hate the left. So I, you know, for me, I wouldn't want to go there because I'd be worried about getting killed by Qatar. Like, I mean, yeah, maybe they're against the Board of Peace, but like, you have a bunch of like Arab capitalists. This is 25 pages, by the way, of attendees. Okay. You honestly, you couldn't pay me to go to this. Interesting. Mike, this is a hashtag wrong moment in the making. You got to learn more about this stuff. Listen, I don't want to blow up your parasocial bubble, but none of us are perfect, okay? And this is like, I'm sorry that the community builder of QUBE Hub, I'm going to miss out on the managing partner at Scale Capital. Hey, the CEO of Oculum AI is going to be there. Do you want to miss out? Someone's got to help me with this. Someone's got to help me. There's got to be more than this. I have to be missing something huge. Oh, you're Mike from PA. Yeah. Hey, Meg. Good to meet you. Honestly, he's probably just going to meet Yanis. Mike, they're inviting you this to you. Okay. I mean, obviously, it is what it is. He does what he does. Hassan is a cool guy. I don't get it. I would just invite Yanis to come to my house if I wanted to meet Yanis. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? I'd be like, Yanis, let me buy you a plane ticket to Los Angeles and let's hang out. Fuck, I could afford that. I would not go to Qatar. We're about to invade Iran. Iran is likely to, that's the other thing. Like, you're also going into a possible war zone. Israel's like gonna have might have planes around there. We have an armada outside of Iran. I gotta be honest with you. Like, if it was something super fucking cool, I would be like, hell yeah, go do it. Don't let these people intimidate you. But it's like a bunch of like, he's got plot armor. I'm just like, what is this? What the fuck? I don't get it. I really don't get it. I don't get why you're making this much of a statement. Famously, nothing dramatic ever happens when Hassan travels. Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to make a big statement. I'm just confused. I still don't get it. Like, everybody's like, Yanis is going to be there and Good Mythical Morning. And it's like, okay.
A judge ordered the release of 5-year-old Liam Conejo Ramos and his father from a detention center in Texas, where they have been held since they were taken by federal agents from Minnesota last week. This comes after Texas Democrats demanded his release and visited Liam and his father. Here is how Congressman Juan Castro described his condition while in custody.
Good Mythical Morning won't even be there, apparently. Oh.
His father said that Liam has been very depressed since he's been at Dilley, that he hasn't been eating well. His father said that Liam has been sleeping a lot, that he's been asking about his family, his mom, and his classmates. And
is it like where he got a free ticket to Doha, and so he flew to Doha just so he could go to New York? He was doing a fucking God damn it, what's his name? The former mayor of New York City, Eric Adams. He was doing an Eric Adams, where he's flying to Doha just so he could get a free ticket to New York.
That he wants to go be back in school with his classmates.
Right back.
Joining us now is Jason Kuhlman. He's a principal at Liam Ramos School, Valley View Elementary. Jason, you must be overjoyed that Liam is finally coming home. Can you tell us how you feel hearing this news, knowing that he is going to come home?
We are elated. This is amazing news. We heard this earlier in the day, and there was a lot of joy, a lot of shouts of excitement going on. And as we texted his teacher, she was very excited as well.
Jason, can you tell us a little bit about how you're preparing to bring him back, and perhaps, or to have him back in the school? Where will he be staying? Do you have any sense of who will be taking care of him as this situation continues to play out? And I understand he's not the only student in your school who's been affected by what has happened with these ICE raids.
You know, I know the parents want some privacy. I could only imagine after being separated from my 5-year-old what I would be feeling. So we're honoring that. But as they get acclimated back into the state and they reunite as a family, we're gonna have some parties. We have to celebrate the return. As you had said, we are still missing a number of other students. I have 2 boys that were taken on Thursday. We have a 4th grader from Highland Elementary, which is a sister school in Columbia Heights. And then we have 3 high schoolers that are still missing. So the work is definitely not done. This is a celebration that we're going to definitely partake in, but we still need to keep working.
You mentioned that there are several other students who have also been detained. Could you talk about what effect this has had on the rest of the student body, Liam's classmates, these other students' classmates? I have to imagine that this is pretty upsetting and traumatizing for them as well.
Absolutely. When we're talking, you're seeing your friends not there in your classroom. So you're seeing empty seats that we have, and it's scary. Our community's scared already with the amount of ICE activity going on in Columbia Heights. They're all scared. We have families that aren't coming to school that we're delivering food to. We have a virtual.
Bro, ditch Lee. I mean, this is how Trump acts whenever you lose. We'll talk about this in a second.
Program that we just started last Tuesday. There's a lot of fear that's still in our school and our community as a whole.
My understanding is your teachers are stepping up in a lot of ways outside of their typical job description, visiting families, trying to make sure people have food if they're not able to get outdoors right now. Can you talk us through what day-to-day life has become for people who are just trying to make sure that their kids that they teach, their neighbors?
I heard Zoran's mama's in the files. Yeah, there was some premiere that, they were I looked into it. Basically, she had some sort of movie premiere and people went to the movie premiere and that's it. You know what I mean? It's not like there was some sort of deep connection where they were hanging out. Oh, is that fake? Are you claiming that's fake? I thought it was real, but it's like not actually a connection to Epstein. His mom doesn't really have a connection to Epstein. In the files is a vague statement that means nothing. Yeah. Oh, the Michael Rappaport tweet was not real? He would have been at least 8 to 10 years old when this photo was taken. Luckily, it's a fake picture. I wish more people would start suing. Yeah, we actually should start suing more people, to be honest. Like, people using AI to create fake images of you and spreading them, that's pure defamation.
They're safe.
The other duties as assigned in our contracts has taken on a whole new meaning. As educators, we're in the classroom, we keep our kids safe, we educate them, we're teaching them. Now we're delivering food. We, as a staff, and I can't be more proud of my staff, have spun up a makeshift food shelf where we're delivering about 120 boxes of food each week to our families. Staff have volunteered to walk our kids to school. So we have about a half-mile walking radius where our kids are not bused. We have what's called walking brigades, where staff are walking out into the community, gathering students because the parents trust us, and then we walk back to school.
Jason, what can you tell us about the 2 students who were taken into custody on this Thursday?
I don't see the point of AI images in general. You don't think it's useful to smear people with lies so that people don't like them, who represent your opposition? Not that complicated to figure out why they do it. How many times have you dismissed someone because they apparently committed some sort of crime?
Tell us what the circumstance was and just anything about their stories.
Yeah, that was their mom was reporting for a court order as she was seeking asylum. And so she was reporting every week. She was taken right outside the courthouse after she finished her meeting. The boys came to school that morning as a normal day. And then the mom had called us to indicate that she was taken, and that she wanted us to bring the boys to her down at the detention center in St. Paul. The boys didn't know about it. The boyfriend came up. We had to tell the boys, which was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do, was saying, hey, your mom's detained, and now you're going to be going down with her. It was horrible.
Jason, I was wondering if have you noticed a decline in attendance at some of the schools? I mean, how much are you sensing this fear palpable among students and in the community?
I think at the highest point, we were seeing COVID levels of absenteeism. I mean, a quarter of my student body were out because of that. And again, it was ICE. It was fear of that. It was illness and everything else. But when you're talking a quarter of your student body of 570 kids, that's a lot. It has gotten better, but it definitely hasn't returned to normal. On an average day, we'd have 20 to 30 kids out, and that's acceptable levels when you're talking a school of 570. Now we're still ranging around 80, 90 kids, but we also have a virtual school that our students are attending as well, so that's helped with that attendance.
I want to play you a clip. I'm sure that you have seen it, but I want to make sure that people at home have a chance to see it too. The New York Times had the chance to speak with students who wrote letters to Liam, and I want you to take a listen to this.
You are scaring schools, people, and the world. You should be kind, helpful, and caring like normal police, not dangerous, scary, and stealing people.
And by the way, chat, like this kind of like propaganda that liberals, I don't know why liberals are like, again, this is what they're focused on doing. Let me just put it that way. This is what liberals are focused on doing. They're focused on relentlessly propagandizing for the people that are going to be used to suppress us. In the face of Donald Trump, and police officers love Donald Trump. Donald Trump gets overwhelming majority of the police. I think against Hillary Clinton, it was something like 80%. Police mag polling of police officers in 2016. Now, this isn't the most like relevant thing. It's 10 years old, but I just want you to understand that according to Police Magazine, they did a presidential poll and they got 84% Donald Trump, 8% Hillary Clinton, 5% Gary Johnson, other 3%. Cops love Donald Trump and they support ICE. If there's any group of people in the entire country I would bet you cops support ICE at a higher rate than ICE supports ICE. Like, that's the level of what we're talking about. Because I'm sure there's a bunch of people working for ICE who just needed a job and they saw how good the benefits were and they went and worked for it because they're amoral pieces of shit. There is no group in America that's more opposed to the left or even liberalism in general in America than police. So who is this fucking for?
I think you should make friends with the world. Love a Valley View student.
What do you make of the message that such young children, that they're trying to send to federal agents? I mean, such an unusual position for children to be placed in, to be trying to teach some morals, some ethics, some kindness to grown working adults. What do you make of that?
I think it's amazing.
Mike, give it us on success on YouTube. Any chance you'd consider a dual stream? Yeah. What I need to do is I need to expand platforms because the level of support I have on Twitch is insane. But the problem is Twitch is a alt site. It's not real. It's a mainstream site that has the political cachet of Rumble. And whereas YouTube, for some reason, YouTube has a lot more political heft. So just if you care about your shit mattering, then you have to do more on YouTube.
When they were writing them and they decided to share, our students know what's going on. You know, they know what's going on based on conversations they had with their parents. Their parents are volunteering to carpool and bring kids to school. So those conversations are coming out, and sometimes we just need to listen to our children because they can teach us a valuable lesson that obviously we haven't learned as adults.
Yeah, that's a very true point. Principal Jason Coleman, really appreciate your time. Thank you for sharing those stories with us.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for helping me welcome back Liam. It's a great celebration.
Absolutely, we're excited for him to be reunited with his.
You know what? You know what was really interesting, chat, is how things are being covered in various countries. And the ICE protests are going national and they're getting bigger and bigger.
Our other top story tonight, for a second day, crowds of people throughout Southern California.
After Mayor Katie Wilson announced she requires Seattle cops to investigate documents and verify ICE activity, outgoing president of the cop union seems to threaten not to comply. Toothless virtue signaling rhetoric like this has already cost 2 people their lives. The concept of pitting 2 armed law enforcement agencies against each other is ludicrous and will not happen. I will not allow SPOG members to be used as political pawns. Now, what I want you to understand right now, chat, is this is fascist. He is basically committing mutiny, and he should be fired and put in. Honestly, he should be in prison for this. In my opinion, this is a crime.
California hit the streets to rally against President Trump's immigration enforcement efforts.
Yeah, the demonstrations came today after a week after federal agents shot and killed a second U.S. citizen in Minnesota as he protested against their immigration operations. Now, the demonstrations outside City Hall today were largely peaceful. However, there was a small group outside the detention center. They were trying to clash with the agents. An unlawful assembly law that was finally declared, and a dispersal order was issued for those who were remaining behind.
We have the protests, the rallies, and important court rulings all covered tonight. Let's begin with KTLA's Chris Wolf in downtown LA. Hi, Chris.
Hey, good evening, Karine and Rick. As you said, after a day of peaceful protest at City Hall, there has been mayhem outside the federal building and detention center not far from us as so-called agitators face off with law enforcement personnel. Authorities say they've been taking, quote, bottles, rocks, and industrial-sized commercial-grade fireworks from demonstrators, and we can hear the constant blare of sirens heading that way. Conflict, chaos, and clashing for a second straight night outside the federal building and detention center in downtown Los Angeles as demonstrators defy authorities and disrupt the flow of business and life as usual. At least 2 people were detained, and they may have been fighting for different causes. We know one involves the surge in federal immigration law enforcement operations in Southern California. Earlier Saturday, a few hundred demonstrators gathered outside City Hall, demanding that Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, U.S. Border Patrol, and any other Department of Homeland Security agents leave the Golden State. Participants say they believe that good, hard-working, law-abiding people are being rounded up in actions they consider immoral.
We've been alienated by somebody who says that they're our president, who is systematically set out to destroy this country.
I'm horrified and I'm disgusted. I'm incredibly disappointed. And I hope we continue to stand out here.
The Trump administration says it is enforcing the law, a mandate from voters, focusing on criminals who are living in the United States illegally.
I want to show you this, chat, because this is an LA local station. This is what boomers get. This is what boomers get.
Voters point out that millions of people were deported under Democratic administrations, including the Clinton, Obama, and Biden administrations, without the fiery controversy currently sweeping the United States.
Well, obviously, I want ICE out of not only LA, but the way that they've been operating across the entire country needs to end.
Friday's rally in the same location drew several thousand people. The demonstration was vocal yet nonviolent during the afternoon. However, around nightfall, the scene erupted into clashes with law enforcement personnel as pockets of protesters gathered outside the federal building and detention center in downtown LA, with participants hurling garbage and bottles at officers and authorities responding with pepper balls and tear gas. The LAPD declared an unlawful assembly around 6 p.m. and ordered people to scatter. Protesters blocked traffic and also set fire to a dumpster near the federal building and then prevented a fire truck from responding to the scene. All of the chaos carried live on KTLA. LA Mayor Karen Bass says at least
some guy briefly waved a flag in front of the fire truck. That means the crowds blocked firefighters. Do you see the propaganda and how they operate?
5 people were detained. And we know there have been more arrests tonight. Reporting live in downtown Los Angeles, Chris Wolf, KTLA 5 News.
Wolfie.
I know you hate these guys, but can you humor me and watch this?
They believe that they are an occupying army, that they are dealing with a threat that is coming to kill them. At every given moment, they are getting ready to be shot, getting ready to be murdered, getting ready to be attacked. And so as a result, and by the way, it's the same.
Why has Hassan stopped streaming on YouTube? He hasn't. I think he's going to stream. Isn't he going to stream today, or is he not streaming at all today? I thought he was streaming today. He didn't stream yesterday, I thought. His post on Discord said Saturday off, today on. Yeah, that's what I thought.
We're talking about ICE, we're talking about Border Patrol, we're talking about federal agents. Nick, this is not an isolated problem. This is American law enforcement. It's the exact same thing with the thin blue line bullshit that we've dealt with for years. There's a reason why police have murdered people. Also, by the way, I have to say again, we're now talking about them murdering white people in cold blood, giving the same excuses that they have given for black and brown people when they murdered them in cold blood. The problem isn't just ICE. It's not just this administration. The larger issue is that we have a literal war between the powerful and the rest of us, and that these people are the interlocutors. They're the ones who are in the middle between the two, keeping us away from the powerful. And as a result, they are hyped up to murder people. So if someone says gun, they're going to shoot that person.
Right.
Like, regardless of where the gun is, if it's been secured or if it's being pointed at them or not, they believe that they are in an existential war. And as a result, they're treating this like warfare. This is not law enforcement. It's warfare on American streets.
Well said. And
it's awful. No, that's the whole point. That's why this has to stop.
Right.
There's no reforming this. There's no pulling this back.
Right.
Like, this is the type of shit that there have to be tribunals. This is the type of shit where people have to go to prison. And quite frankly, it's the type of shit where people are going to have to die.
Yeah, and that's that's sort of the point. And the tragedy of these two murders is that, yes, they were under the assumption that, like, okay, they're going to be tackled and then arrested and thrown into a car like they've seen. That's what happens in a free and open society. You know, they shouldn't have been in the first place. And that's all bets are off at this point now.
Well, I don't think Preddy goes to a protest with his legal firearm if he believes that.
Okay, that's interesting. Okay.
Like, why would he? I mean, quite frankly, and that's the whole point is, and I don't want to be the Second Amendment guy because we've had these conversations for years now.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
All right. I don't believe in the Second Amendment, but I believe in resisting fascism. So the resistance forces to fascism should be armed, and fascists shouldn't be. That's not a Second Amendment position. Now, in America, conservatives said the best way to have a society is have everybody have a gun, but now suddenly they don't think that. So when it was insane people shooting children in school, we shouldn't regulate guns for that. But if it's people exercising their Second Amendment rights to resist government tyranny, now conservatives are ready to lick the boot. Firearms trick people into believing they don't need help. That's the problem with the gun. The problem with the gun is you are not as strong as you think you are, even if you have a gun. I don't want you to just buy a gun. I want you to form a group. And one of the things that concerns me about something like DSA is I don't think they have the militant mindset yet. And I wonder what it would take for that to happen. When are we going to start talking about community defense? And that is a question that concerns me greatly. And, you know, obviously, I don't think DSA is ever going to do that. I'm not saying they will. But it does concern me that it is... Isn't it concerning that it is laughable to say that? You know, not that DSA won't do it, but that there isn't. We can't be squidgy sock Dems fighting fascism. I mean, I don't know if you know this, chat, but the Social Democrats in Germany, they started militant groups. It was called, I think, the Iron Front. Like, they literally formed a group. The Iron Front was a German underground paramilitary organization, the Weimar Republic, which consisted of Social Democrats, trade unionists, and democratic socialists. We also know about Anti-Fascist Action, which is that was a communist militant group. Where the fuck is our Iron Front? The Iron Front was formed on 16 December 1931 in Weimar Republic by the Social Democratic Party. The Iron Front was an extra-parliamentary organization chiefly opposed to the paramilitary organizations of both the Fascist Party and the Communist Party, and established after leaders of the SPD conceded they could not abandon the streets to their enemies on the left and right. There was a positive response to the formation of the Iron Front from registered, re-energized rank-and-file SPD supporters, with thousands signing up the Iron Book to show their allegiance. Opposition to the KPD and concerns about losing supporters to the communists meant there was no unity in the fight against Hitler and the NSDAP. Even as they prepared for the worst-case scenario of a Hitler chancellorship, the two groups refused to collaborate, with most of the Iron Front leadership preferring a strategy of restraint. waiting for the crisis to deepen and political infighting bring the cabinet down, rather than calling for mass protests at a general strike where KPD support was growing and there was high worker unemployment. Today, on January 30th, 1933, the day Hitler was appointed chancellor, the KPD asked the Iron Front to declare a general strike against Hitler. The Iron Front declined. Weary of the communist plots and fearful of being stabbed in the back, the Iron Front preferred to put their faith in the institutions of the state and its constitution, whilst awaiting the desired changes in leadership of the KDP that could make collaboration between the two leftist parties possible. No direct discussions between the two groups or leaders ever took place, as Hitler's grip on power strengthened, particularly following the Reichstag fire of 27 February 1933. This repression increased markedly following the Reichstag fire, with a planned demonstration at Kassel hindered by regular police, rallies banned, and all socialist newspapers being shut down. On May 2nd, all trade unions with which the Iron Front was closely allied were finally abolished, together with all trade union structures. And this is a big problem. This is a big problem. The fact that the Social Democrats turned down the alliance with the KPD. How many people know this? How many people even know this? In fact, liberals lie about this shit to this day. That's the thing that's crazy. It's like, if you look at Weimar Germany and you're like, oh man, it's because the communists were too extreme and blah, blah, blah. That's not true. I mean, they're allowed to argue their political ideas. But on the moment of Hitler being appointed, the Social Democrats backed down, even though their rank and file wanted to fight. And that's where we're at now. That's where we're at now. Except we don't even have a communist party. We don't even really have factionalization on the left. We don't even have a left. That's the thing that's concerning to me. And like, I'm sorry, but like going, oh, I'm this anti-monarchist, anti-fascist, anti-communist, that went away because the people who defeated the fascists were the communists. The Social Democrats did not defeat Hitler. Communists did. So I think it's kind of sussy-wussy to like lionize this when it was a failure, because they refused to stand with the communists because they were worried that people would be attracted to the communists. Does this not sound like the Democrats of today? Does this not sound like the Democrats of today? And listen, I'm not trying to trash DSA. I'm just saying, look how far behind we are. And by the way, these leftists lost. And they had a fucking paramilitary organization, and they got suppressed by the fascists. What the fuck do we have? How could the KPD trust the SPD? But they did, though. They tried. That's the thing. The communists had plenty of reason to distrust the SPD, but they tried anyway. I mean, like, that's just a fact. It's just a fact. And yes, they had fought against each other viciously in electoral campaigns. And yes, the KPD had advanced their own communist candidates. In a democracy, the parties tried to run their own candidates. Oh my God, what a crime, okay? But when the moment of decision arose of we've got to fight the revolution now, join with us, the Social Democrats wavered. And a lot of them got killed in the Holocaust because of it. Something to think about. And what's interesting is foreign media are connecting the dots.
So this is our news in Korea on how it covers what's happening in USA. And the last couple of days, they've been showing us all of the protests. They've been showing us the things the ICE people have been doing in Minnesota. And to any just average person, it's pretty obvious that Trump is doing is awful. And I'm showing you guys this stuff to know that you're not alone. People around the world can see what the Trump people are doing. They expose all of the Trump corruption. They expose all the terrible things that Trump's ICE is doing. And for just average person, again, in another country, you can see it. Or the harassment of journalists, they've been showing that. And streets are flooded. Let me show you a little bit more here.
수천 명이 거리로 쏟아져 나왔습니다.
So you can see they show the protests. They even mention students are protesting, which is a big deal. And these are comments coming in from Korea. It's always interesting to get a different point of view. Arrest without a warrant, LOL. Isn't this martial law? Someone writes. Another Korean writes. Martial law without martial law. That's more evil. Another person writes. We need to get our heads together. Depending on who we choose, we can go from the best to the worst country. And another person writes. If a country arrests without a warrant, isn't it a dictatorship? Then what country is a dictatorship? How is it different from China? Another person writes, I support the American people with all my heart. And this is what we're seeing. We're seeing protests all around the country in USA, right? They show you multiple cities, multiple protests. And we can see that, that America's divided. Here's an interview
이곳 뉴욕을 비롯한 미국 동부 지역에는 강력한 한파가 찾아왔습니다. 하지만 시민들
So they have a local person on the street. I think this is New York.
평범한 미국인들도 분노했습니다.
There was no reason for Alex Peretti to get killed or for Renee Good to get killed. This is not the America that I grew up in.
Why would you turn something that's meant to save and protect the public into something that's supposed to hurt it and even citizens?
And it's hard to explain. Like, I know in USA you feel isolated, but you're not. Like people in other countries can see what's happening and how terrible the Trump people are.
This dystopian future described here of surveillance and repression and state violence, it's what's happening.
And so what you have is you have the Korean media giving Americans a voice, right? It's not just Korean media. Many countries are doing this or showing this stuff. And then when they show Trump speak, listen to what Trump says.
Everybody has this beautiful sign with brand new wood, but we know pretty much who's funding this stuff. These are paid insurrectionists.
So he says a couple things there, right? He says one is, oh, wow, look at all this, new wood in the office and how everything's gold and how awesome. And then he claims that all the protesters are paid, which is obviously a ridiculous, assertion. That stuff Trump would say is all ridiculous. And so that's why they show massive protests in the streets in USA. I mean, we can see what's happening. Also, these are, again, Korean comments. They say, how could anyone possibly think they gave money to protesters? How could they possibly be so similar to some Korean guy? And what they're referring to is the former President Yoon. If you guys don't know, basically the same thing as Trump, except the difference here in Korea, arrested, impeached, already been sentenced to jail, and he's got yet more trials, could end up getting life. His prime minister got 23 years. His wife got, I think, 1.5 years for bribery, all sorts of stuff. Another person writes, they warned Iran, but now they're trying to do the same thing as Iran. And another comment, if you look at Trump, America is a dictatorship. Here's another one. There was someone like that in our country, again, referring to you, or even prior to that, because Korea's had a long history of this stuff, right? There was someone like that in our country too. The last one was prison. Another quote, in the end, the people have to finish it. Another person writes, arrests without warrants are something that only dictatorships do. And this is this should just be a fundamental thing. Like anyone would know this, like why are you barging into people's houses without warrants, right? And that's the stuff that Trump thinks they can do, is just, send the military on everyone. That's why people are out in the streets protesting. Here's some more comments. And again, you guys are not alone if you're in the USA. Everyone around the world can see this. The fact that even students are coming out is serious. It feels like I'm experiencing this twice, remembering the 3 years of fighting. And this person could be referring to probably most likely the situation in Korea, where again, Yoon was a similar thing, or you could be referring to Trump first time around, but I think it's probably referring to the Korean situation. Again, we had a president just like Trump, but arrested, impeached, and then essentially right now all their people under trial. That Trump guy is starting a civil war. Another person writes, arrest without a warrant and execute without a trial. Is that country a democracy? And another person writes, it seems like America's heading for ruin due to civil war. They call the citizens a rebel force. It's cause for impeachment, meaning that, the Trump people are attacking just regular people, right? Calling citizens a rebel force, right? That's when you impeach someone. Many American citizens will suffer. I hope these fears don't become reality. And I just want you to see, though, people do care what's happening in USA. I mean, we're all connected here. We should all care about each other and other countries and just regular people. And that's the sort of imagery that they show Trump, right? They show people protesting him, basically. Let me show you some more, right? And then they had, a guy talking about how he doesn't like Trump, of course. Then they show the things that ICE is doing, right? We can all see it. Let me show you a little bit of this also. This is actually here. They're showing how places are closed due to Trump. America's basically, the image is not open for business.
There needs to maybe a heavy need for rapid organizing in California stat. Nick Shirley was seen in my city of San Diego, California as next, and Gavin Newsom needs to get ready to explain the fraud in his state. Look at this scumbag. Look at these fucking scum. I was talking about this in Discord, but got laughed off because San Diego is a chud city. I'm pretty sure San Diego is one of the more chuddy cities in the country. That is true for a city of its size. But it's still got a lot of people who are going to resist ICE. here's my general feeling about Nick Shirley. Guys, do you hear this? You're hearing the beeps? Okay. Okay. Sorry about that, chat. Did you hear that? Was it one long beep? It broke? Okay, don't do it. Okay, good. Yeah, I think my mixer is kind of I think it's on its last legs, chat. I think it's on its last legs. We might need a new mixer. But anyway, like, I'm showing you this Korean media coverage because American media is being controlled by the fascist oligarchs. And it's fucking nuts.
집은 오늘 하루 문을 닫았습니다. 미 전역 250여 개 도시에서 이민 단속에 항의하며 학생들은 수업을
This is
거부하고
the
거리로
students out in
나왔습니다.
protest they're showing.
Although I think a lot of people are like, oh, you know, we're not going to do much. I think that's very inaccurate. We're the next generation. And I think the silence is just, it's going to make things worse.
시위 확산 속
And again, they
언론
show
탄압
students out in
논란도
protest. They also talk about the arrest of the journalist, which is very, very important. Again, Korea went through this stuff before, and you know, we don't want to see other countries have to go through this stuff also, meaning the dictatorship kind of things. Like it just looks like America's going backwards, and we can see it. And they show the Holman guy, and then they'll show Trump, and then they'll show, we can show this. Then they'll show you, you know, how ICE, whoever these people are, beating down your door and then arresting people out in the cold. I mean, you can all see it with our own eyes, right? And so then they portray the protesters as being essentially fighting for freedom, right? Waving American flags and such against the Trump people. These are more comments. Amazing. They're creating a division in American society in an instant that even China and Russia couldn't do. Another person writes, what are the Republicans in the U.S. doing? They're completely ruining the country. And again, these are from Koreans, so that's not Democrat or Republican. This is from another country, just looking out, you know, from the outside, looking into what's going on in USA. And just like, it's obvious there's this chaos due to Trump. And again, a person says, what are the Republicans in the U.S. doing? They're completely ruining the country. Another person writes, it seems like we're moving towards far-right fascism, constantly making and seeking enemies. And if you just look at what Trump does on a daily basis, he attacks countries all the time. And I guess only the MAGA people cheer that on, like, oh yes, let's make more enemies. Great idea, great plan, right? Opposed to making friends. Another person writes, a president of an immigrant origin in a country, right, of immigrants is laughable in cracking down on immigration. Another person writes, the more Trump acts like this, the more he piles up impeachment mileage. I hadn't heard that one before. Impeachment mileage. If he loses the midterm elections, he'll be impeached. And another person.
But here's the thing. How is he going to be impeached, guys? How is he going to be impeached? The Democrats are they're soft as baby shit. They're soft as baby shit. And they don't. And no Republican, again, here's how do I put this. Is it just me? I keep getting Fs. Are we effing? I haven't dropped any frames this entire stream. So sometimes the Twitch app cooks your phone and makes it super hot. So if you could get some cooling on your phone when you're watching Twitch on your phone, it can be good. The Twitch app is straight doo-doo. Unironically, the copy pasta about don't chat too much on my phone, what that really is about is Twitch's app sucks shit. And it was probably cooking that guy's phone. And he wasn't wrong. He just misdiagnosed it as the chat as opposed to the poo-poo app.
The students spoke with such truth. We are the masters of future generations. If we neglect them, our lives will become even more difficult. That's why the Republic of Korea fought for independence. And thanks to the bloodshed, our descendants are living so well. I respect the mindset of young American students. And I know you probably get tired of me talking about this, but if you haven't seen the movie 1987, please do. It relates directly to what's happening in the USA right now. The movie opens up where basically the government tries to cover up a murder of a protester, basically. And you have to see it for yourself, and it goes through who's all involved with the cover up, and then why do regular people then decide to stand up. And then if you want to look at more of the financial part of it, which is in a similar period, it's called Default. Very interesting movie also. Probably don't hear much about this stuff in USA, but we're all connected here, and I encourage you guys to check out these things. Also, this is our news today. It says, security expert urges Korea to lead middle power coalition. And effectively here in Korea, a lot of people are also inspired by Carney. So in Canada. So essentially, the Koreans are looking at Trump and USA like, that guy's terrible, right? Let's be friends with Carney in Canada, which makes perfect sense, right? Makes perfect sense. And it's not just Korea. Multiple countries are saying, man, I like that Carney guy. Here's a quote here. Quote, the foundation of Carney's speech comes from what Finnish President Alexander Stubb has been talking about. It's interesting that we're talking about both Finland and Canada here. So Korea has a different point of view than other countries because we're well aware that there are other countries that exist in the world. And, you know, you live in Trumpy MAGA land. They think there's only one country in the world, I guess. And it's just not like that. When you leave USA, you'll find out, wow, there's a lot of other countries, a lot of different languages, religions.
I'm sorry, chat, but explaining to Americans there's a lot of different languages is fucking funny. There's a lot of different countries and there's a lot of different languages out there, guys.
A lot of different people in the world. So it's interesting. They're getting inspiration from both Canada and Finland here. Quote, the main reason for discussing such a coalition is to ease the U.S.-China confrontation and to restore multilateral order.
So,
that is
Moon, who is the president of South Korea now, is like a center leftist, trade unionist guy, and he doesn't hate China. He's not trying to fight a war with China. Amazing.
Is now under threat. It's not about creating closed regional blocks. It's about moving toward open regionalism and sharing a common goal, preventing the resurgence of mercantilism. It also goes on to say, there has to be a leader who can bring middle powers together and push a middle power coalition forward. And essentially, what they're talking about here is, you know, Korea could take a role in this stuff, right? He said Korea should be considering playing a more proactive role in uniting middle powers as a global order becomes increasingly shaped by great power rivalry and transactional diplomacy. And then he also references Carney right there. And then our local news here is kind of been a theme to where Korea is looking to do business all around the world and spread, you know, partnerships, deals, sell movies, culture, right? So Korean cinema tells a different story, kind of story at Sundance. And that's something that the Koreans have been doing very, very well with, both the music and movies. And it's real business. Not only are you selling the products abroad, all of the products in the movies, right? Be it your cosmetics, your...
What happened to the trucker strike in South Korea? Did the truckers just get paid more to go away? I mean,
clothes,
I'm not familiar with that specific strike.
Your music and stuff. And then you encourage a lot of tourism and just...
Mike, weren't you asked not to use the word refugees? They're currently being disappeared across the country right now. I think that what you're doing right there is an example of woke one. You're doing an example of woke one, where you're trying to get attention from me because you know that I'm a very empathetic person and I care deeply about the plight of refugees. And instead of like doing anything of value, you're coming into a space that is led by someone who cares deeply about immigration and refugees and being empathetic and good. And you're taking advantage of that to try to derail everything for attention towards yourself. That's woke one. And you should be embarrassed. You should be embarrassed that that's what you're trying to do. I'm talking right now about the way that America is viewed in other countries because of the fascist ICE takeover as a way of giving good agitprop to the people that are actively resisting it. And you're trying to derail me by, I guess, trying to do some sort of grandstanding where you say, Mike, by saying Hassan refugees, you are actually hurting refugees. You're a fucking dipshit. You're actually a dipshit. No, you really are. And nobody likes that. Now, a lot of people have played the game where they go along with that out of like, I don't know. They don't want people to think that they're an asshole or whatever. I don't care. I don't care that if you think I'm an asshole for not like I'm derailing the stream because it's necessary to explain that we're not doing that anymore. We're not doing that shit anymore. Did someone actually say don't say refugees? Yeah, it's what some of the anarchists on Hoscord try to be like, oh my god, I can't believe Mike, he's taking advantage of Hassan being banned by streaming in the exact same time as he always streams. This is woke too, bitch. We woke as fuck in this motherfucker. Okay, I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna do AAVE. But you get my point. You take my point. Like, we don't give a shit about this stuff anymore. This is not about me signaling how I'm up on all the latest terminology and how I'm the most woke. That shit is liberalism, man. And I'm gonna use refugee to analogize people being banned from Hassan stream. And you need to learn to fucking relax, man. And take your energy, take your inquisitorial energy and go use it to find who your local ICE agents are behind the mask. If you're so interested in inquisitorial work, if you're so interested in investigating and trying to cancel people, why don't you go and try to do some work finding out who the local masked ICE agent is, or something of value, instead of somebody who has been a leftist for 10 fucking years. I'm sorry, 14 fucking years of activism I've been doing, coming in here and trying to make me look bad. You fucking worthless sack of shit. Fuck you. Who gets harassed by Nazis and schizo fucking anarchists like yourself on a daily basis. Did you see that ICE is going to the Olympics? Thank God. I hope they do, so everybody could see how much of a fucking scumbag fascist state America is. And everybody is for, when they see them assaulting fucking Olympians, liberals will get a nice dose of wake the fuck up juice.
Jump again. Jump again. There we go. Jump very high.
How old am I? 40. I've been doing this shit for a very long time.
Positive sort of image of what Koreans look like abroad, or now they're talking about selling Korean beef.
God, he's such a
which is
pedophile,
very, very
dude.
good. It's expensive though, but it's more of a, how can I say it, like I don't know if I would call it a luxury kind of good, because we do have it occasionally. We don't eat it every day because it's expensive. Same way with the high quality beef in Japan is also really expensive. It's quite good. But yeah, Korean beef needs K-food branding for global promotion. We'll see how that goes. And then we're preparing for the Winter Olympics, right? And that's kind of our news. And it's a very different contrast in what you see in USA to where the Trump and the MAGA people want to isolate themselves. And it's contrast to here where like everyday news is like, hey, how can we make more partnerships in business around the world? Which obviously the news that you would want to see. And I think Canada is the same kind of situation as well. So Canada and Korea, I see happening very similar things. So that's what's going on. Just wanted to give you a different point of view than you may get in USA. I appreciate your time, and I'll catch you all in the next video.
And what's really exciting, chat, is as Minnesota gets oppressed harder, as people in Minnesota fight back, more people get involved, not less. The more radical the resistance, the more people want to get involved. The more they feel like it has purpose, like they need to. The more they try to suppress people, the more people fight back.
Residents stand up to the Trump administration's immigration enforcement crackdown. St. Paul City Council member Hwa Jeong Kim has found a new way to serve her community. She volunteers as a rapid responder. That's a member of a community group that keeps an eye out for ICE. Members look out for vehicles that they suspect are being used by federal agents. A reporter from Axios who rode along with Kim on a rapid response shift observed this, quote, Kim drove laps around her council ward on St. Paul's North End, looking for vehicles bearing the hallmarks of ICE, tinted windows or out-of-state plates. Throughout the 90-minute shift, she was dialed into a call with more than 40 other rapid responders circling the city on foot or by car. The call sounded like a DIY police dispatch frequency. Every minute or so, it crackled with the license plate number of a suspected ICE vehicle, which dispatchers then checked against crowdsourced databases, end quote. They say their goal is not to intervene or engage in violence, but to peacefully resist the federal sweeps, to bear witness, and to stand up for their neighbors and communities. And they do that by making sure federal agents know that they're not operating in the shadows or in secrecy. And beyond that, they hope that their work will lead to future accountability for abuses by these agencies. Many rapid responders share a primary goal, Kim said, to create a trove of evidence that could win lawsuits, shift public opinion, or challenge the Trump administration's official narrative. The journalist Anna Maria Cox wrote about her experience riding along with a different rapid response team, a member of which explained to her the immediate impact and value of what they are doing. They serve to let federal agents know that they cannot operate with impunity, and, quote, every hour we spend driving around making them change course or drive away is another hour they're not dragging people out of their homes, end quote. I'll talk to St. Paul City Council Vice President Hwa Jeong Kim next. Joining me now is Hwa Jeong Kim. She's the Vice President of the St. Paul City Council representing Ward 5, which includes the north central part of St. Paul. Kim is also the Executive Director of Minnesota Voice, which is a nonprofit focused on voting rights, voting access, civic engagement, and education. Thank you for being with us this morning.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
I want to start by noting that you are saying we're making these distinctions between protesters and constitutional observers, even though sometimes there's overlap. You regard constitutional observation as a peaceful, nonviolent thing. In your world, there's no room for violence in what it is you do.
That's correct.
So let's talk about that because, sorry.
Our main goal is to observe, yeah.
So The problem, of course, is that now we've seen two people whose goal was to observe get shot and killed. There has been other violence perpetrated against them. Talk to me about that. I've heard that, in fact, you're getting more people volunteering and wanting to train than less as a result of some of this violence.
Yeah, I think in this moment, folks understand that there's a line that needs to be drawn in the sand for the morality of this country and the morality for the state. And folks are not hesitating, sort of joining the fray and ensuring that they are doing everything they can to protect their neighbors. And that includes rapidly responding to incidences on the ground and recording them and documenting the information so that families and potentially even our Attorney General can use it later.
So let's start with point one. So we'll deal with the later, what you can do with this information down the road. But in an immediate sense, what are these rapid response shifts about? What does a successful shift look like?
I mean, a successful shift in some neighborhoods looks like a very clean call where, you know, just because you don't have any sightings doesn't mean there isn't presence. But I think a clean shift looks like you don't see agents stalled outside of stores or outside of homes. And certainly an escalation from that is that they've now exited the vehicle, they're entering stores, they're attempting to enter homes. So a successful shift looks like strong communication between folks that are on the call, a really strong dispatcher that is multitasking a lot of different kinds of information coming in. And a successful shift also looks like there's a lot of folks on the call. So to cover the city of St. Paul, sometimes in the evenings we have 25, during the days we have upwards into the 60s. But what's most important is that we have folks spread out sort of equally throughout the city and with a particular focus on the north end and the east side of our city.
Yes, you need to operate under the assumption that every org has infiltrators. Don't succumb to paranoia and don't do anything illegal. Okay, undecided voter. Here's what I would say. When you are doing any kind of action, there is a continuum between illegality, definitely illegal actions, and definitely legal actions. And what Donald Trump is trying to do is, and his ICE agents are trying to do, is make actions that are clearly legal and treat you as if you're doing violence when you do them. That's the number one thing that you need to recognize. Okay? So you'll do something that's completely legal and they'll kill you and say that you are a criminal. There is no safety anymore. I want you to understand that. Just lay aside the idea that you're going to be safe. 2, lay aside the idea that they're going to respect your rights. So what would you do if you're going into a situation with someone who's possibly a murderer who will not respect your rights and will not be punished? That's how you need to think about these guys. My reaction to that is go in with the crew. Go into with a crew. The more people you have with you, the larger the group, the more they're going to be intimidated. Okay? You cannot depend upon laws or norms or anything else. The second thing is about the nature of resistance. Should it be legal or illegal? I am, unfortunately, bound to tell you that the terms of service of Twitch require me to never advocate for any activity that might be against the law. So if there was a Twitch in Nazi Germany, nobody could advocate for you to hide Jews because that would have been against the law of Nazi Germany. Okay? That's the same way Twitch operates. In Nazi Germany, it was against the law to hide Jews. So if Twitch had existed back then, they would have banned you for advocating for hiding the Jews. So keep that in mind as I give you my commentary going forward. Anytime somebody, like, you know, if you talk about the historical resistance against the Nazis, which was illegal, the primary way the Gestapo operated was through the cooperation of the German public. People think of the Gestapo as having like spies everywhere and recording devices, and they would, you know, violate people's rights, and that's how they got their information, and they would torture a bunch of people. And there's definitely truth to that. The Gestapo did do that. The Gestapo did not mind in violating people's rights or privacy or committing torture. But the primary way in which the Gestapo operated was through German citizens providing voluntary information. So whenever you're resisting a governmental oppression, the number one thing to understand and keep in mind is, how much do I really know this person I'm talking to? How well do I really know this person? Where did I meet them? How much do I really know about them? So if that person comes up to you in this left-wing environment out of the blue and starts suggesting that you do a bunch of crimes, that is someone you should be suspicious of and be like, who the fuck is this person? There's something to keep in mind, because We know that American law enforcement frequently does that. For example, in Denver, the FBI paid a violent felon to infiltrate Black Lives Matter movements and try to entrap people into committing crimes. As racial justice protests broke out nationwide in the summer of 2020, a man driving a silver hearse became a regular at the demonstrations in Denver. He was a paunchy 5'7" guy with a ruddy complexion who wore military fatigues with patches on the sleeves. By activist standards, he was an old-timer, pushing 50 as he swaggered through crowds of teens and 20-something protesters, a cigar clamped in his lips. I didn't know much about him, but he drove a hearse. Inside this hearse was a lot of guns, AR-15s, and all other kinds of shit. Whitaker was really pushy, trying to push himself at the forefront. But Shelby and many other activists in Denver were wrong about the man behind the wheel of the silver hearse. Whitaker was a Fed. The FBI paid him tens of thousands of dollars in cash to infiltrate and spy on racial justice groups during the summer of 2020. For the last year, I've been investigating Whitaker and his work for the FBI. I tell his story in detail in the new 10-episode documentary podcast, Alphabet Boys. So what you need to understand is they are almost certainly putting in a lot of feds and a lot of spies. And if people are just running up to tell, and if there is not some sort of deep process, that you got to watch yourself. And you should be aware that that's happening. It's not to be paranoiac. Don't be a paranoiac. Don't be somebody who is like, everybody's a Fed. But you need to be aware of that risk. Okay? You need to be aware of the fact that the FBI and ICE are trying to entrap people.
And you're not sort of aimlessly driving around. You have things that need to get done when you encounter federal agents. How do you manage that? How do you gather the information you need to gather without getting into confrontations with agents?
Yeah, I think there's a really great example that's happening also in the west side of the city. We always go in pairs. That's strongly encouraged. So someone is sort of looking out, taking down license plates, getting them checked to see if we can confirm whether or not it's an ICE vehicle. And just having, there are hot spots that are sort of being established around the city. In my ward, if I hear a specific intersection, I know exactly what's there, an apartment or a business or a home that they've been staking out. And that's why localized efforts are really important, because we know our streets and our neighbors the best. And so it's also our ability to respond very quickly as well.
These are short-term successes. Longer term, and this is a point that you make, you're gathering information, potential prosecutions down the road. Tell me what the information you're gathering for and how you make sure you're gathering it in a way that could be useful down the road, either in courts or to Congress or to your Attorney General.
Yeah, similar to when folks file complaints to the post board, you need to connect the information with a single agent. So getting a badge number and identification is really important, and then tracking that person or agent through sort of the scene of what's happening to document their behavior, their actions, as a way to provide evidence that they're not following policy, procedure, or rule of law.
What kind of training goes into this?
Constitutional observer trainings happen quite frequently throughout the city. We also have trainings for folks that want to go out and patrol, and we also have trainings for folks that want to be at their desk at home and helping folks out commuting and keeping an eye on their neighbor. That's also a role to play. But the training for constitutional observers is really understanding what your rights are, how to use them, and then how to ensure your safety as you're documenting. Right now, what we're seeing is unconstitutional violence, but usually the actions of ICE agents, so that it can help protect families, to make sure that the agent actually produced a valid warrant, or that they weren't arrested or detained unconstitutionally. Most of all, it's complying with laws yourself as well. So if an agent tells you to back up, you record yourself complying with them as a part of your own safety. But the role is very specific. But the presence, certainly, of our neighbors taking to the streets anytime they hear whistles is certainly a form of nonviolent protest.
Right. And I think it's important that you make those distinctions, because there are people who maybe want to train to be constitutional observers, but it's real training because there are things you actually have to know. We did some of this yesterday on the show, but it's pretty specific. So as much as people want to help, and just recording on your phone is fantastic, going that extra mile and learning this is very useful. Talk to me a little bit about this. You're the executive director of Minnesota Voice. It's a nonprofit that's focused on voting rights, voting access, civic engagement, and education. One of the things you told Axios is that a lot of the people joining you in this movement, as constitutional observers, were not otherwise political people.
Yeah, I mean, politics is very partisan right now. And so I think a lot of folks believe that the way to sort of plug into what's happening right now is to be partisan, when in fact, a lot of what our efforts are driving towards is how do we utilize this action and unfortunate occupation of our state, but use it to build folks' sort of civic engagement and have it continue into the upcoming election. And even past that, a lot of these are systems of care that we established during the pandemic that we need to just continue, because right now we legislate homelessness as a crime, not as a representation of how poor the policy is written, or hunger is a crime. So we criminalize social issues. So how are we creating systems of care and also base building and activating folks to be engaged no matter sort of what level of engagement they want to be with their neighborhood or even their city? And Minnesota Voice is part of the State Voices National Network. We have, I think, about 27 states that are represented with organizations just like mine that are asking folks to join the sort of movement of being an educated.
I think the critiques are usually leveled toward the naive anarchists who don't see that step in between. Okay, the problem with anarchism is that it focuses on creating mechanisms. It almost like diabolically worships the idea of democracy in all things as the solution to problems, and it's suspicious of hierarchy, it's suspicious of organization, it's suspicious of representation in such a ways permanently make executive power, which is the ability to do shit, incredibly painful and fucking annoying. And our, in a modern industrial society requires a lot of organization. And it's just, that's why you don't really see like a successful anarchist revolutions occur, because the very praxis of their systems results in them being they fail. They're not functional. And, I am a function first person. Does it work? If yes, I'm interested. And the one thing you can say about Marxist-Leninism is they win. They win. One thing you can even say about social democrats and democratic socialists, they at least win some elections once in a while. The question of has your idea ever worked ever is kind of like a minimum bar for me.
And most importantly, an informed voter.
Hwa-Jung Kim, great to talk to you. Thank you for being with us. Hwa-Jung Kim is the St. Paul City Council Vice President and the Executive Director of Minnesota Voice.
Mike, do I have a contact email? I mean, I do, but you could just message me. Marble Honey, thank you for the 10 tier 1s. You can just message me. Inside ICE's surveillance toolkit. Oh, what are they doing now?
Donald Trump handed ICE a massive windfall in his One Big Beautiful Bill Act, making it America's highest funded law enforcement agency with $85 billion to spend. And that kind of money buys a lot of tools, including some state-of-the-art technology that is powering the president's mass deportation crackdown. ICE is making use of surveillance tech ranging from biometric trackers to cell phone location, databases, spyware, and drones, all while the administration loosens restrictions on how it uses some of these technologies. According to new reporting from the Washington Post, the Department of Homeland Security revealed in an annual report on Wednesday that the agency, quote, has significantly expanded the operational scope for its use of facial recognition, AI, and other advanced technology. In a statement to the Post, DHS said what ICE is doing is, quote, no different than other law enforcement agencies, but adding, quote, we are not going to divulge law enforcement sensitive methods. So I guess Big Brother really is watching. I want to look at some of the powerful tools in ICE's arsenal. Over the past year, ICE has started using facial recognition technology. You may have seen videos and pictures of this. If you've seen any of the ICE arrests, you've seen pictures like this. Officers holding up a phone to a person's face while conducting immigration enforcement. What you're seeing is the real-time use of a new app called Mobile Fortify. The app enables ICE to essentially scan a person's face and fingerprints. Those scans are then compared against a database containing individuals' immigration status and other biographical information. So if an officer scans the face of someone who's undocumented, the app should tell them. Here's how it works. An ICE agent uses a phone camera to record an image of a face. The software then detects the face in the image. It then extracts key facial features, converting the information to a digital profile. The profile is then checked against a database of faces, and once the comparison is complete, the system reports a possible match. This is all done. According to the Washington Post, in the past, ICE and other federal agencies have been cautious about using facial recognition technology, largely because of concerns about accuracy, especially when identifying people of color. This is actually a real problem. Studies show that facial recognition technology is, in fact, often inaccurate when it comes to people of color. A 2018 study titled Gender Shades, published by MIT Media Lab, found error rates of just 0.8% for light-skinned men compared to 34.7% for darker-skinned women. A federal study conducted in 2019 supported these conclusions, finding that facial recognition works best on middle-aged white men. In a statement to the Post, DHS says, quote, Mobile Fortify is a lawful law enforcement tool developed under the Trump administration to support accurate identity and immigration status verification during enforcement operations. It operates with a deliberately high matching threshold and queries only limited CBP immigration data sets, end quote. Another one of ICE's tools includes the use of cell phone locations and phone location databases. ICE officers have the ability to track a phone's location in real time through cell site simulators. They're known as stingrays. Now, a stingray tricks a phone into thinking it's a normal cell tower, and when a suspect's device connects to it, the officers can trace its location. In law enforcement operations, stingrays are used in two main ways. If officers already know a phone's number, they can use the simulator to track it down, or they can scan all the cell phones in the area. As TechCrunch, the tech news platform, notes, some cell site simulators can intercept regular calls, text messages, and internet traffic, which means that anyone whose phone is in the vicinity of a stingray could connect to it and feed the government information without even knowing. Take a look at this image. This is generated by the Washington Post. In order to be usable, a cell phone must connect to a cell tower. Your phone automatically connects to the strongest signal that's available. In this image, you and your phone are down at the bottom left, trying to connect to the tower on the right. The stingray, which is mounted on the van, mimics a real cell tower, causing your phone to connect to it instead of the legitimate phone company tower. ICE agents have to obtain a search warrant from a judge, by the way, before deploying a stingray. But according to the Washington Post, quote, ICE guidelines name several broad emergency exceptions, such as the need to protect human life or avert serious injury, being in hot pursuit of a fleeing felon, or to prevent the escape of a suspect or convicted felon from justice, end quote. I'm not finished. Then there are the phone location databases. In 2018, the Supreme Court ruled in Carpenter v. United States that cell phone location data reveals so much about a person's life that authorities need a warrant to get it from phone companies. But federal agencies found a way to circumvent that ruling by buying the data from commercial brokers.
Now, if the Democratic Party was worth a shit, they would make that illegal. They would write a law and it would say, privacy for everybody's cell phone data. The government cannot buy it from commercial vendors to circumvent the requirement for a warrant. That would be basic shit. That would be basic. But the Democrats love mass surveillance. They love the Republicans. They love selling you out.
Commercial brokers collect location data from weather apps, from mobile games, and other software. These are apps which software in which users technically consent to tracking, often without realizing what that consent actually means. According to the Wall Street Journal, the first Trump administration used these databases for immigration enforcement, but in January of 2024, ICE said it had stopped the practice until September of last year, when ICE quietly purchased a subscription to one such database, once again putting mass surveillance back on the table. That brings us to yet another tool at their disposal, digital forensic. A seized device, your phone for instance, is plugged into specialized hardware. The hardware allows ICE to hack into locked phones and computers, bypassing privacy protections to give law enforcement access to multimedia, to password, communications, locations, deleted files, and even encrypted chats. Most digital forensic tools cannot be used remotely. ICE would actually have to have physical possession of your device. Now, traditionally, these invasive tools were limited to investigations into online child exploitation, human trafficking, financial crimes, and other serious international crimes. But according to the Washington Post, top Trump officials have ordered these investigative resources to be shifted toward Trump's deportation drive. And finally,
look at the comments of the pedo. The United States military has assembled a formidable force in the Middle East within striking range of Iran. Now President Trump must decide how to use it. I think flying to Qatar right now is fucking crazy, dude. Holy shit, dude. Let's just hope nothing happens while he's traveling. Look at all these fucking bots, man. I could just that's AI. You raped and impregnated an 11-year-old. Co-chair of the Mexico program. Whenever you hear that Claudia Scheinbaum is bad for Mexico. This is who's writing it. Jesus criminy.
Drones are becoming increasingly part of the field operations involving ICE and Border Patrol officers, providing real-time video back to a base. At the border, drones have been long used to detect migrants. But the Washington Post says ICE has been using small drones to monitor protests over the past year. In the fall, ICE signed a $514,000 contract to purchase new drones, signaling they may play a larger role going forward. All right, that's a lot. So I'm joined by one of the smartest guys I know on technology, the guy I turn to when I just don't even understand it. I can't make myself understand it. Jake Ward. He's the host of the podcast, The Rip Current. He's the author of the book, The Loop, How AI is Creating a World Without Choices and How to Fight Back. Jake, that's a lot, and I actually have to tell our viewer we've hardly scratched the surface. But there's a larger thing here, and that is some of the things that the federal government is using are things that we have allowed to happen. We've allowed the government either greater access or the way we deal with our information on our phones. We've allowed some of this to happen.
I think that's absolutely right, Ali. I mean, we live in a country where it has been absolutely normalized to hand over the kind of information about ourselves that at one time would have been the dream of a CIA officer or an NSA officer, right? I mean, something like a thermostat in your house that connects to Wi-Fi, has a motion sensor in front of it, and as a result can track, your comings and goings, much less these listening devices that people buy from Amazon. I won't name them because there are so many of your viewers that have them. I'll accidentally set them off if I say the brand name, right? That kind of purchase has been so normalized in this country in exchange for the conveniences that come with it, that we forget that eventually the kind of thing that you are describing is made possible for a surveillance state as it forms around us. As you mentioned, when an agency like ICE doesn't have the judicial permission it requires, it can simply go to the private market and buy this stuff from commercial data brokers. The fact that we have made that all possible through the normalization of private surveillance for money is pretty extraordinary.
And it's a whole different segment we can have about how people can keep themselves safe in their digital world. But given what I've just told our viewers about, what stands out to you about the technology that the government is using right now?
Well, what's so amazing, right, is I think back, you and I have known each other a long time, and once upon a time we were covering the original Ukraine protests, right, yep, in the snow as Russian agitators are coming in, and that situation was coming to a head. Back in 2014, I was looking back at reporting that I did at that time, and there were it reports at that time of protesters discovering that their phones would suddenly beep and say, you have been recorded in a database as an agitator. And at that time, drones were also beginning to move around the crowd and catching faces. And back in 2014, right, we just thought that was such a sort of chilling thing. To think that we are now 12 years on from that, the kind of incredibly sophisticated technology that has become normalized, and the fact that it is not just happening in Ukraine, it is not just happening in Hong Kong, it is happening in Minnesota, right? That we are in a world now where this stuff is being deployed actively on American citizens.
It's so funny how they make it like anti-China when it's like, God, it's so embarrassing how it's like, what are we, a bunch of fucking Asians? And it's like Americans shooting people dead in the streets, which they did not do in Hong Kong.
I mean, one thing that I have to say is, based on everything we have learned about this stuff, it's no wonder these guys wear masks. It is the clearest sign that they understand what the technological array that they have at their disposal makes possible when you are unmasked in public these days. These guys are using systems like, the Clearview system, which you and I have reported on in the past, yep, a commercially available system that is a universal facial recognition system. It scrapes images off of Facebook and anywhere else.
The Epstein and Barry Weiss connections are so weird, dude. Oh, yeah. We did talk about them yesterday. We'll talk about them more going forward, but it's bad.
Universal place for law enforcement agents to do this stuff. So, the array of invasive technologies is one thing, but the other thing that really stands out to me here, Ali, is just how little regulation and oversight there actually is. The only real regulation that exists over so much of this stuff, especially around AI and facial recognition, is a kind of self-reported determination that something is either quote unquote high impact or not. Whether you are using it as your primary way of making a determination that someone is to be pursued by law enforcement, or whether you are using human discretion. And it's entirely up to the agencies to determine whether or not they are relying heavily on this technology or using actual human investigation. And to my mind, what's so sort of crazy about that is that what we've seen time and again is that as these technologies get into the working patterns of law enforcement, they become so second nature for these agencies. You know, we've seen time and again protesters grabbed entirely on the basis of a facial recognition system, or in many cases misidentified entirely on the basis of a facial recognition system. And these are law enforcement agencies.
That's why, chat, when I go protesting, this is what you should wear. I'll be right back.
Agencies that are not taking the time to actually then double check whether they've got the right guy. They just go grab whatever this technology tells them to grab. And as these systems are more and more systematizing and automating the decision-making process, it takes what is already a very chilling agency mission and makes it an even more robotic and inhumane kind of pursuit strategy that could ensnare anybody, honestly, Ali.
By the way, we know that a lot of people who are getting arrested are people of color. I was fascinated by these inaccuracies that change depending on whether you're a person of color or you're white.
That's absolutely right. You know, we back in 2018 talked to the very first man ever misidentified by police and arrested on that basis, a guy named Robert Williams in Detroit, Michigan. And he was, you know, this poor guy grabbed off of his porch.
So whatever you're protesting, the bare minimum is an N95. The bare minimum. I usually wear aviators. I wear aviators with an N95. Then typically, you know, take my hair, tuck it under a hoodie, right? Try to keep hood up, glasses, N95. They ain't fucking tracking shit. And then off the back of my pack, I usually have at least a gas mask. It depends on if there is going to be an attempt to, you know, if you're loitering in an area that may have a lot of chemical agents, you should get a full face covering. At the very least, if you're trying to not be fucked up, having a respirator is a good idea. Okay. I'm actually gonna be looking for, you know, I'm thinking about trying to get an impact resistant full face respirator. I don't currently have one. I may get some sort of like, because you know, stuff getting into your eyes fucks you up. And the other thing I was thinking about is some like an armored motorcycle, some motorwear, you know, with more. I think I saw one that was really nice. That was like a coverall. I've been thinking about getting like some armored shirts as well. Just because it's not like, you know, bulletproof vests or anything. It can keep you from standing out in a crowd. The thing about wearing plates, the thing about wearing any kind of vests is it makes you a target. So you want to have stuff that has both impact resistance and is subtle. So you don't, because like if you're wearing too much gear, the cops are going to target you. That's the thing that you need to keep in mind, is you want to avoid being too obvious, which is why, you know, you start off with this mask. Have you seen the anti-AI face paint some people wear to confuse direction? Oh, that's interesting. I know it's crazy, but Temu has an extremely affordable inventory for face gaiters, half full face masks, moto gear, and tons of other stuff. Nowadays, it's more hit and miss in quality, but the prices are usually 1/3 to 1/4 the price. I mean, listen. The thing about tear gas is the best way to treat tear gas is unironically water and baby shampoo. Water and baby shampoo. That defeats tear gas. I mean, assume you're out of it. If you're still in it, obviously, then that's not going to work. Tear gas is a particulate. It's not really a gas. It's a suspended particulate. Milk and yogurt and shit like that, I mean, that can work. Speaking from personal experience, that can work. The problem with it is that I just saw an optometrist say this, which is tear gas and CX gases could cause corneal abrasions. And so putting any kind of food into your eyes could cause you to get an infection, which is bad. So it's best to just have baby shampoo and water. So don't put food shit into your eyes. You should just get baby shampoo. It's also cheap as fuck. So it's not like you're, you know, I'm asking you to buy an armored fucking moto gear or anything that's like $1,000. This is like basic shit. Anti-surveillance fashion. Oh, that's really interesting. Reflecticles. Oh, I need to look at these. Okay, these are very interesting. I want to have some stuff that is like actionable. Reflecticles. I need to get some of these.
Hey, so if you get pepper sprayed, first, don't rub your eyes. Like, don't do this. That's just going to make the inflammation worse. Then you want to irrigate your eyes. Now, pepper spray is oil-based, so ideally you'd have a big bottle of water with baby shampoo mixed in. It's a mild soap. We actually prescribe baby shampoo to clean eyelids for people, so it's safe for the ocular surface. Something like dish soap is going to be more caustic to the surface of the eyes. Try to avoid that if you can. But a big bottle of water mixed with baby shampoo, and that'll help clear out that oil. Some people talk about using yogurt or milk to rinse out the eyes, and I guess that's possible, but keep in mind that pepper spray can cause corneal abrasions, which is where you lose the surface layer of cells from your cornea, which is extremely painful, but also increases the cornea's risk of infection. And there can be some harmful bacteria in milk products, so I'd avoid that. Now, it takes planning to make sure you have at least a liter of soapy water mixture with you when you're going to a protest, or commuting to work, walking your dog, checking the mail, leaving your house for any reason whatsoever, even just sitting quietly in your home, making breakfast, watching TV, any place where you might conceivably be pepper sprayed in the United States. If you find yourself in the vicinity of pepper spray and have nothing else, just irrigate your eyes with water. Just pour water in your eyes, at least a liter. Don't rub your eyes, and try to position your head to where the water and oil doesn't get into your nose and mouth. Be safe out there. This is a great...
This guy is so cool. Oh, well, there you go, chat. He is an optometrist, by the way. So there you go. Okay. It's what I said. Cool. I was right. But that's actually a really good idea. I didn't think about that. Just having like a liter of it ready and stick it in your car, right? Why not? Why the fuck not? Just stick it in your car. Put it in a cool place inside your car. Seal it up tight. Seems pretty simple. Mike, did you cover this yet? Xi Jinping has called for the renminbi to become global reserve currency. It's some of the clearest comments on his ambitions for China's currency as Beijing seeks to play a greater role in the international monetary system. Damn, that's based. Damn, that's fucking based. Ophthalmologist. Thank you. Ophthalmologist. That's what he is. You want to exchange the soapy water every couple of days? Oh, is that right? Does it like go bad? Does it break down or something? Just by being in the water? Pour from your tear ducts to the out. So you would have the person lean their head over like this, and then you would pour aiming for the tear duct, and then it would flow down. And then you would switch sides, and then you would have them lean the other way, and then you would pour from the tear duct and have it cleanse down, chat. That's how you do it. A chatter just mentioned that, so I thought I would demonstrate. So face down, pour at the tear duct, goes down the side. You try to aim so it doesn't go into your nose or your mouth or obviously your ear. So you want that like 45-degree angle as you do it. Oh, it will grow bacteria? Soap will result in bacteria growth? I didn't know that. Interesting. Yeah, and I guess your eyes are sensitive, so you want sterile. You want sterile. Why not just have the soap and the water separate and then combined? I mean, saline fluid would work, but that's more expensive and like, you know what I mean? I wear contact lenses. Will it still work or I'm fucked? Oh, thank you for bringing that up. Pro tip, don't wear contacts to a protest. If you could avoid it, don't wear contacts to a protest. Honestly, I might get myself a set of birth control glasses. Get some BCGs. The advantage of BCGs, they're durable. No glasses and less ballistic goggles. Can you get prescription ballistic goggles? Prescription ballistic goggles. Well, do they call them BCGs because no woman will want to have sex with you? It's not. Okay, first of all, that's very misogynistic of you to assume that only women would be turned off by those. Men would also be turned off by those. So no one will have sex with you. Are you going to a protest to look cool?
By people who'd accused him of jewelry, stealing jewelry. He had a rock solid alibi, no reason to be there, and yet was, detained for, I believe, overnight.
So facial recognition doesn't work on black women. That was something that what an example of when I realized I had white privilege was trying to understand that, and I didn't learn this until I was literally in my late 20s. So this is white Mike, okay? I was in my late 20s and I was at law school, and a lot of my friends were like, people of color. And a friend of mine was like taking selfies, and they told me straight up, oh yeah, cameras suck shit when you're dark skinned. You have to like adjust them so much more. and fiddle with them and then I was like, what? No fucking way. And so I learned that was like 10 plus years ago, but it was like, what the fuck? And cameras were legitimately designed for white people. Damn. So it doesn't surprise me that it doesn't work on black people. Can I wear full plate armor to a protest? I don't see why not. It's not the worst idea I've ever heard. Might be hot in there though, and heavy. Is this permission to do blackface at protests? I'm about ready to slap you across the face in Minecraft through the screen. Here's what you should do. You should take 24 hours to think about what you said. And you're lucky it's not a perma. I'm in a good mood. I'm in a good mood. That was a joke. It was a dumb attempt at a joke. Slap yourself in the face for being an idiot. Blackface specifically refers to mocking black people. Wearing paint to mock black people. That's what blackface is. You're never doing blackface. Having face paint on is not blackface unless the intent is to mimic black people. Like if you had black paint on your face for camouflage purposes, that's not blackface. Perma, it's the first day of Black History Month. Honestly, you're right. Be honest, is there any hope for an organized movement at this point, or is it best someone is going to get some anarchists resisting that will easily be put down? No one is even trying to start seriously organizing. I think the one thing is that the violence, as I've said before, regular people do not want to revolt. Okay, they're not going to just do that. They have to go through the escalation. That has to go through the ladder of escalation. That's just the way it goes. If you're a person who considers yourself to be more politically aware and more historically aware, then you should know that. We're not going to be able to skip steps. As much as we want to look at things and go like, oh, we need to set up a military resistance to Donald Trump. That's not going to happen unless we go through these steps of this ladder of escalation. And yes, there's going to be a lot of liberals who try to be apathetic and collaborate. That, you know, it happened in history. It's going to happen here. Americans are no better than Germans or Norwegians or whatever the fuck. If you want, so knowing that, learn the lessons of successful resistance, which means prepare yourself ahead of time. Get in shape. Learn how to use a gun. Learn about the methods and procedures of the government. Form organizations. Get involved in protests. Get involved in resistance. Be involved in local mutual aid groups. Do the work. Be prepared. Build community organizations that have the respect and trust of the regular people. That's what DSA is doing in LA that I really love. One of the things they're doing is they're doing community awareness about ICE. And they're going door to door. They're talking with local businesses and small businesses about what the law says about how they can lock their doors, how they can have, make sure they post employee-only areas so that the ICE agents can't just walk into the business and then walk in and start going around. There's an employee-only area. They could exclude ICE agents from that area. Learning the rights, the differences between administrative and judicial warrants. Building up that network, having those contacts. If you want to resist, you have to actually be part of the community and you have to have the sympathy of the community. If we walk around the community and we work with our community and then they see members of our group being targeted, the community will rise in response. It is only if we sit online and only talk that there won't be a resistance. So that's something to think about. So yeah, I see a lot of, I'm worried. I'm not going to be quiet about that. I think the resistance to Trump is the most important thing that we're ever going to do in our lives. And it's something that we have to get ready to do right now. Nice. Thank you. We need a Hassan and Tucker collab. That is the dumbest fucking shit I've ever heard in my entire life. That may be actually dumber than the person who tried to make a blackface joke in my chat. Fucking dumbass. Powerful stupidity today.
We're seeing this time and again. And again, it's what we see with technological use in the surveillance and law enforcement world is that it really erodes human judgment at a time when we are normalizing some very inhumane behavior anyway. It is taking the humanity out of the process to an extent that I think is really, it's roboticizing law enforcement that is already on a fairly robotic and inhumane mission.
All right, Chad, I saw the dumbest post on the history of the internet on Twitter, so we're going to talk about it because I want you to understand how dumb these fucking idiots are. So one of the main groups that hates me and Hassan and tries to target us for, with ICE is this group called CN Liberalism. And they get a lot of money from like billionaires and shit in Washington, D.C. And they're collaborators with Trump. As you can see, they blocked me because I guess they see me as not tolerant of liberalism. I don't know, guys. I guess one of the coordinated things they started posting, thank you for the chips here, is leftists would have refused to vote for Lincoln for not being pro-abolition enough. And they were all started tweeting this. I guess there's a big, I think there's a narrative of the way to attack leftists is to be like, they didn't want Kamala Harris to win. So that memo has been going around. And so they decided to use Lincoln as an example, which is very funny because if you know anything about history, they don't. Karl Marx was a huge fan of Abraham Lincoln. In fact, he even wrote a letter to Abraham Lincoln. We congratulate the American people upon your re-election by a large majority. If resistance to the slave power was the reserved watchword of your first election, the triumphant war cry of your re-election is death to slavery. From the commencement of the titanic American strife, the working men of Europe felt instinctively that the star-spangled banner carried the destiny of their class. So what the fuck are they talking about? And as I said, liberals are uneducated about even basic history. Not only did leftists not oppose Lincoln, Marx himself wrote a letter to Abraham Lincoln congratulating him on his election victory and linking the fight against slavery to the greater struggle for liberation of all workers. You know what else Marx was against? Killing Native Americans. Now, again, obviously, Lincoln did a lot of evil shit, supporting various indigenous suppressions and Indian wars and things like that. There's no doubt about that. But on the issue of slavery, the Republican Party was an anti-slavery party. Now, you had moderate Republicans and you had what are known as radical Republicans, okay? And Abraham Lincoln was a person who straddled those two groups. He was a unity pick. He was in favor of containing slave power. He wanted gradual emancipation, okay? That was his position. No more states could be slave states, and then we would fight for a gradual emancipation structure, sort of like what Pennsylvania had. Pennsylvania, prior to signing the Constitution, you don't know if you know this, chat, but Pennsylvania banned slavery prior to signing the Constitution or agreeing to the Constitution. But they did a gradual, what is that? Gradual emancipation. So, and by the time of the 1830s, there were basically no slaves in Pennsylvania because slavery had been banned. And then people in Pennsylvania were virulently against slavery and they thought it was wrong. Now, the feds were constantly trying to push it into Pennsylvania, but that's just a fact, okay? And I'm not saying that Pennsylvania was full of just pure, you know, there are no racists or whatever. That's obviously there were a ton of racists, and there are racists there now. The point I'm trying to make is that position was the position that Lincoln went into office with. And his position changed over the course of the war. It became very clear that the Civil War could not be resolved without abolishing slavery. So people will oftentimes quote Lincoln in 1859 or something when he was trying to prevent the Civil War by saying, listen, I'd rather keep the Union together than, abolish slavery. But later on through the course of the war, there was a radicalization of the anti-slavery forces because of the Civil War happening. That's the ladder of escalation that I was talking about. White liberals finally caught up to reality. And I think that, looking back on history, I don't think we should deify any of these people. And I feel like one of the problems we have is in America, we deify people and then people react to that. And then they want to do the opposite, which is to be an iconoclast and smash everybody and be like, no, this guy was a piece of shit. Fuck this guy. He's a piece of shit. He's not good enough. And that's right. They aren't good enough. But I think a more measured approach to history is a little bit more called for, where you're like, these people represented these movements and they were part of a progressive sweep, and they're not sufficient, and they're not gods, and they're not saints. They're human beings. And the course of history, this was a progressive course of history, and it was good that this progressive event occurred. It's not that, I don't think it's that difficult to be able to do that, but some people, they can't do that. It really doesn't make sense for them to say the leftists would have voted for Lincoln because he was too moderate, when the only reason anyone looks back fondly on Lincoln is for abolishing slavery, the leftist position. The reason why Lincoln is thought of so positively by history is the last thing he worked on was abolishing slavery before he was shot in the head. Had he been the president after the Civil War, maybe he wouldn't be thought of as fondly. Maybe he would have botched Reconstruction. We don't know. But he won the Civil War, he abolished slavery, and he took a bullet to the brain. Or he abolished slavery and then ended the Civil War. And then he took a bullet to the head. So he died in the moment of triumph. All right, let's keep talking about anti-ICE protests. I can't imagine it being botched any more than it already was. Well, yeah, he was dead, though. He didn't do it. I think part of why, you know what I mean? So he doesn't take the blame for it because he was dead. I'm not saying it wasn't.
Less than a mile away, and only 5 short years before. The murder of Alex Preddy also has eerie echoes of the murder of Philando Castile.
Total victory. LSF banned politics. How do you get yourself banned from LSF? How do we get banned from? Can I ban myself from LSF? Should I just DMCA them anytime they clip me? That work? Your boy got motion in a 55K post Reddit thread. Okay, link me the actual Reddit instead of screenshots of the Reddit. Like, what the fuck? Okay. Today in Los Angeles, the people fought back. Destiny and H3H3 fans are starting to become the vegans of the influencer political world. You can always spot one in the wild because they won't shut up about Hassan. LOL, we get it. You don't like him and he lives rent-free in your head. If you don't know who any of those bozos are, good. Consider yourself blessed and try to keep it that way. Hank Pecker. Don't let live stream fail. See that 5th pick. The whole pathetic subreddit just wants to have hate sex with Hassan. That's all they seem to talk about. The People's Princess on slide 5. So no anti-Hassan comments allowed on the sub. Business argument 99 wants you to know. It's the dumbest reason to dislike him, but I don't care. He's awful for many legitimate reasons. He's one of the best examples I can think of an extreme left who want to do essentially all the things the extreme right is doing, but for their purposes instead because they're supposedly the good ones. Fuck that. Meaningless babble. I thought there were a bunch of like people glazing Hassan and saying how hot he was. Funny thing, no one looks like they actually want to fight each other. They look tired. This is an artificially created class war. What the fuck are you saying? Are you saying that? Okay. Yes, these are called, of course we're tired. What the fuck? Everyone wants boring government doing boring government stuff that involves looking after people. That is the reward for a revolution. It's not something you get. If you want government to be boring, you have to win a revolution. And you have to set up systems that enforce it. You don't get that because you what? You want it? What are you, 5? If I recall correctly, that poster was saying it's an opposed class war from above. Oh, of course. That green gas will give you cancer and scar your lungs. There's a reason you never seen it used by anyone until now. Tear gas is already a banned weapon of war and much worse than tear gas. I don't think they're using that. I don't think they're using that gas. I don't think they're using hexachloroethane. Unless there's evidence of it, I don't think they're using it. Because, like, I mean, I guess the cops don't mind getting cancer themselves. Even if they have masks, it's still going to fuck them up. How big are traffic lights in the U.S.? I recognize the guy in pick 5. Who is he? His name is Hassan. Less shocking than finding out Destiny was a pedo. Oh, that's funny. Slovakia's prime minister's national security advisor resigns over Epstein links. Crazy that the rest of the world, the Epstein files are actually having consequences, but nobody seems to be affected in America. I mean, that's it. I wish it wasn't the case, but it is the case. I'm glad to see the libs are radicalizing. Oh, we got a new... Oh, wait, did we watch this yesterday, Chad? Or am I...
You know what this...
Did we watch this, or am I... Like, I don't even remember now. Did we watch this or no? Geopold. I don't think we did, right? All right, let's watch some of this. Let's have fun with Geopold's newest video.
Photo is missing. A Walmart, a Denny's, a Cracker Barrel, a 25-lane highway, a 100-acre parking lot, an Amazon warehouse, an Israeli embassy, a Palantir AI facial recognition data center which uses 3 million gallons of water an hour to advance the IDF and ICE. And then BlackRock can buy up all this property and rent it back to Greenlanders for 10x the original price.
I don't want to drive housing prices down. I want to drive housing prices up.
If you don't know, BlackRock is the world's largest asset manager. They control trillions of dollars worth of investments, monopolizing entire markets from housing to potentially America's Federal Reserve to fossil fuels, all whilst having an extremely woke and carbon footprint conscious facade. So whilst us fellow chuds suck glue-flavored soda through our paper straws to save the ocean to stop the Arctic's ice from melting, just know that Jeff Bezos, Sam Altman, Mark Zuckerberg, Mike Bloomberg, Bill Gates, and BlackRock have all recently heavily invested in some very unsustainable businesses like Cobalt Metals, Critical Metals Corp, and more, who are all AI-driven mining operations focusing on the Arctic, specifically Greenland, specifically Greenland's rare earth metal deposits, which are really valuable because these metals are needed to construct the very device you just used to doom scroll onto this very video, my friend. Peter Thiel of Palantir has an even more insane investment in Greenland, a startup called Praxis, who have this dystopian concept to build a 0% tax private freedom city, a tech hub in Greenland with completely isolated finances shut off from the world, creating a bubble of elite tax evading trillionaires who can hoard their wealth like little gimps in their icy paradise whilst the entire rest of the world burns to smithereens, which actually probably isn't far off Peter Thiel's ideal world. Not only would he get loads of steroid-taking powerful men all sharing close living quarters, also, I mean, just take a listen to this.
I think you would prefer the human race to endure, right?
Hold up.
You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes?
I don't know. I would
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit in this.
Should the human race survive?
There is a massive Titanic-level iceberg in the way of all these grand Greenlandish plans, though. Denmark. Huh? Greenland is a self-governing territory of Denmark.
If you said, hey, we should arrest that guy immediately, the Democrats would be like, you're ruining our political future. You're hurting us. You're hurting us so much. Yeah, I should arrest that guy.
The evil communist Carlsberg drinking nation in which private individuals or entities cannot buy up or own the physical land of Greenland. It's all public land. Why? A, to protect the environment. B, to protect the rights of the indigenous people. C, and most importantly, to not become a resource colony like the Congo or India or Venezuela, where big foreign companies come in as soon as resources are discovered, develop at the speed of light. Elites make shitloads of money off the land, but the natives actually get poorer. However, Greenland's reasoning for restricting development shouldn't really matter because the bottom line is Greenland under Denmark is a sovereign nation. They should be able to democratically make their own rules for their own land. That's simple freedom, isn't it? Freedom!
Nu står vi med en geopolitisk krise, og hvis vi skal vælge mellem USA og Danmark her og nu, så vælger vi Danmark. Vi vælger NATO. Vi vælger kongeriget Danmark, vi vælger EU.
And Greenland have overwhelmingly democratically chosen to decline President Trump's flirtatious advances.
We need Greenland for national security very badly. If we don't have it, we have a big hole in national security.
Right now, we are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not.
I may put a tariff on countries if they don't go along with Greenland, because we need Greenland for national security, so I may do that.
By the way, Trump has no idea who the leader of Greenland is.
Grønland vil ikke ejes af USA. Grønland vil ikke styres af USA. Grønland vil ikke være en del af USA. Vi vælger det Grønland, vi kender i dag, og som er en del af kongeriget Danmark.
The premier of Greenland said today, we prefer to stay with Denmark. Do you see that as the final word? The premier of Greenland.
Well, that's their problem. That's their problem. I disagree with him. I don't know who he is. Don't know anything about him. But
I think one of the things about Donald Trump in general and just kind of Republicans is they're kind of like, they celebrate stupidity now. They've now psyoped themselves into celebrating stupidity. They've psyoped themselves into being like, yeah, he's a fucking dumb idiot. He's like the giant from Mice and Men. He's a dumb idiot. Yeah, he's stupid, but he's so big. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? He's a big dumb idiot. He could just breaks people's necks by accident. And it's funny. And I honestly think that in Trump's case, I do feel like that book may have a guide for the ultimate solution.
that's going to be a big problem for him.
Call me crazy, right? Personally, I think I would like to know the prime minister of the country I'm thinking about invading. That might be some important information, maybe. I don't know, though. Well, freedom looks a little different when all these exact billionaires who have massive crushes on the new hot guy in town, Greenland, they are the exact guys who helped the president of America win last election. Billionaires quite literally got Trump his second presidency. They used their credibility and connections to publicly endorse Trump, for example, getting him on JRE or Theo Von, etc. They donated over $1 billion to Trump's campaign. They filtered, promoted, and censored content on the social media platforms they control and have monopolies over to be overwhelmingly pro-Trump. They even appeared at his inauguration to show how involved they were. So now the president of America owes them all massive favors. And Greenland just happens to be the top priority for these guys. Please, please, Mr. President, please, we'll get on our knees. We'll fake your ear getting shot off. We'll give you Erica Kirk. We'll all take a sip out of your catheter or something. Just please, give us a little block of that damn Arctic ice. Please, please.
Well, we're going to see what happens with Greenland. We need Greenland for national security, so we're going to see what happens.
That's right. It doesn't matter.
The Illinois Republican Party just posted this. Only traitors help invaders. I think one of the things that I obviously, as I've said before, we need to form some sort of, mutually defense organizations. The thing that I'm concerned about is just the sequence of events. The sequence of events is what, is currently what concerns me, because obviously people are going to take matters into their own hands, and that's not something I'm looking forward to, because it's, Reichstag fire events. I mean, they may even just manufacture one, There's something to think about.
What the average American thinks. It doesn't matter if it will only benefit billionaires and mega corporations. These Greenlandishers, they need some goddamn freedom. We might be adding a couple new stars to this flag, my friend, with the incorporation of not only Venezuela, but also Greenland into the United States of America. It's looking way more likely than any Puerto Rican would like to hear. If you'd have predicted the current geopolitical and economic state of the world a year ago, I would have laughed in your face, especially if you said something like this.
I would like to make a deal of, the easy way, but if we don't do it the easy way, we're going to do it the hard way. Right now, we are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not, because if we don't do it, Russia or China will take over Greenland, and we're not going to have Russia or China as a neighbor.
Not only do Russia and America already neighbor each other, the neighboring distance is so fucking close that you can walk it quicker than the average Americans commute to work. Walk from Russia to America faster than Americans commute to work on average. Also, the US doesn't exactly neighbor China, but they intentionally place themselves pretty damn close.
Man, I could really go for some... God, who doesn't love Chinese food, dude? I mean, Asian cuisines in general are just so fucking good because they've had the spices for a long time and they used them. you know? And like our fucking cultures, the white cultures, we had boiled rotten fish or sausages made from blood. Yeah, I see that. I see that you get it now. I'm just laughing at VO's shirt, chat. I'm sorry for not showing you. You'll see. I'm sure you'll see shortly.
With the US territory Guam right here. This island was fully incorporated into America in 1950. Alaska became a state in 1959. I think America is the shitty neighbor here, okay? I think they're the ones expanding unprecedentedly and illegally. I would personally file a noise complaint if they pulled this shit on me, okay? Now, unlike this, we're up against the evil Russians and Chinese rhetoric that Trump's been pushing about Greenland.
We're not going to have Russia or China occupy Greenland, and that's what they're going to do if we don't. So we're going to be doing something with Greenland, either the nice way or the more difficult way.
Neither of those nations are who the US would likely start a war or a big issue with by invading Greenland to please Daddy Teal. The real ops here are Denmark. A common misconception is that Greenland is a country. It's not. It's been part of Denmark for longer than the USA has fucking existed. So it's politically Europe. Very, very, very much Europe. And therefore, Greenland is part of the international organizations that Denmark is in. NATO, the EU, etc. And in response to Trump's big words, a big group statement has been issued by France, Germany, Italy, Poland, Spain, the UK, and Denmark. Basically all the European countries that matter. Arctic security remains a key priority for Europe and it is critical for international and transatlantic security. NATO has made it clear that the Arctic region is a priority and European allies are stepping up. We and many other allies have increased our presence, activities, and investments to keep the Arctic state safe and deter adversaries.
The Kingdom of Denmark, including Greenland, is part of NATO. Security in the Arctic must therefore be achieved collectively in conjunction with NATO
allies, including the United States, by upholding the principles of the UN Charter, including sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the inviolability of borders.
There are universal principles.
Except you said nothing when America invaded Venezuela and stole their president. You said it was fine. Or the United States supported the genocide in Gaza. What the fuck are they talking about?
And we will not stop defending them. The United States is an essential part of this endeavor as a NATO ally and through the defense agreement between the Kingdom of Denmark and the United States of 1951.
Greenland belongs to its people. It is for Denmark and Greenland, and only them to decide on matters concerning Denmark and Greenland. They throw in shade, okay? Following this statement, France, Germany, Sweden, and Norway have sent fucking troops to Greenland. And many more European countries have pledged to send troops to Greenland for training purposes. Now, what this means is that European armed forces are in Greenland. And if they actually follow protocol like they're meant to, American forces docking up and storming the island would trigger armed clashes between the two hemispheres within NATO, likely leading to the absolute collapse of NATO. All European American agreements would be scrapped or...
I hate watching Eurocope. I hate watching Eurocope. Most people don't like communist dictators and terrorists, which is why they didn't issue such a statement. No, they didn't issue the statement because they're cucked. They're puppets of the United States. The United States could do whatever it wants in Israel, for example, and the Europeans don't do anything. You're just doing Eurocope. I think the worst part about Europeans is they pretend like they're not a puppet. You guys are basically Saudi Arabia for white people. Like, come on.
American military bases in Europe being seized and unfathomable geopolitical chaos, maybe even intercontinental war. You might think these type of consequences would deter America from invading this rock with some snow on it. Like, genuinely, if I get drafted into World War III to fight over a block of ice, I'ma be so pissed.
I'm a fan of Denmark too, I have to tell you, and you know, they've been very nice to me. I'm a big fan, but you know, the fact that they had a boat land there 500 years ago doesn't mean that they own the land.
I can maybe think of a country that people landed in 500 years ago and suddenly decided to post up and systematically massacre its native inhabitants for sport and claim it all for themselves. But you know, I guess that was too long ago to do anything about it. And it's not like any group of people are doing that exact thing right now, this moment. And I especially don't believe that America would support these evil colonizers as their main ally and choose them over fucking Denmark or the rest of NATO. That definitely cannot be happening anywhere in the world right now. I don't know. You see, we just really care about sovereignty and human rights over here, bro. Okay? That's why we're just allowed to do Zionist regime changes, profit-based coups, and install our natural resource firms in any country we like. Be that Greenland, be that Venezuela, be that Iran, even Palestine.
I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be so magnificent. Everybody I've spoken to loves the idea of the United States owning that piece of land, developing and creating thousands of jobs with something that will be magnificent. My plan calls for the creation of a new international oversight body, the Board of Peace. So it would be headed by a gentleman known as President Donald J. Trump of the United States.
I don't care. I'll do whatever I want for some hummus. Please, Mr. Trump. Please, one spoonful of hummus, please.
Hello,
Look, if we hadn't already established...
Not from Berks, but close.
That Trump personally developing Gaza is a bad idea, well then this board of peace he's created is like a Chernobyl level bad idea. It has a light $1 billion sign-up fee, meaning anyone with a light $1 billion to spare can be part of Gaza's development, the Riviera of the Middle East. What a great opportunity. I bet so many strong, powerful, and most importantly peaceful countries have signed up. Yeah, let me see who's on this board there. Viktor Orban of Hungary, the guy who used EU funds to build a football stadium next to his house. Yeah, sounds about right. Javier Milei of Argentina, the guy who encouraged Israeli businessmen to run around setting gigantic wildfires on ancient forests in his country so those plots of land can be developed. Sounds decent. Yeah. Ilham Aliyev of Azerbaijan, the war criminal who has a singular military tactic of exterminating civilians. That's his go-to move. Speak of the devil, we also got Nikol Pashinyan of Armenia, the man who is so lazy that even when he films Instagram reels to promote himself...
Wait a minute, chat. Okay, this video is too fucking long. I didn't know it was 59 minutes. I was like, okay, I'm giving it 15 minutes. It's too fucking long. I do not want to encourage more 59-minute videos on this stream. Longest Zoomer edit I've ever seen in my life. Oh, can we send the link? Oh, of course. If you want to finish it, of course. I was like, wait a minute. It's been 15 minutes. Why is it still going on? 59.50? Jesus Christ. I do like Geopold. I do. Apparently, Tectone is saying that someone attacking his person under a protective order against him is based? Excuse me?
Brax said some pretty crazy shit. Brax thinks I'm like a turbo alt-right grifter. Get all the buzzwords. I'm not worried about it because the clip that he said, beforehand, oh man, he was based.
I know Pink, and I know that Pink has a lot of mental health issues. So I would not be surprised.
I honest to God, like, I'm pausing it because I'm like, I'm sorry I just paused it without explaining why I paused it. I paused it because I'm like, I need to send this to like Travis County PD. Get Tectone in jail. This is directing a third-party harassment.
Brax said some pretty crazy shit. Brax thinks I'm like a turbo alt-right grifter. Get all the buzzwords. I'm not worried about it because the clip that he said, beforehand, oh man, he was based.
I know Pink, and I know that Pink has a lot of mental health issues. So I would not be surprised if she lied about everything and just won in court lying about everything.
Brax said some pretty crazy shit. Brax thinks I'm like a turbo.
Yeah. Straight to jail. Straight to fucking jail. Elon Musk in the files.
And I can't think of anyone more deserving of an invite than the meme lord himself. Would love to hear back from you. Dear Big Steed, it appears my last message never got through. After a long day of being real-life Iron Man, I too would like to party and let loose with a bunch of young babes. When's the wildest party you're throwing? I'll be there. Merry Christmas, Big Jeffy. I know it's 6 a.m. and my family's in the other room, but I really love to visit the island. And trust me, a peaceful island experience is the opposite of what I'm looking for. Hey, Elon. Looks like the UN is meeting this Friday, and let's just say there will be a lot of interesting people at my place. You in? Oh, sorry. I run 2 large companies, and I'm about to launch arguably the most advanced rocket of all time. Watching diplomats do nothing seems like a silly use of my time. Are you fucking stupid? I'm talking about children. God, you're so annoying. This is why we never invite you. Hello, Jeff. I heard you're having...
This isn't even satire. Actually, he modified Jeffrey Epstein's response. Jeffrey Epstein's asked Elon Musk if he thought that he was R-worded. Of course, he said there would be no one over the age of 25 there. Like, you can't even satirize it. You can't even satirize it. Holy shit. Someone claiming to be Marie Gustenkamp Perez's roommate was talking about what it was like to live with her. We gotta watch this, chat. I'm sorry.
Then she would go to live in the attic crawl space of the garage. Like, she started setting up this thing to live up in the attic crawl space of our garage.
Okay.
Again, wasn't paying rent. Now, this wasn't for lack of trying. Several of us were like, hey, Marie, you know, there's bills to pay. It was super cheap at the time. Like, I think I was paying $300 a month to live in Portland, Oregon, which is crazy to think about now. And we were just asking for maybe like 50, 75 a month. But she was like, I can't afford that. So Sam, in his infinite wisdom or his infinite generosity, was like, well, you can just like trade stuff for us. Now, she was one of those Portland dumpster divers. So she would come back home with all kinds of rotten fruit and meat and whatever else she would find. And I do remember one time she came home literally like 4 feet of rotten avocados, like when you know the kind of avocado that you can't even turn into like guacamole or anything. And she's like, here's rent. And I remember just being like, no, absolutely not.
I believe it completely, chat. I believe it completely. Epstein's invite to Elon. Yeah, we read this yesterday. Any plans for New York? The opening of the General Assembly has many interesting people coming to the house. I run and lead product design engineering. What'd you bring me? Oh, I'm going to get fatter from this. Thank you for enabling me. Chat, Vio has gotten the imported meat. How do I even explain this? How do I even expose this? Vio hates American cold cuts. And she always, thank you, dear. And so she's been raging about how bad American meat is as far as the cold cuts. And she found a place that has like Italian meat, Italian imported, prosciutto, etc. She's like, now I'm going to make sandwiches. I haven't been able to eat a good sandwich since I came to America. So now I have to eat this for lunch for every day is this. Okay, what was I saying? Elon Musk. Excuse me? I run and lead product design engineering for 2 complicated companies. Moreover, SpaceX is about to launch what is arguably the most advanced rocket in history. Flying to New York to see UN diplomats do nothing would be an unwise use of time. Epstein. Do you think I am R-worded? Just kidding. There is no one over 25, and they are all very cute. I honestly, I think this is enough for a death penalty case, in my opinion. No one over 25, they said. As a 40-year-old man, dating a 25-year-old seems insane. But as a 60-year-old man, typing that into a fucking email is fucking insane. And you know that they used 25 as code for 18. Did I see this newest Meat Canyon video?
Elon, sir, with all due respect, teleporting to Mars, even with the new Tesla pods, doesn't seem like something we'll be able to do in our lifetime.
We must. The people, they are turning against me. I must regain their trust.
Sir, we are beginning to question your judgment. Please reconsider your decision. And
I have to do this! I have to do this. I made a promise to an old friend. I thought vacations were supposed to be fun. You've been to this island many times before, but you still seem to get lost. I'm not lost. I'm just thinking. You know, you fixate so much on the future and innovation that you never see the beauty that's right in front of you. I just want to change the world. Change it for the better. Leave humanity with something greater. Elon, listen. You are destined for great things. You've already done so much for the world. So much. You're strong, smart, and compassionate. Well, my name isn't Jeffrey Epstein. I will change the world, Jeffrey. I promise you. I know. But hours of contemplation has left you tense, Elon. Come on. Let's chill out with a couple massages. What do you say? Some say innovation is something that happens once in a generation. Why can't we shoot for the stars and then pass those stars to unknown worlds, or smell new air on different planets, enjoy a new sunset on different planes?
Unironically, this is Elon Musk's entire fucking shit. This is it. It is going to the dumbest, most gullible Reddit nerds and saying the most hackneyed bullshit. And they eat it up like slop, like a pig slurping slop. Oh my God. And he is a fucking pedophile. Jesus.
I will get in this pod and defy what everyone thinks I am capable of. What we are capable of. Let the naysayers yell and scream at me. I will push humanity farther. I will take us to where no other man has taken us before. Just you watch me! Oh my God, Jesus Christ! Elon the bird! Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! Oh God!
Take me back. Oh no. Take me back to the island.
Take me back to the island. It's not even satire. It's not even satire. Vivian corroborates the Epstein files. Yeah, we did talk about this yesterday, but Vivian Jenna Wilson, Vivlinus, I'm trying, on Threads posted this before. She said, I can confirm we are in St. Bart's at this time specified in the emails, and therefore I believe they are authentic. Did not Elon admit they were authentic? Didn't Elon admit they're authentic? I can't believe so many people follow Elon Musk. It's crazy, dude. I guess he forces every new account to follow him, right? I'm sorry. I know a lot of people I follow Elon, and I'm like, why? Why would you follow him? He's going to force his shit out of your feed anyway. Why even bother? Why even fucking bother? Bill Gates emails of the Epstein files. Steve Bannon emails of the Epstein files. Reid Hoffman emails of the Epstein files. Elon Musk emails in the Epstein files. Bill Clinton emails of the Epstein files. But only Elon Musk is calling for prosecutions. The others are silent. Why is that? Because they are guilty. That's incredible. That's incredible. He's got to get a rocket to Mars so he can escape extradition treaties. Why did Elon make that tweet about DJT being in the Epstein files if he's also in there? Because he's a billionaire whose entire life has been impunity. So why would he think that him being guilty would matter? Elon Musk has consistently raised the issue of holding Epstein's clients accountable. He's one of the voices that has kept the noise around this matter alive, preventing those with access to the evidence from concealing it. No, he just did the exact same shit that Donald Trump did, which is try to use the Epstein list to benefit himself. And then now that he's been exposed, like, what the okay, that's kind of funny. Elon Musk and Bill Gates are basically the same guy. This is how I knew so long ago that Reid Hoffman went to Epstein Island. Epstein used Reid being there to try to get me to go, not realizing that it would have the opposite effect. Reid was on the island last weekend. Do you think you will be in Carb for Xmas, New Year's? Bro! Guys, he thinks we can't see him. Why were you emailing a convicted pedophile? Harvard professor Robert Trivers tried to get Jeffrey Epstein in touch with Norman Finkelstein. Instead of accepting, Norman sent a reply calling Alan Dershowitz a pedophile rapist and saying Trivers should be ashamed for defending him and both should be strangled instead. Sworn testimony of Jane Doe number 3. Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz was around Epstein frequently. Dershowitz was so comfortable with the sex that was going on that he would come and chat with Epstein while I was giving oral sex to Epstein. Wow, that's the quote of Jane Doe number 3. My guess, if Epstein put your daughter at age 15 in such a position, you wouldn't publicly describe him as a friend and a person of integrity. In fact, I would hope that you'd properly throttle both Epstein and Dershowitz. Holy. This is why Israel hates Norman Finkelstein so much. Jesus. Holy fuck. Okay, it's not a good day to be a big tech CEO. I hope this is the best day of the rest of their lives. I hope every day is worse than the next. Sociobiologist. Funded by Jeffrey Epstein. Gestapo agents aren't having a fun time. Federal agents at her hotel are subsisting on microwavable bowls of Campbell's chicken noodle soup because it's become so difficult for them to find restaurants willing to serve them. One told me she resents how her undocumented coworkers spend their days cleaning the rooms of agents who are hunting down their family members. I can't speak. Jay-Z has reportedly left the United States to an undisclosed location. ProPublica has identified the Alex Preddy shooters. The 2 federal immigration agents who fired him on Minneapolis protester Alex Preddy are identified in government records as Border Patrol agent Jesus Ochoa and Customs and Border Protection Officer Raimundo Gutierrez. The records viewed by ProPublica list Ochoa and Gutierrez as the shooters during the deadly encounter last weekend that left Preddy dead and ignited massive protests and calls for criminal investigation. I think one of the things that is important to understand about reality in general is that you can't use race or national origin as a proxy for politics. You just can't. And there are literally millions of people who are non-white white supremacists. And the fact that it's a contradiction is what makes it work. In fact, many people on the borders of whiteness like to reinforce the institutions and structures of oppression as a way to get themselves access to society. And this, as I said before, this is why rad liberalism, id poll bullshit is wrong. Throughout history, there have always been people who betrayed their own group in order to get access to the power of white supremacy. I mean, it's just always been true. And in fact, I think not realizing that has always been a major flaw of the resistance. You must judge someone based on what their actual actions are, what their actual positions are, their actual effects in reality. Preddy's killing and the subsequent secrecy surrounding the agents involved comes as the country confronts the consequences of President Donald Trump's aggressive immigration crackdown. We must have a transparent, independent investigation into the Minnesota shooting, and those responsible, no matter their title, must be held accountable. Except they're not doing that. A lot of folks think Latino equals brown. Yes, because they are white people and they're stupid and they don't know what the fuck Latino means. There are white Latinos. In fact, until very recently, the majority of Latinos identified as white in America. Latino does not mean non-white. There are non-white Latinos and there are white Latinos. Latino refers to a cultural or a geographic national origin. Ochoa is a Border Patrol agent who joined the CBP under Obama. Both joined under Obama. Both ICE agents who murdered those protesters were hired under Obama. Oh, sorry, 2018. Sorry, 2018. It's under Trump. Gutierrez was under Obama. Sorry, I had a brain fart. You're right. Trump came into office in 2016. I had a brain fart. One under Obama, one under Trump. Sorry about that. It happens. I'm tired. It's been 6.5 hours. The brain is depleted. The brain is depleted. But you get the point. Like, the culture of the Customs and Border Patrol, these are not the new goons that were hired under Trump too. This is the culture of Border Patrol. This is a guy who remained in Border Patrol under Biden. What do I think about this analysis? Does it sound very interesting of an argument? I don't know anything about it. I'm just like, huh? I actually had a debate with Hutch on this. And oh my God, I didn't know this. Oh, this is so funny. Oh my God, this is so funny. Apparently it was uploaded by Destiny 4 years ago.
I just want you to...
Oh, disingenuous on so many levels. Mike from PA versus Hutch debate review. I wasn't even aware this happened. Basically, I debated Hutch 4 years ago. Oh, I'm gonna have I'll have to review that at some point. And I told him that Joe Biden was carrying forward Trump's policies on the border. And I was extremely mad about it. And I was like, why is Biden doing that? Why is he putting people in camps? Why is he keeping the border sealed? And Hutch was trying to be like, no, he's not carrying forward the same policies, but he was. Oh, good. Fuentes' cock holster has an opinion. Why are these people so gross? Very funny coming from the Nazi fucking pedophile who told the Israeli occupying forces to just stop recording their war crimes because it makes them look bad. I mean, he's done more than that. Does anyone have the clip of Destiny talking about how he basically made Nick Fuentes? Anytime Destiny pops up, you need to post that clip. Hutch has said that Biden has been the best president of his lifetime, possibly the best president our country has ever had. A one-term guy who couldn't even make it to the fucking second. I mean, like, Obama was a better president than Biden, and that's not saying much.
Oh, and Fuentes' treatment of me is so bad. I don't understand. That's something he'll have to learn and grow. Not to be too self-aggrandizing, but like Fuentes should be worshiping me because I am literally I was the only lifeline that he had to like being able to breach like mainstream political conversations. Like I represented a huge potential opportunity to him, and he just was so bad faith in the way that he treats me. It's unbelievable. I don't know why the fuck you would do that. Like he should have been so conciliatory towards me. And I'm not looking for that. I'm not asking him to be my bitch or anything. But for him to be like relentlessly bad faith against me all the time, like, bro, who the fuck are you? Like I can put you on a stream in front of 14,000 people. Like I'm giving you your phone number to like Adam22 so you can go to a show. Why the fuck would you like burn my shit so hard? Like you're so and Fuentes' treatment of me is so bad. I don't understand. That's something he'll have to learn and grow. Not to be too self-aggrandizing, but like Fuentes should be worshiping me because I am literally I was the only lifeline that he had to like being able to breach like mainstream political conversations. Like I represented a huge.
I mean, like, what can you even say about that, chat? What can you even say about that? This guy, I mean, I think Destiny might be an op. Like, I hate to give him any, God, even saying that, he's so not an op. He's just a disgusting freak. My trip has been a disaster so far. It's all VC folks and shit. At least I linked up with Yanis for like an hour and a half. The other reason why I wanted to come was to go see the Palestinian complexes where refugees are in the hospital. So wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. I was right. You motherfuckers were giving me shit, and I looked at it and I was like, what the fuck is this? It's all VC idiots, and you guys are giving me shit, and then immediately Hassan posts, and he's saying Mike's right, this sucks. Once you saw a Paul brother on there, you knew. I was like, what the fuck is this? Those chatters don't know what a VC is. Venture capitalist. I said that these are all just Arab capitalists. And then I was like, why the fuck is he going into a war zone to meet a bunch of capitalists? Like, tell you how you really feel about it. I get tiring being right and then people criticizing me and disagreeing with me. And where are they? Who's saying, oh, I was one of those people, Mike, you're right, I'm sorry. Where are you? At me. Oh, I'm sorry, Mike, you were one of those people. I'm sorry, you're right. Where are you at? Where the fuck are you at? Drop a 10 bomb. Speaking of which, it's 6 hours and 41 minutes into the stream and I haven't chilled. And we dropped below 10,000 subs again. God damn it. God damn it. If you enjoy this content, please consider supporting it by subscribing. I don't know how much longer I have in me. At least let him go around the country and meet the locals. What do I think about this video? I don't think the ISIS Gestapo, it's worse. All right, why the fuck not?
I promised myself I wouldn't make this kind of video anymore, but honestly, some things are just too big to ignore.
How are you, Metal Mantis? Tacoma Blues, thank you for giving subs so I don't have a complete failure of a stream.
Now, I realize that I'm going to get a lot of comments from people who think that I'm a woke leftist. But German history is one of the things that I talk about on this channel, and when parallels are already being drawn between major events today and what was happening in Germany about 95 years ago, it would be remiss of me not to say anything. So as US Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE continues to terrorize the general population, many of its critics have been comparing it to the infamous Gestapo, suggesting that it's part of a new fascist regime being set up even as we speak. I don't think that this is the best comparison, though. That's not to say that the events unfolding over there are not horrifying, they absolutely are, but I personally would compare ICE not with the Gestapo, but with the SA. The Gestapo is a rather different organization. So perhaps we should start by asking ourselves the question, what was the Gestapo exactly? Now, if, like me, you're British and grew up in the 1980s watching the sitcom Allo Allo, you might remember Herr Flick of the Gestapo. Or if you're not that old, you might be thinking of Stephen Merchant's character in the movie Jojo Rabbit. But of course, these satirical portrayals really don't do justice to the sheer horror of what the Gestapo actually got up to. The word Gestapo is actually a contraction of the phrase Geheime Staatspolizei, which means secret state police. It wasn't secret in the sense that nobody knew it existed, it was secret in the sense that it was responsible for covert surveillance and intelligence gathering. At least that was the intention when it was set up in 1933, although set up is not exactly the right word here. It was formed out of the Prussian secret political police, which had been around since the 1850s. Its job was to monitor political activities and investigate political crimes. It had become necessary.
Oh, hell yeah, guys. Thank you for supporting the stream. You guys are the best. I appreciate all of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are the best. Hallie Hugh, thank you for the 5. Amethyst, thank you for the 20. Sloth Aardvark, thank you for the 5. Black Kusuku, Bruised Z, thank you.
In the eyes of the government, after a revolution in 1848 almost succeeded in putting an end to the absolute monarchy and turning Germany into a parliamentary democracy. The political police was supposed to ensure that that didn't happen again. It failed though, and the German monarchy finally came to an end in 1918, after which the political police had a new task. Now it was to protect democracy against extremists from both the left and the right, which, by the way, included the new National Socialist German Workers' Party, the Nazis. Again, it failed, and in 1933 it was reformed into the new secret state police to guard, once again, against the evils of democracy. Except now, instead of defending the monarchy, it was defending the Nazis. This new organization quickly became little more than a branch of the government, and its job was to identify and neutralize any remaining political threats to the regime. Unfortunately, it was a little bit too honest, and the government didn't like Gestapo reports that suggested the general population wasn't completely happy with the regime. So in 1936, the surveillance part of its job was taken over by the Security Service, which passed on to the Gestapo any intelligence it gathered about political dissent. The Gestapo was then responsible for not only investigating these reports, but also for administering punishments, which could range from small fines all the way to summary execution, which it was empowered to do without the tedious rigmarole of having to get the courts involved. Not that that would have made much difference, because by then the government had already made sure that all of the judges were Nazis. The Gestapo were brutal and used all kinds of unethical practices to persecute anyone they regarded as an enemy of the state. For example, they would blackmail and torture their victims and even fabricate evidence simply in order to extract confessions from them. But what they didn't generally do was to march around the streets in broad daylight, beating, arresting, and even killing anyone for any reason. That, as I said, was the speciality of the SA. The history of the SA is even more complicated and confusing than that of the Gestapo, but basically it goes back to the very beginnings of what would eventually become the Nazi Party. This was in the uncertain and sometimes violent period between the two world wars, when it was quite normal in Germany for political parties to employ their own security personnel. The Nazis were no exception, and their security guys formed what came to be the Storm Division, the SA. These were not people who were selected for their intelligence. It was a paramilitary organization that specialized in brute force. As the Nazis grew in power and influence, the SA was doing a pretty good job of instigating fights and riots in the streets. Its main targets were communists, social democrats, Jews, and even some Christian groups. In short, they were thugs who, over time, became more and more organized and eventually developed a military-style hierarchy. In 1933, as the Nazi Party was tightening its grip on power, the SA was in effect used as a kind of auxiliary police. Regular police officers were made to patrol together with SA men who were authorized to act on behalf of the state. Once the infamous Reichstag decree was enacted, the SA was suddenly free to do almost anything it wanted, and set about terrorizing, arresting, imprisoning, and torturing anyone they didn't like. However, while the SA helped to put the Nazis in power, it was now in a position to remove the Nazis from power and had therefore become a threat. So in 1934, the party neutralized the SA by assassinating its senior members and taking over its leadership. So, to sum up, the Gestapo was mostly concerned with investigating and punishing political dissent, while the SA was more concerned with terror through brute force. How does this correspond to present-day America? There are, of course, no perfect matches because history doesn't really repeat itself. As the saying goes, it rhymes. So we're not looking for exact parallels, but rough approximations. My impression of ICE's activities at the moment is that they're closer to what the SA might have done. According to reports, its recent massive intake of new recruits has happened with very little oversight and barely any training at all, as evident in the astoundingly unprofessional conduct we've seen of late. So I think that ICE is being or has been reformed into the Trump administration's SA, bullies who are authorized by the state to bully people. The role of Gestapo, I think, is more likely going to be played by something like the FBI, perhaps with the help of an intelligence agency like the CIA, just as the Gestapo was helped by the security service. And I have to be honest, given the apparent lack of oversight, I have a nasty suspicion that a lot of these new ICE agents were involved in the January 6th insurrection and have little or no formal training. In short, they are, not to put too fine a point on it, thugs. And I think this is what we have to bear in mind. It's not just one organization that we have to worry about. The Nazi regime was supported by a whole network of different organizations, each one protecting all of the others. Okay, after that, I think we could all do with something.
I think the main point to take away is the idea that ICE can be reformed is in itself a sign that a person is a fascist, or they lack such a comprehension of what ICE is actually doing and they don't have it, and they're not curious enough to find out, which is also weird. It's like, why are you proposing we spend more money on ICE than all the K-12 education in California? It's fucking insane.
A lot lighter, so please feel free.
All right, everybody. That is 7 hours, and I don't know about you, but that's all I've got in me. We will be back tomorrow at our regular streaming time. Thank you, everybody, for coming to the surprise Sunday stream. I really appreciate all of you. Here's all my links. Stay safe out there. Thank you for all the support. You guys are the best. We're going to keep the streams rolling. Non-stop Mike from PA. Hope you guys... why not raid Denim? She owes me like 3. The fuck? All right, everybody. Stay safe out there. Solidarity forever. You have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll see you soon. Stay safe. Solidarity forever. Say hi to Vio for me. Free Palestine.